Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth. Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all participants worldwide. I'm hoping that all of you are in good health. It is a pleasure for me to meet you at this event today, and welcome to Indonesia Sustainability Forum Virtual Academic Dialogue, a key part of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where selected participants will present their research finding from Tuesday, September 5th until Friday, 6th of September 2024. I'm Vita Rudiani, the academic researcher and lecturer of Department of International Relations, Universitas Pertamina, will be your moderator for today's morning agenda. And our discussion will be delivered in English. First of all, I would like to welcome our distinguished guests and speaker who have joined us here today. The first one is Mr. Rahmat Khaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. And the second is Mrs. Desti Alcano as the CEO of Energi Academy Indonesia, and also Mr. Taufik Hidayat Putra, Director of Electricity, Telecommunication and Informatics, Ministry of National Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. Good morning, sir and madam. Thank you very much for joining us here today in virtual room. All right, to start today's event, let's listen first to the opening remarks by Mrs. Desti Alcano, the CEO of Energi Academy Indonesia. To Mrs. Desti, the screen is yours.
Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, and participants. It's our great honor as well as privilege to welcome you all to the virtual academic dialogue at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. As the knowledge partner for this academic dialogue, ECADIN or Energy Academy Indonesia are excited to welcome you all to this forum that brings together bright change makers from around the world representing 22 world-class universities. The theme of this year's dialogue is uniting Indonesians around the world in adding their voices to the sustainability conversation, resonating deeply with the urgent need for transformative action in the face of global challenges. We are gathered here not just to discuss ideas, but also to catalyze meaningful change and also to create solutions that will shape a more sustainable and resilient future for Indonesia and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, Indonesia is currently at the crossroads with so many opportunities to lead the way in sustainable development. Our rich biodiversity, vast natural resources and vibrant economy provides us with a unique chance to be at the forefront of innovative sustainability practices. However, this also comes with the responsibility to protect our environment, ensure equitable growth, as well as contribute to global climate goals. At ECADIN, or Energy Academy Indonesia, we believe that knowledge is a powerful tool for change. And as a knowledge partner for this academic dialogue, our mission is to provide a platform where diverse perspectives converge, where knowledge is not just shared but also co-created, and where innovative ideas are transformed into impactful actions. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, we will explore into exciting topics ranging from renewables and sustainable agriculture to climate finance and green technologies. We will hear from inspiring speakers who will challenge us to think differently, to innovate boldly, and to collaborate more effectively. We believe that this forum is not just about listening, but also about engaging. So I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussion and to explore new partnerships. So let's optimize or use this opportunity to build bridges across sectors and geographies, to learn from one another and to develop strategies that will drive sustainable growth. Our goal here is so simple yet profound: to leave this forum or dialogue with actionable insights and commitments that will accelerate Indonesia's journey towards sustainability. For sure, this is a journey that requires all of us, including government, businesses, academia, and civil society, to work together in a spirit of collaboration and shared purpose. I would also like to take this moment or opportunity to thank all of our 27 presenters from 22 world-class universities and organizers, for sure, for their tireless efforts, I should say, in making this event possible. Your dedication to sustainability and your support for this forum are truly inspiring. In closing, let's remember that the decision we make today will have a profound impact on the world we leave behind. So together, let's commit to building a future that is not only sustainable, but also inclusive and resilient for all. Thank you. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your patience and your commitment to sustainable future. Let's make Indonesia International Sustainability Forum ISF 2024 a journey or a milestone in our collective journey towards a greener and more sustainable world. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and inspiring forum.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Dusty. So next, for the next agenda, it is an honor to have Mr. Rahmat Khaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation Coordination, coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia. And with all respect, let's listen to Mr. Rahmat's keynote speech. All right. Maybe we can listen to Mr. Rahmat's keynote speech later. But now we are having the special guest. He is Mr. Taufik Hidayat Putra, Director of Electricity, Telecommunication and Informatics, Ministry of National Plannings of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and joining us here today in this virtual academic forum. I'm hoping that you are in a good health. Thank you so much for your supports. And maybe you may have one or two sentences to give the spirit to us this morning.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, and also I really very appreciate for this event. Uh, it makes a challenge for us to learn to share about the hottest and strategic issue about the renewable energy and energy transition, and also. Uh, I am happy to hear the inspiring speech from Ibu Desti and give us inspiration and also how to address the challenges to create the good our future, particularly in Indonesia. I think we will always support this uh, event and also the initiative from ECADIN and also with the government of Indonesia. We will looking forward also the next collaboration Bapenas and ECADIN and also others institution in Indonesia. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Taufik. So, the opening remarks from Mrs. Desti and also greetings from Mr. Taufik marks the official beginning for the virtual academic dialogue. And without any further ado, we shall begin this event today. There are 27 selected applicants will present their research findings or capstone projects on sustainability and energy transition issues, including recommendation and policies for today's and tomorrow event. This virtual dialogue will last 2 days non-stop, and today we will have 13 research presentations covering a very wide scope such as technology, and also social issues, local governance, environmental sectors, and many more. And all the attendees may check the full rundown of today's agenda at acadin.org/ISF2024/ or you can access the official website of Indonesia Sustainability Forum.co.id and choose the option of virtual academic dialogue. And for your information, the Indonesia Sustainability Forum was established as a platform to foster collaboration and best practice sharing across stakeholders in decarbonization actions, ultimately advancing the global concerted effort in pursuing a sustainable growth. One of its main agenda is this virtual academic dialogue, and it is expected to open opportunities for wider collaborations among people around the world. So, let's move to the presentation sessions, everyone. And I see here that some presenters have joined us, but I will explain first the panel's rules. All right, so for The presenters, you will have approximately 30 minutes for your presentation and 20 minutes for discussion. We will have a timer on the screen to help you keep track of the time. And for audiences, you may access the attendance form to claim your e-certificate. The attendance form will differ to each session, and the technical team, our committee will be showing the link on the screen very soon. And in addition, I will strongly encourage the audience to engage with our presenters actively so we can have an insightful discussion. You may deliver your question through the Zoom chat feature. During the Q&A session, I will choose several questions to be answered by the presenters. And we also have the exciting news. We are thrilled to recognize notable achievement across various fields in our virtual academic dialogue. Cast your votes for the most favorites in several categories. We will have the most engaging presenter, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and most community centric. So, our team will provide the instruction on how to participate via the chat box. And your votes will help us to celebrate the standout contribution. So, be sure to participate, everyone, and make your voice heard. All right, so I am hoping that it is clear to Volo. And in this very first session, we will have Mr. Iga Bagus Jayawardana from the University of Melbourne, Australia, who will present research about mobilizing youth expertise, a crowdsourcing model for accelerating sustainable development goals in Indonesia. So, Mr. Iga, how are you today?
Feeling great. It's so excited to be part of this conference, and I'm excited to share my findings with everyone in this forum.
Great. Okay. So your presentation will be in 30 minutes. Yeah. The committee will help you keep the track of time through the screen. And you may start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Okay, so good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for everyone who joining us today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Iga Bagus Jayawardana, and I'm from the University of Melbourne. And I'm presenting our research with the title Mobilizing Youth Expertise, a crowdsourcing model for accelerating sustainable development goals in Indonesia. And I'm also joining by my co-author, Yoga Fajar Nugroho from the University of Michigan. And in these presentations, we will explore how crowdsourcing models can effectively leverage the sustainability effort and unique perspective of Indonesian youth to address pressing challenges and drive progress towards the sustainable future. And this is the introduction for our today's presentation. Based on the SDGs index, Indonesia currently ranks 78 out of 166 countries. This highlights a significant challenges for us, and we strive to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Despite having a large and productive youth populations, Indonesia faces a high unparticipated in SDGs initiative rates among the young people. And this is primarily due to a lack of relevant skills and the opportunities for them. And one of the key issues is the limited access that young people have to engage with the government, NGOs, the private sectors, and the academic institutions in SDGs related initiative involvement, which can leverage their experience and professional backgrounds in the real world. So, to address this issue, our research proposes leveraging the potential of young people through the crowdsourcing models. And this research aims to explore the crowdsourcing models to accelerate the achievement of SDGs in Indonesia. And let's talk about the crowdsourcing model. So, in this research, crowdsourcing models refers to the process of gathering ideas, solutions, and contributions from the large group of young people to address the SDGs-related challenges posed by the government, NGO, private sector, and academic institutions. There are several advantages using these methods. The first one, it empowers youth by giving them a platform directly contribute to SDGs effort. And second, it's also foster the collaboration among the various stakeholders and creating more integrated approach for them. And the third one, it also can generate the innovative solution that might not come from the traditional channels. However, this method also have its challenges. Ensuring and maintaining the quality over the contributions can be a difficult because it involves a large-scale effort from many stakeholders. And additionally, the implementation of ideas gathered through the crowdsourcing can be complex. And there also the issue for the unequal access, where not all young people may have the same opportunity to participate regarding in access. But despite these challenges, the crowdsourcing models present a significant opportunity. It can raise the awareness of the SDGs among the young people and also inspire them to take action and encouraging a border movement towards the achieving these goals. And when we want to achieving these SDGs goals in Indonesia, it requires the active involvement for various stakeholders. Like I mentioned before, the stakeholders in this paper, it includes the government, private sectors, NGO, and academic institutions. And most importantly, the young generation itself. I believe that each stakeholder has a unique role in accelerating SDGs progress, and the government plays the pivotal role in here by setting laws and guidelines for the social development programs, which form the foundation for the every SDGs related activities in Indonesia. However, the government cannot do it alone. They need the partnerships with the other stakeholders, and it's really essential for them to addressing SDGs challenges effectively. And for the private sector, including the NGO and business, they can drive the innovation and create a sustainable opportunities that align with the SDGs itself. And combining the sustainability in their business operations, private companies can make a direct impact and encourage the youth collaborations to achieve the SDGs goals. And in addition, the academic institution also involved in this stakeholder. Their main roles is to provide a critical foundations through the formal educations, research, and fostering the critical thinking among the young people. Their involvement also ensures the next generation is equipped with the knowledge and skills to tackle the SDG challenges. And by combining all of these efforts and stakeholders, we can provide a better access information, platform, and resources to empower youth to actively participate in positive movement towards the sustainability goals. And this research, we use survey method to systematically collect data from youth age 15 to 24 years old. And the key demographic, we focus on the age, education level, barriers to participation in SDGs related initiatives, opportunities to involvement, and the reason why young people choose to participate in SDGs activities. The primary objective of this research is to get a better understanding of youth involvement in SDGs related activities in Indonesia. To achieve these goals, we adopted a mixed method approach, which allows us to gain more comprehensive analysis of effectiveness of the crowdsourcing analysis methods. For the qualitative data, we focus on a sample of 85 youth from Jakarta region. The sample was selected to ensure the diverse representation across the socio-economic and educational background. And the data also collected through the 17 different questions surveys and will help us to identify the trends and the relationship between the youth demographics and their level of participations in SDGs activities. The ethical consideration also conduct in this research, including the voluntary participation and informed consent for the youth participants. And for the qualitative data, we employed a case study approach to explore the dynamics of youth participation in SDGs activities by looking both the successful and unsuccessful crowdsourcing initiative from other countries We aim to gain a broader insights into a factor such as engagement strategies, challenges, or maybe the positive impact of their contribution in sustainability. And using this thematic analysis, we will focus on areas such as innovation and participation barriers and recognition for the participants. So this will provide a valuable insight for the stakeholder in order to looking to use the crowdsourcing model to accelerate the SDGs progress in Indonesia. And this is the proposed framework that we designed. The objective of the proposed framework is to centralize all of the SDGs related challenges from all stakeholders into one single platform that is accessible for public, especially the young generations. This platform will serve as a gateway for young people that interested in participating SDGs challenges and allow them to select the opportunities that align with their background, capabilities, and interests. And the inputs of this framework is the government, NGO, the private company, and the academic institutions will provide the SDGs challenges and these thematics challenges based on their core business function. For the example, the energy company can create the SDGs challenges for youth that are related with SDGs number 13, which is the climate action. And these challenges will be open for youth participations. And they will get the real world offering issues for young people to solve and engage with. And for the platform, the core of this framework is the creation of an open and user friendly platform for young people. And this platform will act like a bridge, as a communication bridge between the youth and the SDGs challenges. And it's also can accelerating the progress towards the goals. And it will offer the various supportive resources, such as training program, focus group discussions, and seminars. And these resources will help the participants to gain more knowledge and skills related to the sustainability. And the output of these activities, youth can completing the challenges and they will get a tangible recognitions. And the keywords in here is the tangible recognitions. Because the tangible recognitions in the form of the accreditation, certification, and formal acknowledgement of their sustainability contribution will significantly enhance their career path and prospect, and also their professional development, demonstrating their active involvement in SDGs programs. And who will validate all of the certifications and recognitions is the final stage of this framework, where the government and the academic institution will be responsible to providing the standardized recognitions for this achievement. And it's also ensure the contribution of young people are officially recorded and validated. And they also can reinforcing the importance of the participations in the sustainability effort for the long run. This is the result of our findings. So this research, we found that the youth participation in sustainable development goals activities is notably low, because it's only 18% of our respondents reported being involved in SDGs related activities, while another 82% indicated they have never engaged in any such SDGs activities. Among the participants, the gender distribution is the 52% for male and 48% for females. And the participants were dominantly followed by the university students, with none of the high school students respondents ever participate in SDGs activities. So in terms of the type of activities, attractiveness, the most popular of the interest was the educational and awareness programs, representing the 41% of the participants. And this was followed by the volunteering for social welfare, around 35%, and the environmental sustainability projects at 23%. As for the reason behind their involvement, over half of the active participants joined to learn more about the SDGs and related issues, and another one-fifth of them were is really driven by the general desire to make positive impact on society. And in order to increase the youth involvement in sustainable development goals, it's also crucial to align their motivations and with the opportunities that are available right now. The data shows that the nearly 40% of young people, they want to contribute to solving the global challenges outlined by the SDGs. However, the significant portion of this group have not participated yet in any SDGs related activity, which highlight a clear gap in access and opportunities. And in additional, the key motivators include the recognition and awards with the 25.8% of the respondents expressing their driving forces, followed by the personal growth and development, 21%, and recognition and awards are particularly important factors that stakeholders can focus on, as a young people often cannot achieve this on their own. Despite of the low overall participation rates, there is a strong optimism among the youth about the impact that they can give. Over 35% of the participants, experienced and inexperienced participants, believe their involvement are crucial for achieving the SDGs targets. And this positive outlook should be a catalyst for the stakeholders to provide more opportunities to engage those young individuals who currently feel their participation wouldn't make any differences. And this data, we can reflect that the current perspective of youth regarding their role in the SDGs effort, but it's also a highlight we need to have a different approaches based on the varying educational backgrounds. And there is also a clear gap that needed to be addressed in mobilizing youth to take actions. And another findings that we find based on our result is the key factor in delivering the informations about the sustainable development goals is the accessibilities. The accessible data can inspire young people to explore and engage the SDGs related activity. However, our data shows that the accessibilities and the availabilities of the opportunity remain the main barriers of youth participation in SDGs. To understand the most common barriers of youth participations, the data shows that the lack of information is the primary obstacles. It is around 56% of respondents said that they had not ever received any information related with the SDGs opportunities. And other significant barriers that includes the lack of time, financial constraint, and lack of the support. But despite of these challenges, it is also promising to look 7.06% of the respondents say that they don't have any difficulties to have access for accessing the SDGs activities. And this suggests that these barriers can be overcome. So when we look at these opportunities, the data shows the similar picture, like the previous data that I showed. Among of these data, it show that we have the available opportunities, and we can raise concern among the stakeholders who responsible to achieving SDGs target for achieving this targets. And we also think that the more opportunity need to be created to gain more information and provide more information is needed to deliver the right information related with the SDGs opportunity for young people. So, based on that findings, we can conclude the main challenges that youth face right now related with the SDGs access. So, based on the quantitative descriptive findings, there is three key challenges for youth participation in sustainable development goals. The first one is the disconnected opportunities. Youth face a gap between their desire to engage in SDGs activities and the availability of the accessible opportunities. And many young people are eager to contribute, but there is lack of a clear pathway or platform to connect them with the meaningful opportunities that they can remove the barrier to participate with these opportunities. And the second one is the educational and cultural gap. There are disparities in the knowledge and awareness about the SDGs across the different educational and socio-cultural background. The university students are more likely participate in SDGs activities and challenges, while those in the high schools or from less privileged background often have lack necessary information or resources to get involved. And then finally, the need of the acknowledgement and the validation for them is also important because young people are motivated by recognitions and validation of their contribution. They want to see their effort acknowledged by the credible institutions. The absence of the formal recognition, such as certification or accreditation, can discourage ongoing participation in SDGs activities. And this is the discussion that we want to bring up to the table. So the potential of the youth can accelerate and the achievement of the sustainable development goals or SDGs. It's represent the global commitment to create more sustainable and equitable world. And youth have a critical role to play driving a massive sustained action towards these goals. Despite the desire of youth to contribute meaningfully towards the sustainability effort, they often have lack an access and opportunity to engage. And this is a significant barrier preventing the realization of their full potential. And at the same time, stakeholders also need to recognize the importance of youth participations, but struggle to effectively engage them in SDGs activities. And this gap between the intention and the actions is also another challenge that we must address and we have to overcome as soon as possible. And the key solution for this situation is an easy, accessible digital platform that will bridge the gap between youth and the SDGs related opportunities. Reaching youth at the grassroots level is really essential for us right now. And by utilizing the widespread information distribution methods, including the usage of the social media and other media channels communications, we can ensure that the youth from all backgrounds are well informed about the way how they can participate in the SDGs initiative. And this movement will inspire the collaborations, activism, and sustained involvement. And finally, we must continuously expand access to these opportunities. And in conclusion, the crowdsourcing models offer a promising approach to accelerating the achievement for SDGs in Indonesia. By creating a centralized, accessible platform, we can effectively connect the youth and SDGs related challenges. And this one-stop platform will remove the key barriers such as lack of the information and limited opportunities. And also offering the youth for the ability to engage and in activities that are tailored specifically for them. And if we're looking ahead for the further research, uh, it could explore several areas that optimize this model research. The first one is including the stakeholder alignment, financial incentive, and the overcoming barriers across the different demographics. Additionally, the investigating the role of digital platforms, social media campaigns, and cultural factors also could help us to understand the long-term impacts and the scalability of these models. And this insight will be the vital in ensuring the youth engagement in SDGs involvement and can be sustained and scaled to achieve the lasting change to create a bigger impact in Indonesia for the future. So that's the end of my presentations. And again, it is an honor to be part of this forum. Let's stay connected by reaching us through our emails. And thank you for your attention and have a great day.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Iga Bagus Jayawardana and partners, Mr. Yogi, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much for delivering a very insightful ideas. Yeah. So we start with a very good idea about how to mobilize youth, and also how to encourage the young generation to give or deliver ideas about the sustainability in the future. So I would like encourage to all the people, to all attenders who have already had the questions or maybe ideas to discuss. You can drop your questions in the Zoom chat platform, and I will choose and also deliver the questions to the presenters. All right. So maybe Mr. Iga and also Mr. Yogi, who have already joined us here today, maybe I have several questions to start our discussion. So I'm hoping that this question is relevant to your research. So do you also consider, because youth always have a very great idea, and they have a very various fields to deliver. And do you also consider how the stakeholders, such as governments and also private actors, can set the priority of all the ideas? I mean, how such ideas are generally needed and turn into actions compared to other ideas? Have you ever
Uh,
considered about that?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question. So based on the SDGs report, we can see the priority. We can set the priority for
Yeah.
our SDGs goals. Why? Because on the SDGs SDGs report from the United Nations, we can see which part of the SDGs that need to be focused. So based on that, we can set our priority, and we can check the what kind of activities or social development program that can created by the specific organizations. And like I said before, the platform it's also can the young people can choose based on their interest, based on their professional background and their experience, what kind of opportunity that they wanted to involve and solve. So by connecting all of these dots, I think that the uh, all of the stakeholders can solve all of the SDGs problem based on their organization based problem, and the youth can fill the gap to solve the problem itself. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the priority based on your question is the interest from the youth, and also the government and maybe, yeah,
Mm,
private actors or NGOs
mm,
should also pay attention to the global priority on SDGs, and also maybe
yeah.
to make it aligned with the national priority too. Yeah,
Mm,
because I believe that each regions, yeah, and you know that you took the sample of DKI Jakarta
yep.
youth, but we know that from Sabang to Merauke, we have different kinds of condition in local governance. So I believe that they will have different ideas to
Yeah.
improve their homeland, or maybe how their society around them, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe is there any questions from the floor? I see here. All right. So, and also I'm I'm also curious about the, yeah, well, actually, you have already mentioned that the further research could be how to ensure the long-term action. But this is also my question, actually.
Mhm,
When we talk about ideas, lots of platform can be implemented, including your ideas too, right?
mhm.
So, maybe you have already do an initial research about the how to make this idea turn into action and ensuring the sustainability. Maybe you and Mr. Yogi have already set the idea, or maybe I don't know, initial research about um, the further inquiries about that.
Oh yeah, so basically we are still on the progress to create this platform. So basically, I'm part of the PLN. So I'm working in the corporate social responsibilities divisions, and I see that we have a lot of resources, we have a lot of opportunities to develop, especially when we want to engaging with the young people. So by creating this pilot project first, I think we can learn more from the actual data and what is the constraint that might be happen when we are execute this idea. And I see that this is a really good opportunity for me to experiment with this idea. And with the large scale and with the huge scope of this company, I can get like actual data. Like you mentioned before, we have like a lot of priorities and social problem that needs to be solved across Indonesia. And by having those connections, by having those facilities across Indonesia, I believe that we can see the how we can connect all of the opportunities and all of the resources that we have to solve this problem altogether. So the main thing that we wanted to do right now is creating the pilot projects, and if it's work and we can learn from that, we can scale up this idea into the bigger actions. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's very interesting because you have already start the action, right? I'm sorry for wrongly mention your partner, actually, Mr. Yoga, right? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. So
Mhm.
it is interesting how you try to, implement your ideas. So I would like to hear more about I don't know, maybe you have already gathered the ideas from the youth, and also your
Mhm.
institution try to facilitate their ideas. Is there any experience about that?
Oh yeah. Okay, so basically it's based on my own experience, and when I study in Australia, I saw that all of the stakeholders, how they connected to each other and how they can build these connections is really fascinating. Why? Because the government is really involved, and the government also participate on recognizing the youth that focus on solving the sustainability problems. And it is not only for the academics, but also for everyone. So in here, the government have like a portals there where everyone can use it as a benchmark programs, or maybe to see the current data, what's going on in what's kind of opportunity that available in here. But the missing link that I see in here, the lack is lack of the participation from the private sectors, such as business and NGO, to involve that. And I think that if we can combine all of the resources that we have right now, and every each of the stakeholders can deliver like a specific challenges for youth, it will be great for them to have the those experience by solving the real case problems, by solving the sustainability problems that actually happen in the real world. So the best line that I use in here is really important, because we don't want to see that we don't want to see that this bonus demographic from Indonesia, which is we have a lot of youth right now, and we don't do anything about it, and we don't want to encourage them to be more active and uh, and and concerned about the sustainability and SDGs issues. Yeah.
All right. So you have already done the, I don't know how to say, benchmarking to Australia. So you came up with this idea, or maybe you are seeing the problems in Indonesia. Have you ever done the benchmarking to deliver this crowdsourcing
Oh
ideas?
yeah, yeah. So basically, I only see that like I said before, it's only connected between the youth and the government itself. But other stakeholder is not involved in the scheme of the crowdsourcing models. And in Indonesia itself, I've been working in Poland around 6 years, and I saw that it's only involved like internally, and we actually have the like a gaps and opportunity to improve more by encouraging the young people to participate in our social program. So uh, by looking by looking through the problems, I see that if we can gather everything into one platform and make them have options to choose,
Mhm.
I think it will be great for them. And benchmarking is one thing, but the real fact in Indonesia, it's completely different. So
Yeah.
if we connecting these two different problems, and we can use the one single problem to solve the problem solutions, one solution to these problems, I think it's more effective for us to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so it's very great start of your research. I'm really impressed. And okay, so what I want to know more, yeah, and also we are still waiting for the participants or attendees who would like to deliver the question. Please drop your questions in the chat box, so I will deliver your questions to Mr. Iga Bagus and also his partner. And because yeah, I believe that you may have different situation and maybe you are connected to this idea so you can have a further discussion with the presenters. All right, so Mr. I would like to know further about the you have already mentioned about the stakeholders in your proposal, I may say, right?
Mhm.
So there are government and also the private sectors, if I'm not mistaken. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah,
Yep. Mhm.
private sector and also NGO. And do you think about about this platform? Usually, another challenge besides the connecting the ideas, funding, and so on and so forth is actually who will be the institution in charge, I say, not person in charge, but institution in charge to ensure that this platform still works and also to ensure that the ideas can be turned into actions. Have you ever, I don't know, to consider or maybe map the possible stakeholders who can be the institution in charge to run this kind of platforms?
Mhm. So I believe this is something that that we can do together, but pointing one uh, organization as a PIC, yeah, I would say it's kind of hard because there is
Mhm.
a lot of stakeholders that involved in this idea, and
Mm.
I also see that the every stakeholder that I mentioned before have the responsibility for themselves, and of course the government is the key factor in here because they create the regulations, they create the laws, they create the boundaries and everything, and I think we can use it as a benchmark. I think we can use it as our baseline when creating this platform because when you wanted to create a platform in a nation scale, you
Mhm.
have to coordinate to more than one organizations,
Yeah.
and you cannot like point out like one person's or one division or organization to be fully in charge
Mhm.
to run these projects. And I do believe like every stakeholder holders also play like a really important roles. Like they are complementing each other, and it's like a gear. If there is one gear is malfunctions, another gear cannot move. So
Okay.
so I say that it's a this is like a responsibilities that that we need to solve together, and pointing maybe like a representative would be a really good idea to maximize the effectiveness of these programs too. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like your sentence about when an institution cannot fulfill, or I cannot say that it cannot fulfill. Maybe there is another priority to be concerned
Hmm.
of, right? So
Hmm.
maybe another institution can complement
Hmm.
the assignment. I mean, so there will be a connected and collaborative action. Yeah, so
Hmm.
we don't have to wait for in one institution permission or maybe action to get or to make these ideas possible because every institution in this kind of situation, right, in mobilizing the youth idea, every stakeholders matters. So I believe that this is also can be considered by all the stakeholders out there. All right, so maybe this is my last question, and I'm hoping that it also can be answered by giving a closing statement. So, for your expectation from this research and finding, and also for the future further research in the future, what is your expectation for this research, and also how you can motivate the youth so they can actively or have the spirit to be involved in achieving Indonesia's SDGs.
Okay. Okay, so I believe that I wish that this paper become a groundbreaking idea to accelerate the SDGs goals in Indonesia, and I hope that it's also give like a more perspective and give you more information about what's going on around us, especially when you want to maximize all of the resources around you. You can solve a really huge problem if we work it together. And I also hope that in the future we can lead the sustainability programs. And I also saw that the sorry I also see that many of the new projects and new ideas start to come up, and I think this is a really good sign for Indonesia to become a leader in sustainability movements. And again, I would like to encourage everyone in this room, and especially for youth, to keep active and participate in sustainability and SDGs goals. It is not because you have to do it. No, it's because it will empower you. It will equip you with the better perspective. It will give you better opportunities both for your personal and professional development. And I also believe that when you do a sustainability and SDGs goals, you have more value compared to someone who never do the sustainability and SDGs activities. Really, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Iga. So, what can I say here? Yeah, to
Mm-hmm.
support your argument, actually, it's because Indonesia is moving toward Indonesia Emas 2045. Hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
this youth generation can support this idea. So, what you say is Indonesia can be leading the achievement of global sustainable development goals. Okay, so I would like to ask you to do a promotion of yourself, maybe, Mr. Iga, to vote you, because we are having the votes about the most favorites in the following categories. So there will be a most engaging presenter, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and most community centric. So please promote yourself.
Okay, so again, thank you so much for the opportunity, and I believe that sustainability is not only for a specific spectrum of people in Indonesia; it's for everyone. And I would like to again, I would like to encourage everyone to be part of this system. And if you like all of the presentations and all of the materials that I deliver. Um, you can vote me, of course, and then it will be great. Yeah. And yeah, it is such an honor for me to deliver all of my thoughts and all of my ideas through this forum. Yeah.
All right. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Iga Bagus Jayawardana from University of Melbourne, and also Mr. Yoga Fajar Nugroho from the University of Michigan, who have collaborated to present about the mobilizing youth expertise, a crowdsourcing model for accelerating sustainable development goals in Indonesia. Hoping that the ideas can be turned into actions soon, and also it can encourage and also gather many ideas from the Indonesians youth. Thank you very much once again. Yeah, and I will close this first sessions, and I will move to the second presenter. But before that, I would like to encourage all the attendees. Yeah, do not forget to access the attendance form to claim your e-certificate. Yeah, the technical team, the committee will help to show the link of the attendance form on the screen so you may access, because every session will have a different link, so pay attention to which session you are joining. Also, I would like to remind that we strongly encourage you to choose the most favorite presenters. Yeah, we have here several categories: the most engaging presenters, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and also most community centric. So please vote them. Hopefully their ideas can turn into action very soon, and also to open a wider collaborations. Okay, so we are moving to the second presenter. I see here that he have already joined us. Okay, so I would like to greet Mr. M. Shahman Samha from the University of New South Wales. Good morning, Mr. Shamhan.
Good morning, Mbak Novi. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much. So we are having two presenters from Australia for this morning. It is really exciting. And I've noticed that we have already started our discussion in full of spirit. So I'm hope that we can continue this spirit until the next day. Okay. So Mr. M. Shahman Samha from the University of New South Wales will be presenting about the net electricity load forecasting in household with DPV, a systematic review. So I would like also to remind all the attendees, please, if you would like to have discussion with the presenter, drop your question in the chat box, and I will read or deliver your questions to be answered by the presenters. Okay, Mr. Samhan, your presentation duration will be 30 minutes, and it will be followed by the question and answer session for 20 minutes. Are you ready?
Yep, sure I am.
Okay. Yes, you may start your presentation now.
Okay, I'll share my screen now. Can you see it now?
Yes. Yeah, it's clear.
Yep. Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for Mbak Novi, ISF team, Menko Marves, and Kadin for giving me the opportunity to present today. So I'd like to first introduce myself. My name is Samhan. I am a PhD student here at UNSW Sydney, majoring in solar energy engineering. And I just started my PhD very recently, just 3 months ago. And then before I started my PhD, I did my undergrad at Institut Teknologi Bandung in Indonesia, majoring in physics. And then I continued my study at UNSW Sydney, majoring in solar energy engineering for my master. And I also have a work experience as a solar project engineer at AGL. So AGL is an electricity retailer in Australia, basically like PLN in Indonesia, but in Australia, we have a lot of electricity retailers, a lot of companies selling electricity, not only one company. And AGL is one of the biggest electricity retailer. But interestingly, not only selling electricity, AGL is also providing solar installation service. And I work there as the solar project engineer focusing on delivering the solar development project. And yeah, a lot of my experience are in solar, not only working as an engineer, I also have an experience working as a solar installer in one of the biggest solar rooftop PV projects in the Southern Hemisphere. In Sydney, it was 60 megawatt peak. And this is a picture of me working as an engineer at AGL with a lot of other engineers from various countries, obviously from Australia, and then there are some people from the UK, Chile, Turkey, and Vietnam. So today, what I'll be presenting to you today is my literature review of my PhD thesis. Since I just started my PhD 3 months ago, I haven't done much data analysis or simulation. But what I'll be presenting is more like what I have learned, what I've read in the topic of net electricity load forecasting in households with DPV. So DPV here is distributed PV system. Basically, it's just solar PV system being installed on a building. As you may know, because of the problems with fossil fuels, global warming, etc., solar PV system installation is increasing worldwide, not only in Indonesia, not only in Australia, but everywhere around the world. And this is mainly because of the declining price of solar panel. In 2010, the price of solar panel is nearly $40 per watt peak, but now it is less than 25 cents per watt peak, which is very, very cheap. That is why, for example, in Australia, now the total installed PV capacity is more than 30 gigawatt peak, which is more than 3 times of 5 years ago, which is only around 10 gigawatt. And most of these PV systems being installed, they are on grid and distributed. So on grid means they are connected to the electricity grid, and then distributed means they're not installed in one centralized location like in a solar farm, but rather they are installed in a lot of locations like warehouses, offices, buildings, houses, etc. And so from the grid perspective, grid operator perspective, they are not able to see how much the PV production is or the gross load consumption is, but rather because these PV system installation are behind the meter, the electricity meter can only measure the difference between the gross load consumption and the PV electricity production. And this is what we call as the net load, which is basically the difference between the gross load or gross consumption with the electricity being generated by the PV system. To illustrate, this is a typical consumption profile of a household in Sydney for a typical day. But if that household installs a PV system or a solar system, then during midday, there will be electricity generated by the PV system. And so the net load during midday will be significantly less than the net load during the morning or the evening. However, this causes problem to the grid operator, both for short term and long term. For short term, it is more difficult for them to match the generation being required to satisfy the load, because now the uncertainty comes from two factors, not only from the consumer behavior, but also from the solar intermittency. And for long term, it is also more difficult for them to plan the network infrastructure, because the main driver of network infrastructure is the forecast of the peak demand. But then more PV penetration leads to slower peak demand growth. And not only that, there are new issues as well, like minimum and negative demand. And just recently in Australia here, we got a news. This is around 2 weeks ago, 24th of August, 2024. We got a new minimum demand record. So this picture here shows the consumption of electricity in Australia. The dotted black lines is the consumption. And then different colors like brown, black, blue, green, and yellow show the generation mix. So yellow or orange here shows the amount of electricity being generated by solar. And then on that day, 24th of August, there are 46.5% of the electricity that is consumed being generated by solar energy. And this is very risky, because if suddenly there are clouds passing the sun, clouds passing the sky, covering the sun, then the electricity being generated will suddenly drop. That is why the price of electricity in Australia could be negative. In fact, the price there during that day was negative $30 per megawatt hour to negative $68 per megawatt hour. So negative here means the grid operator is paying people to consume electricity. So it's not the consumer pays for consuming electricity, but the grid operator pays people to consume electricity because of this much solar generation. That is why in the past couple of years, research has been increasing on the topic of net load forecasting. So net load forecasting basically try to predict for the next day or for the next 5 minutes, how much is the net load in the electricity grid. So what can we learn from this existing literature? First, there have been various models being tried to forecast net load. And most of these models can be categorized into two groups: traditional statistical models and machine learning models. Statistical models are relatively simple. It has only few parameters, and it's already mature and well tested. For example, naive, ARIMA, and exponential smoothing. On the other hand, machine learning models are more complex. It has a lot of parameters, and because it is very complex, people call it as a black box model because we don't really understand how it works. But this is a very hot topic. There is still a lot of ongoing research. And some of the examples of these models are artificial neural network or ANN, regression tree, support vector regression, XGBoost, and so on. But interestingly, machine learning models are attracting more interest than the traditional statistical models because of some reasons. So first, from major international forecasting competitions, machine learning models consistently win, consistently are appearing in the top 5 place compared to statistical models. There were 16 machine learning models getting the top 5 place, and there were only 3 statistical models getting the top 5 place on these major competitions. And also from literatures that I read on net load forecasting, from 52 of them, there were 47 of them discussing machine learning models, and there were only 23 literatures using statistical models, and they are only mostly used for comparison. However, there are still some research gaps or research problems that are yet to be explored, and these gaps will be the focus of my PhD in the next 3.5 years. So the first one is related to the reliability or the robustness of existing models against various datasets and against standard benchmark. What do I mean by that? So if you read those works, from 52 papers, most of them, or in fact 87% of them, they introduce new or novel method, and they claim that their method is superior compared to the rest of the models that are existing. But there are some problems. The first one is related to dataset. So 63% of them, they use datasets that are not publicly available. This is a problem because then if we have our own model, we cannot test our own model performance against the same dataset that those papers use to evaluate their model. And also 63% of them evaluated their models only on one dataset, which means it is not very convincing if their model works good in general. It might work good only on that dataset, but who knows, it can work well if it can work well on other dataset as well. And the second issue is related to benchmarking. So in the topic of forecasting, it is always a best practice when we introduce a new model to compare the newly introduced model against standard benchmark. That is very simple and very reliable. But turns out from those 52 papers, there were only 25% of those papers comparing their newly introduced model against simple benchmark. And then the rest of them either compare it against another complex model, or they do not compare their model with any other model at all. And the second gap is related to the consideration of forecast criteria other than accuracy. What I mean by this is most of these papers, they focus only on optimizing the accuracy of the model, but they do not discuss much about other factors. For example, the model interpretability. So people who use this forecast or the decision maker, they are not usually technically savvy. That is why, unless there is a strong evidence on the superiority of the complex model, we always prefer to use simple model. And the second criteria is related to computational cost. This is relevant, especially these days in this era of big data, where there are a lot of increasing data availability, time resolution, and we can also use exogenous variables to predict net load. So exogenous variables means when we want to predict net load, we use not only the historical net load, but we also use exogenous variables like weather data or calendar data and so on. And this can be measured in terms of runtime on a specific computer specification. The third gap, this is related to the exploration on mid and long-term net load forecasting. So depending on the forecast horizon, net load forecasting can be divided into three categories: short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Short-term forecasting has time horizon of less than a week ahead. Mid-term forecasting has a time horizon between a week ahead and a year ahead. And long-term forecasting has a time horizon of more than a year ahead. But most of the papers, or in fact 98% of the papers to date, focus only on short-term forecasting. And then this leaves the mid-term and long-term forecasting being unexplored. And the fourth gap is related to the financial analysis on accurate net load forecasting for network operator. When we talk about short-term forecasting, if we under-forecast the net load, then the grid operator will generate electricity that is less than the electricity being actually consumed. And this results in the network frequency being less than the normal operating band. But on the other hand, if we over-forecast the requirement of the net load, then the grid operator will dispatch more generators and generate more electricity than is actually required. So this results in the network frequency being higher than the normal operating band. And obviously, this kind of phenomena where the frequency is outside of the normal operating band, this results in a not very good impact to the electricity appliances, both at home or even to the generators that are owned by the network operator. And then for the long-term forecasting, if we under-forecast the requirement of the net load, then they will not invest enough money to build the infrastructure that is enough to make the electricity flow from the generators to the consumers. And this can cause something like blackout or load shedding. But on the other hand, if we over-forecast the requirement of the net load in the next couple of years, then the network infrastructure will not be enough. Or actually, it will be too much, and so it is basically a wasted investment. But from all research to date, there is yet no paper discussing how much is the financial impact from this error on the forecast, both for short-term and long-term, and both for under-forecast and over-forecast. So these research gaps, basically there are four that are yet still to be explored. The first one is related to the reliability or robustness of existing models against various datasets and simple benchmark. And the second one is consideration of forecast criteria other than accuracy. The third one is exploration of mid and long-term net load forecasting. And the last one is financial assessment on accurate net load forecasting. That is actually all from me, Mbak Novita. I do not want to spend all 30 minutes because it will be boring for the audience as well. But last but not least, I also want to promote my Instagram. So if you are interested to learn more about my research or just want to get in touch with me, you can reach me on my Instagram at solarin.id. This is not a personal Instagram account, but this is a public Instagram account that aims to educate general Indonesian audience on solar energy. So we target people in general who do not have any technical background in solar energy at all. We use simple languages. We do not use a lot of jargons. And we also sometimes invite guest speakers to make a podcast For example, people from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, or people from IESR, which is a think tank in renewable energy in Indonesia. And yeah, that is all from me. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Samhan. Yeah, I see my friend there, Dr. Marlistia. Okay, so for your presentation, you actually would like to, I can say that you would like to promote the use of solar PV, yeah, because we are trying to have energy transition, and also solar panel will be one of the best option, especially for the households, for the people, because of that we are living in a region that have I think enough solar sources, right? Okay, so we are having the discussion session now, and I would like to encourage all the attendees who would like to deliver the questions. You can drop it to the chat box, and I will deliver to the presenter. So I will start first, yeah, Mr. Samhan, about your research, and hopefully you will have a very successful journey of your PhD, because it's related to your PhD research. I believe that it is very crucial to address in recent days. So you are doing the a literature review based on the condition in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. Is it true?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so for your research background, did you consider about the situation in Indonesia? Because when we talk about the developed and developing countries, they have a different situation regarding the how can I say, the procurement, or maybe the policies about the solar PV. Have you ever considered about what is the situation in Indonesia regarding the solar PV first?
Yes, thank you, Mbak Novi. So there are a lot of differences between Indonesia and Australia. Most people probably know that Australia is a developed country, and then it has much higher GDP per capita than Indonesia. But actually, the difference is not only related to economical aspect. For example, in Indonesia nowadays, the mix of renewable energy in the electricity market in Indonesia is currently around 12% or 13%. I don't really know the exact number, but it's definitely less than 15% these days. And in Australia now, the renewable energy mix is already more than 34%. So most of these renewable energy mix are being met with solar and wind, which are intermittent generation. But in Indonesia, when we talk about the renewable energy mix, those 13% renewable energy are mostly being met by water, what is it called? Hydro energy. But intermittent renewable energy like solar PV or wind energy are very low. I believe it's still less than 1 or still less than 2%. So that's the first difference. And then the second main difference between Indonesia and Australia is the electricity market structure. So in Indonesia, we have the electricity price being set by the government. Even though we have PLN as the company selling electricity, but the price of electricity are being set by the government. And then if there is difference between the production cost of electricity from PLN and the electricity tariff that is being set by the government will give subsidy and income compensation to PLN for that. Meanwhile, in Australia, the price of electricity is not being set by the government, but rather the price of electricity is created by the market. So here in Australia, we have a lot of companies selling electricity, not only selling electricity, but also they have different companies focusing on retailing, focusing on distribution and transmission, and focusing on generation. In Indonesia, we only have one, we only have PLN, but in Australia, we have a lot of companies And so those companies are competing against each other to provide the cheapest electricity price. And so the price of electricity is being formed by the market. And this is very different from Indonesia. That's why when you saw my presentation earlier, in Australia, it is possible for the electricity price to be negative. And that is not possible at all in Indonesia because the price is set by the government.
Yeah, I still remember you said that the company buy or pay the customer so they will use the electricity, right? So yeah, it's really exciting and it's totally different from Indonesia. But maybe we can learn something, yeah, from another country to implement because in order to increase the renewable energy mix in our energy national energy mix, it's really important to have benchmarked and also learn from another country. All right, so maybe we are going to go to a very basic questions because this is the question from the YouTube channel, and the question is, can we harvest sun energy without destroying the ozone layer?
Okay, thank you for the question from the YouTube channel. May I know who is asking? What's the name of the person asking, Mbak Novi?
Okay, I will because the committee informed me through the chat box.
Okay.
I will confirm to you later. Maybe you can answer the question first.
Yep, no worries. So the answer to that question is actually using solar energy or not using solar energy to generate electricity doesn't matter for the ozone layer at all because we basically collect the sunlight that is already passing the ozone layer, right? So we are basically only harvesting solar sunlight that's being received on the ground. We are not using sunlight by destroying ozone so that the sunlight is bigger in magnitude. So yeah, basically it's not related to destroying ozone at all. And in fact, if we use more solar energy, it means we use less fossil fuels like coal or crude oil, gas, which has greenhouse emission. When we do combustion of those fossil fuels, the combustion generates greenhouse gas emission, and these emissions, in fact, can lead to global warming. So this is what we don't want. And then if we use solar energy, we can reduce those consumption.
Okay, so it is not harm for the both environment and also for the people, I believe, yeah, because the technology that we are using to harvest the sun energy is actually taking the solar sunshine which are under the ozone layer, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, is there any another question? I see. Okay, not yet. So, yeah, please, yeah, all the attendees who would like to deliver, maybe the presenter have similar research interest with you. So we are hoping in this virtual academic dialogue, we can have more an insightful discussion. And in the future, we are hoping that from this room, we can have a further collaboration. Okay, so with I don't know how to deliver this question. It's personally, actually. So I'm hoping that it's still relevant with your research. So actually, I am you say that one of the research gap of one of the problem in Indonesia is regarding the electricity price, right? So how can you ensure to the people because the very basic difference between Indonesia and also Australia as also the existence of the electricity company, which you said before that Australia have several companies who are having competition, right? And in Indonesia, we have only a PLN. So how can you ensure, yeah, to the maybe how to say, how can you make the people can be sure that having a solar PV in Indonesia, especially, will be I don't know, will be benefit more than rely on the electricity from the PLN.
Yes, thank you, Mbak Novi. So, what I get from the question is, what is the benefit of installing solar panel? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, especially from Indonesian people.
Yes, that is a very good question. And I would say the answer might be categorized into two groups. There might be benefit for the environment, and then there might be a benefit economically. And first, I would like to share the benefit for the environment. Obviously, when we use solar panel, we generate electricity without making any greenhouse gas emission. And so that contributes to the environment by reducing the global warming effect. But to be honest, this reason is not enough because even for people in Australia, here we have a lot of solar panels being installed, mainly not because of environmental reason. I mean, it's good to contribute to the environment, but if this contribution doesn't have any economic benefit, then it's not a very interesting option. So what I'll discuss in more detail is the second benefit, which is economic benefit. And the main economic benefit of installing solar panel is basically reducing the electricity bill. So when we install solar panel, um, most of the time we install it on grid, meaning the solar panel installation will be connected to the electricity grid in Indonesia. In the case of Indonesia, it is connected to the grid of PLN. And then it means when the house consumes electricity, some of the electricity will be satisfied by the PV system generation, by the solar panel generation, and some of the electricity will be satisfied by the PLN. And so because some of the electricity are being satisfied by solar panel, it means the amount of money that we pay to PLN every month will be lower. So the main benefit of people, whether it's a household owner or an office owner, industry owner, when they install solar panel, the main economic benefit is that their monthly bill or their monthly payment to PLN is reduced. And so from economics perspective, we can calculate a very simple financial metric like payback period. Basically, we calculate how much is the total investment for the solar panel, and then how much is the bill saving that we have every year. And then we can calculate how many years does it take us to reach payback period. So when you ask me what's the benefit of installing solar panel, I guess the first one is economic benefit. The first one is environmental benefit, but that is not very interesting. The very interesting benefit is actually the economic benefit because we can save money from paying more to PLN.
Yeah. I believe that also the economic benefit will attract more interest from the people in Indonesia, especially because hearing the sound can save the money. It will be very interesting for us to install the solar PV in our house. Okay, so and also let me see here. Is there any question? Okay, so there is a question from the attendees. Hello, sir. My name is Simon. Yeah. Indonesia is especially in the eastern provinces. Yeah, in the eastern provinces, the sunshine was very abundant to generate electricity. But why the investment to this issue is very slow? Well, actually, it is also related to my questions, yeah, because my personal question is actually when it is beneficial for the society, how can the solar PV can ensure its business development in the future? It's similar like that.
Okay, thank you, Mas Simon, for the question. Yeah, your point is very true that in Indonesia, especially in the eastern region, like let's say NTT or Sulawesi or Papua, we have a lot of solar resources compared to let's say Java or Sumatra. And yes, as you say, there is not much investment in solar to that region. Um, and I believe the main reason is because first is, as I said before, the economic benefit of installing solar is the bill saving from PLN. But when we talk about electricity tariff or price of electricity from PLN, nowadays it is actually very cheap. It is around 1,400 or 1,600 rupiah per kilowatt hour, depending on the power, maximum power on our house. For example, 900 VA or 2,200 VA or 3,500 VA. But basically, the tariff of electricity from PLN that is set by the government is very cheap. It's around 1,600 rupiah per kilowatt hour. And this can be very cheap because the government is giving a lot of subsidy and income compensation for that electricity tariff. In fact, for example, in 2023, the subsidy and income compensation from the government to PLN is approximately 60 or 70 trillion rupiah per year. So imagine government is giving subsidy to electricity tariff that is mainly the electricity is mainly generated by fossil fuels. And so because the electricity tariff from PLN is very cheap, it is generally still a bit difficult for renewable energy like PV system to be able to compete to the market. It is more beneficial for a lot of people in general, including in, let's say, Sulawesi or NTT or Papua. It's more beneficial to them to just buy electricity from PLN because it's just very cheap. And that is why there is not much investment in PV system because PV system cannot compete with those electricity tariff that is very cheap because it is being subsidized by the government with the amount of 60, 70 trillion rupiah every year. That is my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you because the situation of energy business in Indonesia, actually it is also the homework for the government to create the atmosphere of investment, especially in the renewable energy, because actually, Indonesia have lots of renewable energy potential, from solar, wind, hydro, and so on and so forth. But I think it is not only in the solar PV. Yeah, the investment is still low, but hopefully in the future, especially towards the 2045 or maybe 2030, the government can open or maybe create the atmosphere of the renewable energy investment more attractive to the investor. Okay, so we are also still waiting for another question, but I'm interested in your statement regarding there is a short-term problem, the cause of headaches to the grid operator, but I think it is also the problem for the household itself regarding the solar intermittency. I mean here that the climate change can affect the I don't know, the intensity of the sunshine in each region. So, regarding to your title about the net electricity loads in forecasting in households with the DPV, how influential this kind of climate change issue to this forecasting net electricity load? Is there any relation and how it is can be very influential?
Yes, thanks, Mbak Novi. So when we talk about the impact of solar intermittency for household owner, it is actually not that much because from the household perspective, if we are a household owner, if we are a house owner and we install solar PV system on our house, on our roof, it doesn't really matter whether in the afternoon the sun is shining or the sun is not shining, because for example, if in the afternoon, let's say we consume 100 watt of electricity, and then those 100 watt of electricity, some of them are being satisfied by the solar panel, and then some of them are satisfied by PLN. And so if the solar panel generates, let's say, 40 watt of electricity, then the 60 watt of electricity that is required will be satisfied from PLN. And then let's say suddenly the solar panel is not producing any electricity, that is not a problem at all because PLN can still give the 100 watt required to power the household consumption. So it is not a very big issue or a problem at all for the household perspective, but it is more of the issue for the grid operator or for PLN, because they need to make a decision on how much generation do I need to make in the next 5 minutes, in the next 10 minutes. So it's not the household owner problem, it's the grid operator problem.
So actually, it's a wider scale about the solar intermittency, right? So the household owner should not be afraid about that issue. Okay, so I would like you to have a closing statement, yeah, Mr. Samhan, and also please promote yourself so the attendees can vote for you for the most favorite presenter for this today's virtual academic dialogue. Please.
Yep, sure, Mbak Novi. So hey everyone, I will not ask for your vote, but if you are interested to learn more about solar energy, learn more about renewable energy, we actually have a lot of resources here in Indonesia, like in Instagram or YouTube. We have a lot of events like this. And if you're particularly interested to learn more on solar energy with a like simple language, you can try to see my Instagram that I shared before, which is solarin.id. And hopefully this Instagram can help you understand more about solar energy, answering like, is it really beneficial to install solar panel these days? Or what does it mean by watt peak? And a lot of other things. And last but not least, just I want to say thank you again for the ISF committee, Mbak Novi, Eka Din, Kemenkomarves for giving me the opportunity. It's an honor to speak here in this event today. Thank you so much, Mbak.
Thank you very much, Mr. M. Shahman Samhan. I have to be very careful to mention everyone's name because, yeah, my slip tongue usually address another person. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. M. Shahman Samha from the University of New South Wales, who have already presented about the net electricity load forecasting in household with DPV, a systemic review. Thank you very much. Hopefully, after this, we can open more opportunities for collaboration with other people. Okay, so I'm hoping to see you again very soon. All right, so I really appreciate the active engagement from the attendees, not only in the Zoom platform, but also in the YouTube channel. I would love to stay, but I'm afraid that all of you might be bored because of me. So I will invite my best colleague to continue the discussion. He is an analyst of renewable energy business services at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. I will see you again very soon, and thank you very much. I apologize if there is any inconvenience when I deliver the discussion. So please have a good discussion, everyone, and I would like to over to you, Mr. Herdi Hermawan.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Novita. Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm going to be your next host for the next session and the session before the lunch break. So maybe I will reintroduce our event today because maybe some of you participant only join for this session and then not yet join before. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all participants. I'm hoping that all of you are in good health. I'm very honored to be your host for the next session. Welcome to the Indonesia Sustainability Forum's Virtual Academic Dialogue, a key part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where selected applicants will present their research finding on September 5th to 6th, 2024. Okay, before we jump into the presentation, I want to let you know that we have exciting news. We are thrilled to recognize notable achievement across various fields in our virtual academic dialogue. Cast your votes for the most favorite in the following categories: most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and most community centric. Okay. And then our team will provide instruction on how to participate via the chat box. So you have to monitor the chat box. Your vote will help us celebrate the standout contribution. Be sure to participate and make your voice heard. Okay. So first of all, let me introduce myself. Mbak Novi already introduced myself, and then so basically, I'm Herdi Hermawan, analyst of the various renewable energy business services from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource, and I will be your host for this session and the next session before the lunch break. So for this very session, we have our distinguished speaker. Yeah, I would like to welcome. We have Mas David Fernando Silalahi from the Australian National University. We will presenting his research finding, very interesting research finding. His research about integrating renewable energy to Indonesia's energy system. So it's an issue that really interesting for us, for the all of the stakeholders that playing in the renewable energy field. So, how are you, Mas David?
Hello,
Hello.
morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Okay, okay, thank you. I'm fine. I'm doing good. Okay.
Great.
Are you ready, Mas David?
Um,
Are you
is
ready?
my clear?
Yeah, yeah. You raise your voice up a little bit more.
Okay, I will
Oh yeah,
try. Um,
yeah. This is okay. Okay, kindly reminder for
good.
you, Mas David, that each presenter has 30 minutes for their presentation and 20 minutes for the Q&A session. We'll have a timer on the screen to help keep track of the time. You can see the timer on the screen, Mas David. So if you are ready, so without further ado, please, Mas David, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Herdi. Again, hi everyone. Good morning. In this session, I will talk about my thesis actually, research that I did for 4 years now. The title is 100% renewable energy integration in Indonesia. So in this thesis, I will talk about the resource, and Indonesia definitely has the huge resource um, dominated by solar. So we have also pump hydro energy storage, and then I have also the economic analysis of that. And finally, I have short list of premium potential of pump hydro energy storage. So let's start with this slide. Um, in this slide, if you can see, this is an 8 years of global generation capacity being built globally. Almost nothing happened except solar and wind, and it is not going to change. So if you see in the left side, this is solar PV, and then wind, gas turbine, and so on up to clean hydrogen. So this is from 2016 up to last year. Look at this graph. This showing us about solar PV is growing fast and completely dominant in global construction market. So if we look closely, almost no nuclear, geothermal, bioenergy, coal, anything except solar and wind. So solar was being installed 4 times more than anything else ever installed in history. That's why I like this word, the fastest energy change in history. So it's growing exponentially and it is unconstrained. Why is that? So this slide confirms why solar and wind already won the race. So if we can see here, if you can see the blue line, it's going down from 2009 up to last year. It's being the cheapest. So tracking PV, fixed axis PV, onshore wind, already the cheapest source of clean energy. So that's why more and more installation we can find everywhere around the globe. So how about Indonesia? So Indonesia actually already committed to net zero emission by 2060, but we have to question, do we have the resources to go net zero? As we know that Indonesia is now the fourth largest population, predicted being more than 300 million 2 decades from now. But so far, what we have is power generation is more than 80% in our system. And our consumption now is about 1,000 kilowatt hour per capita. It's predicted to level like Singapore today, about 9,000, or even like Australia, 10,000. So we can imagine if we do business as usual, so we will emit more carbon. So we don't want that. So if we can see the graph on the top right, this is the source of our emission in energy sector. So if we can see here, the biggest source is from electricity, then followed by industry, transport, buildings, and others. So if we can electrify everything, electrify the transport, the industry, the buildings, and anything, we can solve the problem in the energy sector. So if we move the source of our energy, the power generation to renewable one, so at least we solve about half of the problem. So in my thesis, actually, I tried to answer this simple question. First, could Indonesia transition to 100% renewable? Are there sufficient resources? Where will be the location for the renewable sources? If it's solar panels, where? And could Indonesia use pump hydro energy storage to enhance the reliability? Because most of people talk about the intermittency. And how about the affordability? Will it be the tariff increase, or can we keep it down, or at least the same price like now? So if we see in this left side, this is the projection of our demand in the future. So the very left, this is about 1,600 terawatt hour per year. This is 2050, but this is, I think, is not really optimistic because it's kind of 5,000 megawatt hour. But I always imagine at least we can achieve the same level with Singapore today, to 9 or 10 megawatt hour per capita. So I think we will achieve the level of 3,300 terawatt hour per year. So I try to estimate how if we use all the hydro potential, geothermal, ocean, wind, bio, but that's not enough. So that's why we need to find what's the solution. And in this thesis, I found that the solution is solar. So Indonesia is likely to transition using solar energy in the future. So if we agree that solar will be our future or wind, we have to look closely at this map. So in the left side, this is the wind resources in Indonesia. We can see that Indonesia is the color is blue or light blue, nearly white. That means this is the low or the wind speed is not enough to move the turbine. So only small part, like in southern part of Sulawesi, southern part of West Java, and the northern part of Aceh. So we cannot rely on wind. But how about solar? If we can see in the right side, we can see that everywhere in Indonesia, we have good quality of solar. So if we can see the legend here, it is blue up to red, redder is better. So Indonesia kind of in the good quality, not a best quality, for example, like in Australia, but we have 1 year full. We have no cold winter. So every day we can enjoy sunshine. So that's why solar will be our future. So in my study, this is a 10 years analysis from satellite data. I use a system advisory model from NREL. I try to identify for all Indonesia, all provinces representing by 34 Indonesian capital cities. So I found that the capacity factor Indonesian solar is about 15%, or this equal to 1.4 gigawatt hour per megawatt installed DC solar farm. So if we can see the range, it's not really far. It's kind of uniform, let's can say that. So it means Indonesia has no problem with the smoothing out the weather. And this slide summarizes the fast solar potential in Indonesia. So for rooftop, for example, you can see here, it's equal to 1,000 terawatt hour or 3 times of PLN current production. From old mines, it's about 2 times of PLN generation. And what interesting is agrivoltaic. So we can put solar panel on top of, for example, here is field rice. So we can also harvest two products from one location, from the agriculture and from the energy. So let's say if I am a farmer, so every day I can get revenue from electricity, but every 3 months or 4 months, I can get from my harvest. And the biggest potential in Indonesia is floating PV. So here for fresh water, this is using assumption from previous regulation that already changed. Using 5% coverage of lakes, reservoirs, we can harness like 60 terawatt hour. But using the recent regulation, I read that it's becoming about 20% coverage. So it can be equal to what PLN generate now. And the really big one is the floating PV on our ocean. So it's equal to 180,000 terawatt hour. So we can power all the world actually if we cover all our ocean using solar panel. So that means even we are not using like the conventional one that we know, the ground mounted solar farm. This is only using rooftop, old mines, agrivoltaic, floating PV. We can still have more. We can use more. We can electrify everything in Indonesia, or probably we can say Indonesia is the solar powerhouse for ASEAN. And the second part of the thesis is about how to handle the intermittency, of course. We don't want electricity only like 6 hours a day, but we want it like 24 hours. That's why we will need energy storage in a really big amount. So I would like to start with this slide about the pump hydro storage. This is the on-river pump hydro storage. This is a project in Australia. More or less, it looks like the Upper Tisokan we have in West Java. So this head is 150 meters, smaller than in Upper Tisokan. Upper Tisokan has about 270, and the water volume is 6 gigaliter, combined reservoir area 19 kilometers square with a power rating 1.5 gigawatt. I want to compare this with the second scheme. This is enough river one, the Palm Hydro. This is in Italy, with a head of like 4 times or 3 times bigger than the previous in Australia. It's 500 meters with the same amount of water, 6 gigaliters. But if you can see, the reservoir area is only 1 kilometer square. This is about 19, and this is 1 kilometer square. That means this project can be easily to procure the land area needed for the reservoir. It's more or less the same power capacity. And this is also in China. This head is even bigger. This is about 900 meters. That means it will have, or we can generate more power. This is also the same scheme, closed loop one. So this is the one I will talk. This is the potential in Indonesia. So in Indonesia, we have more than 800 terawatt hour all over Indonesia, from Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, up to Papua. And actually, we do not need all this potential. We will need less than 20 terawatt hours. So I try to find the very best class, class A and B. That means the lowest cost of development is less than $80 per kilowatt hour. So compared to the battery for grid scale, is still the cheapest one is still like $150 per kilowatt hour. So using this palm hydro storage, we can combine the expensive battery and the cheap palm hydro storage to make a total system cost becoming efficient. And that's about the energy storage. So we have the potential, the solar potential is really, really big, and we have also the energy storage potential. And I would like to show you about this. This is probably new. This is the mapping of floating solar PV potential in our ocean. So this research is 2 years ago. We tried to map all over the world. What is this telling us about is the dark gray line is tropical storm tracks. I mean, this is where's the 40 years from the historical data. And the best place is only in Indonesia and in the western part of Africa. So only two places in the world if we would like to invest or to put the solar panel floating on the ocean. So these places have waves smaller than 6 meters, wind speed lower than 15 meters per second, which means it's safe for floating installation. If we look closely in Indonesia, this is how it looks like. So radar is better. So you see, we can put solar panel around Sulawesi, in the eastern part of Kalimantan, and between Sumatra and Malaysia, and around Rio archipelago here. So if Indonesia want to export electricity from Indonesia to Singapore, for example, we can also put it floating on the ocean. So this is really potential. Where the place the best to put the solar panel. So this
Hello. I think we you are lost the connection, but David. Uh, yeah. So dear participant, maybe Pak David little bit have some issue with the connection. Just wait for a little moment. We will try to solve the issue. Thank you. Please, Pak David.
I think I lost my connection. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Please, please continue.
Which which slide I'm showing the last?
I think, yeah, I think
Which one?
before this slide, I think.
Oh, all right. So
Yeah.
I will repeat that again. Moment. All right. Sorry about that. All right. I think this slide.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Please.
So this slide, how if we zoom into Indonesia, this is about where to put solar panel if we want to go maritime. So we want to put in our inland sea, for example. So radar is better. So radar is more or less covered by the orange color. So let's say around Sulawesi by here, this is the best place to put the solar panel. Also here in the eastern part of Kalimantan, probably next to the new capital here. And of course, if Indonesia, like I read news about planning to export electricity to Singapore, we can also put like floating solar around Riau Islands here. So this is also the safe place between Java and Madura, and some in around Maluku Islands, and also here in Papua. So this is the safest place to put floating installation for solar farm. And the most important thing is Indonesia is never experiencing tropical storms. That's the very interesting fact about Indonesia. For context, 2019 in Japan, they installed floating solar on water reservoir, fresh water, but it happened that it hit by storms. And this year in India, in Madhya Pradesh. So also one installation damaged because of the storms. So probably they forgot to assess the historical of tropical storms. So you can still install in this dark gray line, but think about the defense engineering structure. That means you have to spend more money. But if Indonesia, forget about it, just do it normal, and we can get the low cost of development for solar farm floating on ocean in Indonesia. Okay, this part is how when I imagining like how Indonesia if go 100% renewable in the future. So I imagine that we will becoming rich person 2 decades from now, probably like Australian people, like Singapore, like today. So we consume 10 megawatt hour per capita. So I also assume the solar PV price is $530 per kilowatt at the time. And for the pump hydro, about $500 per kilowatt or $50 per kilowatt hour. So all the capital city being connected using HPDC transmission lines. And this is the summary of the result. So when we assess how if Indonesia only divided becoming like Sumatra region, Java Bali region, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Maluku Papua, actually this is cheaper, the scenario. So um, that means interconnecting Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan up to Maluku Papua is not the best option for the renewable scenario. If we try to have the super grid connected all the system, it's becoming expensive. Not really expensive, but it's from here for super grid, it's $95 per megawatt hour. But the weighted average being separate individually the regions, it's only like $90 per megawatt hour. But in general, all the cost is still competitive. So imagine that now we pay to PLN is about 1,500 rupiahs per kilowatt hour, which is like 9 to 10 cent dollars. So this system also costs about like that, about 9 to 10 cent dollars. So my conclusion is actually we can go renewables, we can have green electricity with the same price at least we pay now. So 2 decades from now, we pay the price that we pay today. So that means actually that's cheap. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. So in this scenario, I have three scenario for 3 megawatt hour, 6 and 10 megawatt per capita scenario. And this is the breakdown. This is the price for each region here. And this is the electricity generation. And this is the mix. So you can see here, the solar is the yellow bar. This will be dominant for all the scenario. For the 3 megawatt hour, it will be 70%. And in this scenario, no early retirement. So all the coal, all the fossil fuel is run as it is and naturally out of the system if the PPA or the contract with PLN expired. And this is the breakdown of the levelized cost of electricity. But again, the general conclusion is the price is still acceptable, is still competitive with current price. And what's interesting is in the 10 years data, we found that anomaly for some years. And at first, I thought that is the anomaly in the data. I got the wrong data, I mean. But then I cross-checked to the fires, the news on online internet. I found that, and that during that year, 2011, I mean, 2012, 2013, 2015, there's a big forest fire everywhere in Indonesia, especially in Kalimantan. So the point is, if Indonesia will rely on solar energy, Indonesia have to manage the forest fires. So prevent the fires because when we have fires everywhere, we will get the air covered by smoke. That means the irradiation can that reach the solar panel being reduced. So that means also the power can be generated becoming less. So we have to take care of that. Yeah, this one, the conclusion from the modeling, the strong interconnection between islands is unnecessary. This is contrary with the higher altitude countries. For example, like Japan or like Australia, it's a different condition. And the storage requirement is relatively low because we have like more or less uniform solar radiation from west to east. And the cost is competitive. The LCO is between 70 up to $100 per megawatt hour. And we can also use hydrogen or synthetic methane to reduce the energy storage for the system operation. The last part of this thesis is the premium sites where the pump hydro energy storage. So this is how it looks like, the potential in Indonesia. We have the premium class, which is at first we only divided class A, B, C, D, E, but then we tried to find inside the A class, we still can get more the cheapest or the lowest cost. So we make it like triple A, AA. Triple A is with the stars. It's about $20 per kilowatt hour. So we can see here everywhere in Indonesia, in Sumatra, Java, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, up to Papua, we have a lot of places where to put the palm hydro storage. And this is the short list. And what's interesting about this is in Indonesia, I tried to extract 50 sites, the best one, and the median value is 600. Hydraulic head is 600 meters, which is two times in from Upper Chisokan. So that means we can reduce the cost. When we double the head, we halve the cost. That's the really important. And water to rock ratio means we only need small amount of rock to dam to make the dam wall. That means we can reduce the cost to to construct the reservoir. And also the slope. The slope is about 18%. It means the distance or the separation between upper reservoir and lower reservoir is not far, so it's reduced the cost of making the tunnel. This is for 500 gigawatt hour potential. This is for 1500 gigawatt hour pump hydro potential as well. And the head is even larger. So you can see it's more than 1000. Imagine that if we can have the hydropower with this head, it's really, really cost effective. And about the outreach and impact of this thesis, it's being discussed in many seminars, webinar discussion, conferences, workshops, being part of book chapters, magazines, opinion and non-technical article in media, such as in the conversation. You can find my articles there, Jakarta Post, and some of the articles in Kompas and detik.com as well. And this is the summary or the metric of the 4 published journal papers for this thesis. So it's like for 4 papers, it's more than, let's say, 40,000 readers and with citation more than 100. And this is the highlight of webinar. We discussed all the finding in this thesis and publication on media, book chapter, yes, book chapter again, and a podcast with IESR, workshop with Asian Center of Energy, and also visit from Indonesia delegation to Canberra, Australia. I was with them last June, and also a workshop with Pertamina, the research center. Last July, they invited me to talk about the floating solar there. They don't want to know more about the floating solar potential in Indonesia. And the last one is 2 days ago, in the International Conference of Technology. It's organized by PLNN Center for Energy Studies, Gajah Mada University. I was invited there to talk about the palm hydro storage and how to understand the palm hydro storage. And also it's had some awards from PDP and also from a conference in Melbourne last year. And yeah, that's all. I think that's my presentation. So I give it back to you, Pak Herdi. So if any discussion or question or comment, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas David. What an achievement and insightful presentation from you. So today, we are going to continue to the Q&A session. Please, all of the participants, if you have a question, put the question on the chat box and we will sort and we will collect your question and provide to Pak David, our speaker right now. Don't be hesitate. Don't hesitate. So any question regarding the presentation is welcome. First of all, I think it's really interesting for me, David, regarding the research finding that you present right now. It's basically trying to portray how if Indonesia using 100% from the renewable energy, especially from the solar PV, and then the alternative for the solar PV are also, we have some alternatives also. We have like solar rooftop and then the RPP culture and then the floating solar PV also. And for the last one, I think we have some project in pipeline also. But one of the thing that I want to maybe I want to ask first before the audience before the participant. Uh, I think the problem in Indonesia is that we always compare the electricity tariff with the fossil fuel, which is we are coal heaven country. A lot of a lot of people from anywhere says that we are cursed by the coal. So regarding this, I think maybe you have some idea or take about this, how we can, yeah, change from the heavy relying country and then switch to the renewable energy, especially to solar PV. Maybe you have some take on this, Pak David.
Yes, probably I will reshare my slide. Yes, so I think this slide will answer all the question. So definitely solar PV, wind already cheaper than coal. So for example here, coal is like $74 per megawatt, but like for solar PV, it's less than $50 per megawatt hour. So um, probably it's kind of if we use the assumption, I think in this in only my opinion, we have to estimate the electricity generated from coal power plant using the market price. I mean, the coal is not the cap price. So we know it's Indonesia now. We like PLN, they have the cap price, not as the price coal exported, right? So if we use that, definitely solar PV will be cheaper. Yeah. So I think that's the simple answer for me.
Yeah, that will be open our eyes definitely that we are rely on coal because of the capping price that we decide to give to the coal. That actually if we don't have that, the solar is cheaper, much cheaper maybe. Yeah. So I think for the second one, maybe you can elaborate more about the maybe the great adoption regarding the the integration of solar PV. We know that, yeah, maybe the most issue with the solar PV is the intermittency, right? So maybe you can educate us about how to maybe adapt the renewable energy without harming our grid. Maybe you can elaborate regarding that.
Yes. Thank you. This is a really good question. Basically, the first adoption for solar PV is rooftop, if I can suggest, because um, everyone basically want to reduce the bill. They want to pay less to PLN. They want to put more solar panel on their roof. And the second point is they use their own money. There's no need from the state budget, for example. Probably from the policy, they have to like to make it making easier, for example, to get the two ways metering, the export import meters, for example, or how to get the licensing, for example. And the other thing we can learn from Australia experiences for zero interest loan. So in Australia, if you want to have solar on your rooftop and you don't have money, you can go to a bank and say to them, I want to buy a solar panel. I want to put it on my roof. I will need about probably like $20,000 and they will give it to you. You can install the payment without interest. That's the really interesting. That's why now every three houses in Australia, you will find at least one of them put the solar on their rooftop. And again, we have to make the environment for the solar PV to becoming quick. Like I remember like 2 years ago, there's a incentive from government. If anyone want to install like a discount, that's a really good one. We can like introduce it again. So more and people know, oh yeah, it's really cheap. I can reduce my bill and of course, green electricity, of course. Yeah. What's the other question? Can you remind me, Pak Heri?
Sorry, I think about the adoption to the grid. I think.
Yes. And again, from Australia experience, now they are about 40% renewable from solar, and the dominant is from solar rooftop, not the from solar in grid scale. If anyone can have a look at the open NAM, they will find like the portion of this time is already mid of the day in Australia. Is the biggest sources of electricity is from solar, solar rooftop. So and then they don't have a big storage actually. Still ongoing. They plan to have 35,000 gigawatt hour palm hydro energy storage, Snowy 2.0, but it will be in operation like 4 years from now. But till now, the amount of the installed battery or energy storage is not big. So for Indonesia, for us, even if we go like up to 10% of solar, we don't really need that. We don't need the big storage. But if the portion is becoming bigger and we want to decarbonize our system, and then we have to shift the energy from day to night, for example, of course, we will have the big energy storage. But what we can do now is try to modify our coal power plant to make it more flexible, ramping up and ramping down to follow the load. Then that's happening in Australia. So rather than try to install the expensive battery, it's better to modify the coal power plant. But probably the market system is different. Probably government have to push all the utilities in Indonesia to do that, not only PLN, probably including the other concession holder, for example. But the point is, we can manage that technically, and all the technology of the self now. It's no need to invent a new thing, a new knowledge, because it's already there. That's probably the question is how willing we to do that, right?
So it depends on the willingness of uh, the stakeholders to adapt the
Yes, probably two
next.
words: willingness and commitment.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. There is some question. One interesting question, I think, and this is really important question also because it's related to the young generation. So this is from the YouTube channel from Shella Arinda. So the question is, I agree that the potential of renewable energy in Indonesia is very high. My question is, as a youth people, what can we do to promote and educate people more about this? So I think this is really important because, yeah, the young people is somebody or a generation that will take the authority maybe 10, 20 years from now. So it's important for them to be educated well regarding the renewable energy. So please, Pak David.
Yes. Thank you for the question and statement as well. So, yes, actually, what we need is an example. I wrote one article like saying if more teachers or if more opinion leaders install solar on their rooftop, everyone can see. Like if we walk around houses, we can see solar panel on roofs. Seeing is believing. So we cannot just like, oh, this is my electricity from Hada. We don't know it from anywhere, right? It's already mixed in the transmission line. But if young people see it, then they will talk about it. What is this? How it works? And if they find many examples around them, of course, like at school, if government has money, for example, then give installation for every schools, for example, or every church or mosque or any um, places that they will see every day, they will have question. They will ask probably the parents or the teachers as any people that they expect know or how can explain about that. So that's probably the first step to introduce that to young generation because I can say that seeing is believing. That's why last time I encouraged people to come to Australia, say in many forums that if you want to see how Australia do do energy transition there, come and visit. I can talk to them and come and we discuss with them. And after the discussion, after the visit, they have a better understanding. And I hope it will make some change. Probably that's my answer, Bang Herdi.
Okay, so seeing is believing, right? So the more you see, and the more you maybe uh, interested to learn more, right? So for the next question, I think maybe can you like give us maybe some general idea regarding the business of the renewable energy to 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 anticipate the need of energy or the adoption of the renewable energy for the foreseeable future. I think, I mean, uh, how we can manage the business of the renewable energy to support the development of the renewable energy in Indonesia.
Oh, this is a really good question. I think the existing regulation that um, no more fossil fuel. I mean, no more fossil power plant. That's already good. So everyone will start to think what kind of renewable energy to build. So that's a good start. And the good news is the solar technology is becoming cheap and the potential is everywhere. So in my point, if something cheaper than the existing technology, for example, cheaper than coal, or cheaper than gas or cheaper than geothermal, it will be viable. So, I mean, how if we encourage like if industry like coming to us, they want to stay in an industrial park, and we have to encourage them to use renewable than letting them to have a captive coal power plant. So that's a really important step to do. And of course, we need to have a clear roadmap. I mean, sometimes we want to go renewable, but we don't have the clear what we want to have next year, next 5 years, next 10 years. So let's say about the local content requirement. Yes, that's a good regulation, but we already have we have to prepare as well the industry, not only the energy in the downstream. We have to discuss about how to make the investor come to build like a solar manufacturing. So if they know we have a clear roadmap, we clear plan, and they will come, and everyone will look at Indonesia as we have a lot of the potential. Even like if we don't use it, we can at first probably export it to Brunei, for example, or to Malaysia or to Singapore. For example, if we have 10 potential, we build one for us, we build nine. The other nine, we export it. But the point is, building 1 gigawatt rather than 10 gigawatt is expensive. So always the economy of scale, making the cost per unit cheap. So if we can make 10, because we are now still growing, 1 to 10, let's say in my slide, I say like we are now 1 megawatt per capita, and then we will grow to 10 megawatt per capita. Now we use one, and then gradually we reduce the export, or we add more solar farm. We still can use the cheap and clean electricity. So in the point of vista, I think there's no such a barrier, but probably we have to have a look for the existing policy and what might potentially making it not really interesting for investor to come.
So the important thing is the feasibility to create business related to the renewable energy, right? So
Yep.
yeah, using the right regulation and then provide a good environment or ecosystem for business, right? Okay. For the next question, I think this is regarding the pump hydroelectric thing. Uh, did you uh, study also regarding the environment impact of the double water reservoir, which is one in the top, one in the bottom, uh, and then related to the water crisis, is it will leads to a water crisis to build this kind of technology because the water itself is only using for the pump hydros energy storage. We cannot use it for the like let's say for the agriculture and etc. Compared to the regular uh, like water power plant, hydropower plant. Maybe you can encourage educate us regarding this thing.
All right. Thank you. This is I have one slide. I will try to explain that. If the participant can see this slide, this is the potential in West Java, Cisokan. As we know that PLN now has one ongoing project, Upper Cisokan there. So I will start with Upper Cisokan is the land required for both of reservoir is 340 hectares. That means about 40 hectares per gigawatt hour. And using the off-river technique, we can reduce the land required. For example, here, in this potential here, this triangle, red triangle, it means the premium class. It's about $40 per kilowatt hour. It has much better head. So the head of Upper Cisokan is 270, but this potential more than 700. So it's 2 times better. And the land required is only 4 hectare per gigawatt hour. So this technique reduce the land need to be flooded for the reservoir, the upper and the lower. And of course, when we reduce the land, the environmental impact becoming less. And the cost of land acquisition also becoming more effective, more cost effective. So this technique actually um, reduce the environmental impact, reduce the land used for the reservoirs, and of course, um, at the same time, it will be reduce the social pushback from people living around. That's the important point. And how about the water usage? I mean, probably the normal hydroelectric power, some part of the water will be used for agriculture, or how the water management is a separate company. But here, this is the closed loop system. So the water is going up, going down for 50 or 100 years. So it's only for the power generation purpose. So if I can say, it's not, it can be, or it's probably cannot be mixed with the agricultural needs. So it's definitely for storing energy and generating the electricity. So that's the main function for the off-river pump hydro storage. But of course, because the environmental impact is less, so this project have to be much easier to execute. That's it, Pak Herdi.
Okay, thank you very much, uh, Mas David, for your insightful presentation. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, but I would like to remind you, Pak David, that we have like, yeah, we have like a polling for the most favorite in the following categories, maybe the most engaging, impactful, and etc. So maybe before we wrap up the session, please, Pak David, you can promote yourself to attract the participant to vote for you, or you have some wrap up statement regarding your presentation. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Herdi. So everyone, if you like this talk, vote, and if you don't like, vote as well. And if you need any discussion with me, of course, I realize that I cannot explain 4 year studies in 30 minutes. So if any one of you interest, or probably only for solar potential, the hydro, the modeling, or the short list palm hydro, don't be hesitant, just come and shoot me an email or send me a text, and we can arrange a Zoom meeting or even an offline meeting, because I'm already in Indonesia now. So feel free to reach me, and then we can discuss. So thank you for your participation, and have a good day. Thank you, Pak Herdi.
Thank you. Have a good day, Pak David. I will let you go for this session. But if you want to join us for the next session, please. Also, this is our session with Pak David. I would like to remind you to fill up the form to collect your certificate for this presentation. Don't forget for that thing, because we have an e-certificate for you, the participant, but the participants. Maybe we have like, yeah, for the next session, I would like to go to the next session. Maybe I just hello, re-narrate the opening. Maybe some of you maybe only join for this session for with Mbak Dinda. Mazida session. So I would like to reintroduce you about our event right now. So welcome to the Indonesia Sustainability Forum's virtual academic dialogue, a key part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024, where selected applicants will present the research finding on September 5th to 6th, 2024. Before we jump into the presentation, I want to let you know that we are thrilled to recognize notable achievement across various fields in our virtual academic dialogue. Cast your votes for the most favorite in the following category. I want to remind you again. The most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, most community-centric for the speakers in our 2 days event. Our team will provide instruction on how to participate via the chat box. So don't forget to monitor the chat box. Your vote will help us celebrate the standout contribution. Be sure to participate and make your voice heard. Okay. So I think our next speaker is ready in the screen. Hello, Mbak Dinda Mazeda.
Hello,
How
good
are
morning,
you? Good
Patty. I'm
morning. How
doing
are you?
good. How are
Thank-
you?
I'm
Exciting
good.
day
I'm
for
good.
you also.
Thank you. Thank you for having for giving your presentation today. I will introduce our speaker right now. For this session, I would like to welcome our distinguished speaker. We have Mbak Dinda Mazida from the National University of Singapore, who will be presenting her research finding about ecological engineering solution for resilient coastal cities. Mbak Dinda, I would kindly remind you that you have 30 minutes for your presentation and 20 minutes for the Q&A session. We will have a timer on the screen. You can see the screen to help keep track on time. So, are you ready, Mbak Dinda Mazeda?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
ready.
Okay, so without further ado, please, Mbak Dinda, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Fahirdi. Thank you, everyone. And it is such a pleasure. It's such an honor to be a part of the International Sustainability Forum Virtual Academic Dialogue. Let me share my screen, just one moment. I hope you can see my screen. So as mentioned, my name is Dinda Mazeda. I'm from Indonesia and currently I'm living in the Netherlands. So it is so nice to start my day to share this research on ecological engineering for resilient coastal city, evaluating construction material for eco-engineered seawall. So this research is a part of master's study in environmental management with NUS and previously presented at Singapore International Water Week. I have divided my session into 5 parts. So basically, I will start with the introduction of the background of the study and the importance of coastal cities, going to the research questions, what are the methodology that I employed in this research, result and discussion on the evaluation criteria, and some key takeaways and recommendation for the next researcher. Let me start by asking this question. Maybe for you who join in the YouTube streaming, you can also answer this question in the comment section or like making some reaction. I would like to know how many of you who are living in coastal cities. I'll just give you some time to react a little bit. So previous research was highlighted that coastal cities hosting over 1 billion of people. Coastal cities like Jakarta, Singapore, Bangkok, or Manila, they're also an essential maritime transport network that facilitate and supporting the global economy. However, coastal city is very vulnerable at the moment with the ongoing climate change, which vulnerable to flood and worsened by the extreme weather event, more frequent extreme weather event, and sea level rise. The recent IPCC study even highlighted that, like in the next century, in 2100, the global sea level rise can reach up to 1 meter. And this is gonna be impacting not only that coastal cities, but like in the whole region, in the global aspect. So it's projected that in 2050s, the global economic loss will reach up to 1 trillion US dollar. And especially for coastal cities compared to coastal cities in Southeast Asia, compared to the condition in 2005, the annual loss will be even higher, up to 55%. So this is worsening condition, and IPCC study, actually, as you can see here in the graph, they have like multiple scenarios. So this scenario was based on the effort or collective effort to removing or reduce carbon emission in the atmosphere. So anything that we do between today and 2030 in the medium term, and between today and 2050 in the longer terms, will determine the outcome of the sea level rise in 2100 or in the next century. And so sea level can even higher than 1 meter when we count into a factor such as storm surge, land subsidence, extreme weather. So the condition and whatever we do as a climate action mitigation is very much important. And this, on the other hand, climate adaptation is also important to strengthening the resilience of coastal city. The simple definition of climate resilience is capacity for coastal cities to kind of like withstand or recover quickly from disaster. In this case, it's the coastal flood. Traditionally, gray infrastructure has the ability to kind of protect the coastal cities. It provides structural integrity and then have like certain degree of safety level that protects the area from flood. However, gray infrastructure such as seawall, dike, revetment also costly to build and maintain. It also can alter natural coastal processes. So the sediment balance can be altered because of the gray infrastructure. From the ecological perspective, there is also potential of ecological fragmentation and habitat loss. On the other hand, there's now a lot more research and experiment into developing green infrastructure to function as coastal protection. This green infrastructure is basically an ecosystem, the coastal ecosystem such as mangrove forest, coral reef, oyster reef, and many other. The previous research found that wave energy reduction from this ecosystem can reach up to 97%. This is basically for coral reef. However, all the ecosystem in different regions are not the same. So it's still required further research to see what is the impact on the larger spatial scale. And also, because the uniqueness of the ecosystem, it's also quite challenging to basically standardize this type of solution. And I think I would like to say that there's no one size fit all for coastal protection. Green infrastructure that I mentioned earlier, perhaps is more suitable for area where there is enough land, basically to allow tidal inundation or to allow a certain area to be flooded. But like for a dense area like cities or area that hosting vital infrastructure like port, gray infrastructure is a better option to protect the city. And then I think with this research, I would like also to mainstreaming like the option, and then we have to see the coastal protection solution as more spectrum rather than definite green or gray. The combination of habitat and like coastal structure basically can be beneficial and then can be researched further. Given the limitation of gray infrastructure, there is an alternative. by deploying the philosophy or the ecological engineering solution. The ecological engineering solution means that the use of ecological process within the natural system, basically to achieve engineering goals. In this case, for the coastal protection, it's not only protect the area, but also enhance ecosystem services. This solution is under the umbrella of nature-based solution. So basically, IUCN defined that nature-based solution is some actions to protect and restore our ecosystem, basically to address societal challenges with the benefit of not only people, but also nature. In the context of ecological engineering for coastal protection, basically it's extending the function of coastal protection, not only the engineering, but also ecological. There's also a spectrum for this type of solution, from hard to soft solution. In the hard solution, this is the example here is from Sydney and Singapore. So basically the coastal structure is modified to include artificial habitat or habitat feature. This solution will be suitable for coastal cities where the removal or seawall is not possible. And there's also another spectrum of soft solution, which this is piloted in the US, basically using the oyster reef. Here is the oyster reef in certain bags. It's not only to protect the coast, but also increase the oyster population in the area. And in between, there's a hybrid, basically, this is rock pools plus salt marshes behind it. With this research, we will be focusing on the eco-engineered seawall or the hard ecological engineering solution. Previous study highlighted its ecological function that not only it can provide the habitat, but also shelter and food by providing greater surface attachment for alga or primary producer, very much important in the food chain. And the engineering function also, a lot of this study highlighted or discovered that the surface roughness also reduce the wave energy on the structure. So here is the illustration of previous design of eco-engineered seawall that consists of the habitat feature of water retaining, such as flower pots, or habitat complexity enhancement, where there's holes or grooves, or basically to make the surface more rough and mimic the natural rocky shore habitat. There's also a way to alter the substrate, basically to reduce the acidity of the material. In this research, I will be focused on 5 materials in the group of natural stone, and the other one is in the group of concrete. For the group natural stone, we have granite, limestone, and sandstone. So granite is the igneous rock made from, formed from lava, while the limestone and sandstone is more like sedimentary rock, basically from a compacted deposited material. And on the other group, we have a concrete. So just a very brief highlight or overview of concrete component. It consists of cement, mostly use of ordinary Portland cement, and aggregate. And for the green concrete, there is a replacement or reduced, basically, component of cement by utilizing other pozzolanic materials such as fly ash or GGBS. And for the aggregate, also can be substituted by the use of waste from construction and demolition. The questions of the research objective that we would like to explore is there's an alternative solution for ecological engineering seawall, and then what is the best suitable material to build this seawall, basically. And then the evaluation criteria consists of 5 metrics, from the physical properties, market price, influence on biodiversity, life cycle assessment, and it's more also qualitative approach through the stakeholders' perspective. To answer those questions, we implemented 3 methodologies, which are these. The first methodology is the literature review, basically highlighting all the research that has been done previously, especially on the influence on biodiversity and physical characteristic. And more qualitative analysis, we conducted stakeholders interview, talking to the infrastructure owner, contractors, and engineering consultant. And more quantitative analysis, we are conducted a life cycle assessment, basically to see the environmental impact of each material. Let me share a little bit about the definition of life cycle assessment. Basically, it's the evaluation of input, output, and environmental impact of a product. In this case, is the construction material throughout its life cycle. Life cycle in this, the stages of life cycles can be from the extraction of the material, extraction of the raw materials, the manufacturing, the transportation, the use of the product, end of life, final disposal. So that's basically the life cycle. But in this study, we will be focused on the cradle to gate, which means the life cycle stages consist of the extraction of material and the manufacturing of this product. The functional unit that we use is 1 cubic meter. This is very much important, basically, to kind of relate with the result later. And we use global database InfoInvent 3.8, and the methodology is recipe midpoint. So again, to kind of give perspective of the system boundary of the LCA cradle to gate, what are the activities, what are the input and the output from this product? So from the raw material extraction, it consists of various quarry operation, and the manufacturing also consists of the cement production, casting, and even the modification of natural stone. Now let's see some of the main findings that we observe, and then we can also have more discussion after that. For the evaluation of the matrix of physical characteristics, here we separate the natural stone and concrete. So for the natural stone, generally granite has higher bulk density, lower water absorption, and then higher strength. This is the natural characteristic of igneous rock, which means in the group of natural stone, granite actually can withstand coastal condition, harsh coastal condition. Well, on the other hand, concrete actually defined by the component, the specification of the component that bind together this concrete, for example, the aggregate and the cement. And it's actually, there's a lot and already have established international standard for traditional concrete to withstand coastal environment. And however, as the time of writing, we observe that, like, for green concrete, there is no international guidelines or best practice established yet. On the market price and availability, this is the focus which in Singapore, basically. So based on public database, one of them is the UN Commodity Trade Database from 2016 to 2020. We saw that the natural stone is generally more expensive, especially if it's need to be imported from distant location. And this is the result from analysis of the influence of each material, granite, limestone, sandstone, concrete, and green concrete on the biodiversity. So overall, we evaluate or we review previous experimental studies 14 experimental studies that has been conducted around the world. And these experimental studies usually have a duration from six months to like 1 year or 2 years. And then the evaluation is actually based on the ecological indicators such as abundance, species richness, assemblages, colonization of algae, and many other indicators. Then we compare how this performance varied from one material type to another. So from this research, from this literature review, basically we found that there's no significant or like very much little difference on the influence of biodiversity based on the material. So if you see the highlighted green here shows that, oh yeah, it's actually the indicator is performing well. However, we also discovered that actually the habitat features that added to these experimental studies is more significant or more influential than the type of material itself. So when we compared the same material, one with the artificial habitat and the other one without the artificial habitat, the one with artificial habitat shows a better performance. This is basically this design and the analysis was basically based on the theory that the intertidal organism, where the seawall ecosystem, where the seawall is located, because it's intertidal ecosystem, prefer porous material, dark and rough surface. So in this case, it's safe to state that from the biodiversity perspective, all the selected material are suitable for eco-engineered seawall. Here's just an illustration, basically some of the experimental studies that we review in the literature and then was conducted in the previous study. So you can see that the study implemented some of the surface complexity. There's like holes or grooves in their study. Going to the next section, this is more on the quantitative assessment based on the life cycle assessment. Before we go to the findings of the study, on the LCA part and the environmental impact, I would like to give you a brief description or like a brief introduction to LCA. So basically 18 midpoint indicators here will be linked or can be used to quantify the link to 3 endpoints. Impact, which is damage to human health, damage to ecosystem, and resource availability. I will kind of pick one. I think the most well-known impact is the climate change, which is also relevant with today's event. For the climate change impact, it will not only linked to the increase of disease, increase in malnutrition, but also damage to species. And at the end of the day, the climate change impact categories will be impacting human health and ecosystem. So maybe let me go to the next slide so it can be easier to see the pathway. How the LCA assessment conducted, basically when we kind of evaluate the product throughout its life cycle, we can count or we can quantify the greenhouse gas emission that these products emitted. And then this will be linked with of course, the emission concentration in the atmosphere, and then increased radioactive forcing, which lead to increase in global mean temperature. And at the end, it will be a change in disease distribution, flooding, river charge, which lead to, again, change impact on human health and also ecosystem. The other two impact here, I will just quickly. So for the particulate matter formation and marine ecothermal toxicity. Again, the emission of this chemical will lead to increase in atmosphere and then influence human tech and then species exposure. So basically, that's how we link these all midpoint impact categories. So based on the analysis, so this table has been color-coded. So probably you already know which one that have the highest environmental impact across all these 18 impact indicator. And concrete actually has the highest among many, for the most of it, basically. And for the natural stone group, granite shown as the highest impact compared to limestone and sandstone. However, when you compare both, like natural stone and concrete, it's very obvious that the natural stone group environmental impact that causes by natural stone group is significantly lower than concrete, even the green concrete. Basically, I would like to highlight maybe some of the notable impact. How to interpret this table is like every 1 cubic meter of concrete, eco-engineered seawall made of concrete, it will be emitting 314 kilograms of CO2. And so that's how we interpret this. From this research, we also kind of like zoom into the concrete and then find actually what are the main contributor of this impact. And then we found that cement production and then various quarry operations influenced and then contributed a lot to those impacts. In here, the first Sankey diagram shows that the cement production for the impact of climate change, actually a lot of it contributed from the clinker production. So clinker production is the main component of cement. And in order to produce clinker, a rotary kiln need to be used and then it need to be preheated up to around 1,000 or 2,000 degrees Celsius. So it's very much required high energy. And then for the quarry operations, there are different types of mining of quarries. Basically most of it coming in from the activities itself. However, we have to also highlight maybe some notable positive impact. So what we see is there is actually a benefit from the utilization of waste material. In the green concrete, this waste material coming in from the recycled aggregate, coming from the construction and demolition waste, and also basically the use pozzolanic materials such as fly ash and GGBS to offset the use of cement. And how to interpret this graph is that on the negative axis, the impact is relative with the green concrete. So all the natural stone basically already on the negative axis, and then like on the positive axis is the concrete. So we can see that there's a potential of 19% reduction of carbon emission when we employed green concrete for eco-engineered seawall. And those reductions is even higher for like toxicity level. And then the last part of the research is more on the qualitative analysis. Here we intentionally interviewed contractors, engineering consultant, infrastructure owner, and material specialists, basically to see the holistic view. And when we saw the quantitative and the literature review, some of the analysis was echoed by the stakeholders also. But I think the main findings from these interviews is that like cost is still one of the main driver, especially for infrastructure projects such as coastal protection. And while some stakeholders also interest and then see the benefit of eco-engineering and green concrete, basically, however, they still have to be cautious. We still have to be cautious about the efficacy and the long-term impact of this solution. With this, I'm gonna conclude my research. So basically, ecological engineering offer alternative solution for more sustainable coastal protection and infrastructure. And based on this research, to build eco-engineered seawall, concrete is still seen as the most cost-effective construction material. Again, because cost is one of the drivers, so I think we need to. It's important to highlight it. The advantages is coming from the cost and the flexibility to allow this habitat feature. So concrete can be casting to many forms. However, this is also important that concrete has huge environmental impact due to cement production. And again, because we are only 5 years away from 2013, we need to start to rethink the construction industry and how we kind of achieve the global target to reduce our emission based on Paris Agreement. And in the circularity message that actually we saw the benefit from the waste material using recycled aggregate and pozzolanic materials can reduce concrete environmental impact. And one recommendation for future scientists, researcher here that joining the session, it's also an invitation basically to let's research again and like further explore the application of ecological engineering solution and basically to ensure the structural integrity of this seawall made of green concrete. So basically that's the end of my presentation. But if it's okay with Pak Hardi, I have like one small survey at the end. Is it okay if I invite the attendants to go to menti.com and then scan this QR code?
Yeah, it's okay, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pak. So you can see in the screen, I think this QR code, or you can also go to menti.com, fill in the code 33691065. Okay, one moment, let me share my other screen. Yeah, so for the attendees, feel free to join me at menti.com, and then you can use the code 33691065. Very brief survey, basically. So I just wanted to know where are you based? Are you living in coastal regions? Okay, maybe I will let, yeah. Going to the next question. So are you experiencing the impact of climate change in your area? What specific impact that you have experienced? Perhaps you see that there are more frequent extreme weather events in your area, or you also see there is increase in sea level rise, or increase in urban heat. Oh yeah, Raf, correct. And many other climate change impact that you feel directly impacted. Okay. Let me go to the next slide. So I also wondered like what type of coastal protection that you found in your area. Is it more hard structures such as seawall, breakwater, revetment, etc., or is it more like soft infrastructure, like mangrove, coral reef, oyster reef? Okay, most of it is, sorry. So my last question is, are there any implementation of nature-based solution for coastal protection in your area? Maybe utilization of mangroves or coral reef, or again, oyster reefs, or maybe it's more hybrid also. All right, thank you so much for filling in the survey. I will conclude my presentation and I will pass the session to Pak Herdi again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Dinda. Thank you for the insightful presentation. I think it's maybe like very new for me regarding this subject. Uh, for this session, I think we encourage you, all of the participants, to ask any question. I think this is really important for us to rethink about what we could do regarding to coastal protection. I think, yeah, it's one of the solution is, of course, using the eco-friendly solution. Yeah. Uh, uh, if you have any question, drop your question in the chat box, uh, whether in YouTube or in the Zoom chat box. Maybe for the first question from me, Dinda. Yeah. Uh, is there any like experience or research in Indonesia on what is the impact of using five of the kind of material to protect our coast, or maybe uh, the comparison, the research about the comparison of using that kind of material. Maybe you can tell us about that in Indonesia.
Let me also share. I think from the application in Indonesia, it's not really ecological engineering, but I saw that a lot of, I saw that a lot of research or pilot on the innovative side of the solution using the artificial coral or artificial reef. There's a lot of interest in that also. But for this type of solution, this is also a research opportunity. So for researchers in Indonesia, you can, it's an invitation to explore ecological engineering in the area. And then some examples that I presented here, yeah, mostly it's very much based in either in the UK or in the US. And yeah, closest one, the application in Indonesia is in Singapore, where this is some of the example. And there's also in Sydney, basically in the port of Sydney, where they retrofit the seawall in the port area. So it's also good for urban conservation. But yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found the research that conducted in Indonesia.
Very nice. Okay. Uh, uh, for the second one is in order to be sustainable, sometimes we need to create some business on it regarding this kind of like barrier for coastal barrier.
Yeah.
One of the I have some experience regarding this is related to the mangrove barrier in some of our island, that they can make business from that. Yeah, they can actually collect the carbon credit from the kind of solution. So that I think it will be interesting if uh, the solution is will create some business on that thing. What is your take on this?
Yeah, that's very much very good examples that was pointed out, because now everybody is interested in mangrove, and then the next big thing now is seagrass. Um, so mangrove, not only the plant but the soil actually can capture very high concentration of carbon. And the benefit of mangrove is also, or the benefit, or like all nature-based solution, is also like they are, as the sea level increase, they're also kind of like quote unquote growing. So when you basically when you planting the mangroves and the ecosystem is mature, then that can protect the area for many generation ahead. Regarding the business case, there is a like carbon credit for the voluntary market. It's also for the long term. I think for the carbon credit, usually it's more than 10 years for the ecosystem to be monitored. And then that's just like the baseline. And then after that, you need to kind of like keep monitoring until the longer term. And this is also good because then it's also created some opportunities for the local community to take the ownership. Basically, for them, it's good to maintain the mangrove because it's creating income. And for the business case in coastal protection, actually, it's more on the reduction of risk. The coastal protection, what I'm trying to say is the traditional coastal protection, like seawall revetment. It's more on the reducing the risk of like coastal flood, because when there is a flood, especially for let's say airport or port or very expensive neighborhood, like very upscale residential area, flood can be damaging and then causing a lot of economical loss. So in order to reduce flood, we should build some structure, some coastal structure to protect the area. Basically, those are some example to kind of like differentiate the business case between nature-related solution and like more gray infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. So we have we have a question from I believe it's from our YouTube channel. So this is question from Janice. Hi, I'm Jen. Want to ask a question to Dinda Mazida. How can we ensure that the construction of eco-engineered seawalls does not have negative impacts on marine ecosystem and biodiversity? Please.
That's a very good question, yeah. Maybe I will share this presentation again. Okay, so just to quickly reiterate, basically there is a spectrum from hard to soft solution. Hard solution is that it's challenging, or it's not suitable, or there's no alternative way to remove coastal structure, again because maybe there's a vital infrastructure behind it. So we need to keep the seawall. That's one. And then the other end of the spectrum is the more soft, the most natural way to protect the coastline. On the hard solution, this additional, if you can see here, like tiles, look like tiles. This additional habitat feature actually hosting or providing habitat for the intertidal organism, which previously they don't have it, because when we build seawall, there will be an ecological fragmentation. That's one of the negative impact of building coastal structure. So actually, by building this type of solution, it will increase the ecological aspect of it. That's one. And the second one, I think it's very much important. So for the soft solution, right, it's also important to find what is the native species, what is the native ecosystem, what is the native. So thorough investigation, holistic investigation need to be done. Because Let's say we want to have oyster reef to protect the coastline, but we have to be careful. Is this a native species or is it going to be invasive? And then basically change the balance of the ecosystem. So thorough investigation before the solution or the projects is implemented is very important. That's what I would like to answer.
Okay. I think, yeah, most of us actually live in the coastal area. I think maybe, yeah, because the development of a city, most of it is start with the coastal, maybe, so that we have a lot of coastal city in Indonesia. So I think it's really important for us to think about how to protect our city as well.
Yes, and in
Yeah,
coastal cities, sometimes the rate of sea level rise was actually lower than the rate of land subsidence. So that's also something we need to, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, of course, that's another issue as
Yes,
well,
correct. Yeah.
because the porosity of the land itself is decreasing, so that they can absorb a lot of water. It leads to a flood eventually. So my next question is, how we could promote more the natural material to be used as uh, the the material to build the wall for the coastal protection. I think maybe on the perspective of regulation or something like that. Maybe you can tell us about that.
Yeah, for the policy wise, I think it's important also to have a collaboration. Researcher and policymakers can have a platform, and I think this is one of the perfect event, basically, to kind of sparks the interest, and then if someone from the government or the regulatory governing bodies, they know that what type of research that from the academia conducted, but not only from the academia. Sometimes there's also innovative solution or like pilot projects that was also initiated by the private sector. So collaboration, I think that will be the first step. Yeah. Collaboration with different type of parties from the university institution, but also from the private sector.
Yeah, you are correct. Uh, Maybe one of the aim of this event actually to promote the collaboration within stakeholders to reconsider our policy regarding the climate change, etc. So I think we have another one question from the Zoom, actually, from Mr. Septian Mixrova Sebayang. The question is, how do we determine a good residential area near industrial environments such as factories? Can be it controlled? I don't, sorry, I don't get it. Maybe what is the relation regarding of the presentation? Maybe Mr. Septian, we could invite you to directly ask for Mbak Dinda. Hello, Mr. Septian.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to ask about many house in near publics or industrial environment. So many waste in river or something to make people near. Sorry. Um, I wanted to ask about the presentation. Is good presentation about climate change on and about uh, environmental study, but I wanted to ask about the good residency or housing and for the society. Many fabric, many industrial like cement or the beton can be make some bad influence about your house. So how about your opinion about this? How to control it that the industrial cannot be bad healthy system in there. Uh, do you get it? My question.
Uh, maybe maybe it's regarding the material of concrete. I think the environmental impact on their environment of the factories. I think
Yeah,
yeah.
that is.
Uh, maybe what about maybe you ask about what is the impact maybe or something like that or
Yeah, I want to ask about the impact is I know it's bad. I know where some gas in the air, odors, and
uh
waste in the rivers near the
the
and can
factories, right?
be yeah
Yeah.
the factories.
Okay.
So many factories area in the Java Islands in Central Java and the other. How to solution about that? This is the I think the important issue for this environment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Septian. But I think I would like to highlight that this research is focused and like dedicated for the material used for coastal protection or coastal structure, because for your question, is there any environmental impact in, especially in the residential area where there is a approximate, basically in close proximity with factories? So for that one, I think it will be required another research. And then most of the time, this type of research should be site specific. It's there's so many influence on determining what are the environmental impact on certain region and certain area. For example, like in Singapore, there is certain regulation that basically regulate the factory of like the emission from coming from factory. And then in Indonesia, there's also certain regulation. So, and then when we also wanted to know the impact on, let's say, city A versus city B, city B, there's also different kind of like local condition, local influence, and then the environmental surrounding it, like the I wouldn't say the weather, but those can also impacting the result of the environmental impact. So I think to answer your questions, it will be an invitation for future researcher, basically, to know more what are the impact from the residential area in the close proximity with the factories.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay, it's answered your question, Pak Septian. And then regarding the site specific, I think I have one question also about the 18 indicator that you use
Yes.
for the analysis of the LCA. Is there any is it site specific or uh, it's basically a general measurement or you can elaborate regarding this thing?
Yeah. Maybe I share this one. Sorry. Yeah. Just one moment. Yes. So in conducting LCA, we will be we will require basically database that was available. So there are different type of provider in the database. Here I use the EcoInvent version 3.8, which is already a few years back. And then I'm sure there's the latest version also. And then in this database, there is a country-specific data, or there is country-specific information. But in our case, unfortunately, in our case in Southeast Asia, there is no data available yet. I think this is also becoming emerging now. There's more LCA study conducted in the area. Private industry is also interested in conducting LCA. And the closest database that is available in Asian region is actually in India. So in this study, what we do is we utilize the global average data or rest of the world data.
Okay, clear enough. Maybe this is maybe the last question. You said previously that you live in Netherlands. We know that Netherlands known as maybe the most advanced country to protect their coastal. But in this case, they built a large dikes to protect their land, or to maybe to drainage the sea as well. So maybe you can give some explanation, or you can share your experience regarding the Netherlands case, as it they are considered also to use any environmental friendly seawall or etc. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You brought up the dike or the polder in the Netherlands, because it was indeed they drained the land. Beside the polder, the land was actually lower than the sea level. And in Asia case, because I previously also lived in Singapore, and Singapore piloted the first polder project in Asia. So basically, they're testing how to build polder land that is lower than the sea level, basically. And then in the Netherlands, these polder systems has been here for centuries, and even I think the other day I hear my colleague told me that the polder that he live in, the land that he live in, is like -6 meters below the water. So it's impressive. And then what I see that they're also, for this dike, they're also not using it as a coastal protection, but also multifunction for others. Some of them, they even create it's a very simple solution, just like put a vegetation, basically, or instead of like layer it with asphalt, they layer it with some vegetation, with some grass. It's not grass, but like some meadow. So those kind of solutions sometimes is very quote unquote simple, but it's also take courage to kind of like implemented it. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the traditional engineering solution, or like the gray infrastructure, has been proven. There's international standard, there's best practice. So it's safe, it's quote unquote safe to go to more like green infrastructure rather than to trying to have a green solution. So it takes courage, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time right now. Mbak Dinda, thank you for your insightful presentation. Maybe I just want to kindly reminder for the participants to participate for our polling for the most favorite in the following categories: most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, most community centric. And before I end the session, I want to well, I want to remind Mbak Dinda, to promote yourself, to get the participant to vote for you in those category. Maybe some and maybe you have some closing statement. So please.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. This has been a very great opportunity for me to share my research here. And I think I would like to thank the participant also to kind of like filling in the survey earlier and enjoying join the discussion. Uh, Please feel free to vote. And then I think I will take this opportunity to basically share an invitation for everyone here, the young scientist, the young researcher, young Indonesian professional. Basically, let's together explore more on the nature-based solution, ecological engineering solution, not only in the coastal domain, but whatever domains that you're working on. There's always something relevant with the nature-based solution. I think that's my invitation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I will let you go. Thank you so much for this session. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Thank you.
For the participant, I want to remind you to fill up the form to collect your e-certificate. We will proceed your e-certificate for all of you that fill the form. So don't forget to fill the form. And then thank you for joining us at the virtual dialogue this morning. Maybe I will close this session, and thank you to all the researchers for presenting. Now we have a break until 1 p.m. For the lunch break. Don't forget to join us again at 13 for our next interesting round of speakers. So I'll conclude my session. Thank you very much. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye.
Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are Expert Hub, Knowledge Hub, Talent Hub in Energy Sector, and Sustainability Concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future. Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth. Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future. Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth. Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are expert hub, knowledge hub, talent hub in energy sector, and sustainability concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future. Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth. Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are Expert Hub, Knowledge Hub, Talent Hub in Energy Sector, and Sustainability Concerned. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future. Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth. supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are Expert Hub, Knowledge Hub, Talent Hub in Energy Sector, and Sustainability Concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources. Empowering growth and supercharging talent employability. Connecting innovation and market. Enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future.
Good afternoon, everyone, to all the participants and presenters. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my pleasure to meet you in this event. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Indonesia Sustainability Forum's virtual academic dialogue, a key part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum or ISF 2024, where selected applicants will present their research finding on 5 to 6 September 2024. With a total of 27 selected applicants, they will present their research finding or capstone projects on sustainability and energy transition studies, including recommendations and policies. And for this session, as the moderator will be myself, Ben Sarian, and I would like to welcome to our all presenters who will join us today. As a reminder, each presenter will have 40 minutes for the presentations and another 20 minutes for question and answer segments. We will have a timer on the screen to help keep track of time. And to the participants or audience, as recognition to the notable achievements in our virtual academic dialogues, we open a voting for the following categories. Most engaging, most visible, most impactful, most collaborative, most visionary, and last but not least, most community central. And our team will provide the instruments on how to participate via the chat box. Your votes will help us in celebrating this standout contribution. And be sure to participate and make your voices heard. Now, let's please welcome our first presenter, Mr. Muhammad Abrar Aulia from TU Delft, Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. For this time, the topic that will be given is dynamic analysis of offshore floating PV structure for low carbon hydrogen productions. And for all participants, we encourage for your any questions through chat box or YouTube live comments. And without further ado, now allow me to welcome Mr. Muhammad Abrar Aulia to present the material for 40 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, Pak Fian. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's an honor and pleasure for me to be here. Here, I would like to present my research about dynamic of offshore floating solar PV for low carbon hydrogen productions. I suppose I need to share my screen. Yes. I will share my screen. Do you see my screen, Pak Fian?
Yes, clear, very clear.
Yes, okay. Yeah. So I am Abrar Muhammad Abrar Aulia. I have worked with David, Teddy, and Hilman. I studied at TU Delft. We studied at TU Delft. David, Teddy, and Hilman. Yeah. David still student. The three other are now working somewhere else. I work as a production engineer in a marine contractor. Teddy is an offshore energy researcher, and Hilman is a trader in biomethane. So what do we want to achieve with this research? We think that with floating solar PV, we can enable a greener or low carbon hydrogen productions. But why, where, how did we model the floaters? How did we model the mooring system? And then what is the insight? What can be improved? And basically, what is the discussions for the next steps? So why? So the demand of hydrogen is growing, is constantly growing because we keep consuming fertilizers, methanol, and also hydrogen is being used for oil refinery. Of course, with the increasing population in Indonesia, the demand of hydrogen is also increasing. We have a huge ocean surface and apparently calm waves and winds relatively to the other part of the world, and a huge solar irradiation. And remember that Indonesia is mostly ocean. Then we have opportunities for developing low carbon hydrogen productions, for example, by using electrolysis or methane pyrolysis. With electrolysis, we may use the ocean directly, and if we use methane pyrolysis, it's very interesting for us with the fact that we have a lot of natural gas resource, for example, in Tangguh, in in Natuna, also in Mahakam, for example. And if it is electrolysis, you can do everywhere basically, right? Because around 75% of our country is ocean. So would we do what we want to achieve with this research? So we want to analyze the horizontal force for a feasibility study of offshore floating solar plants for low carbon hydrogen productions. Yeah, so here the aim is to study the dynamics of the structure so that, okay, two key points is addressed. First being what is the behavior of the system so that we can avoid the resonance of the structures, because we are dealing with dynamics of the environment, that is from waves, and then we need to keep the system stable. On land, you can put it on the ground, but in the sea, you have to fix it. But it's very often that you use the so-called mooring line, and therefore you need to be able to deal with the mooring force so that the system becomes stable. The system is working. Yes. So how do we do that? Excuse me. This is my first time in such a big event, so I'm very nervous. Yes. So it's often that in the beginning, in dynamic analysis, we do the so-called frequency response analysis. So we analyze where the resonance would occur. So with the floating structures, we have, yeah, we can assume that it's a rigid body dynamics with spring connectors. And here you see on the right that the floater is represented by number by square, by blue square, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And it can be more in row and column. In between you have spring connector. Yes. And then normally you model the system in 6 degrees of freedom, but here we start with the with the horizontal motion only. we assume that for the wave excitation forces is using Morrison approach. That means we neglect the diffraction effect. So we assume that it's fixed body in an oscillatory flow. So we have waves coming, but the structure itself does not uh, influence or does not give the radiation after the incoming wave. And then to further simplify, normally we have spectrum in waves, but in such spectrum we would see where we have peak in energy, so we might approximate the loading by assuming it as a harmonic wave instead of irregular waves. Then afterwards, we can evaluate the mooring systems. That means we need to know how big is the mooring line tension. And then, as I said before, we have quite big opportunity in area like Tangguh, Natuna Sea, and Mahakam, and maybe somewhere else in Java Sea if you want to do electrolysis. Then the depth will be also very important because usually with more depth than you basically need more mooring line. Yes. Yeah, this is basically saying that we only assume the drag and the hydrodynamic mass force without taking into account the diffraction effect. And yes, this is how it looks like in model when you are looking at mooring structure. So how do we start? Okay, I assume you know that we have actually quite large system, floating system in Chirata. So we think, oh, maybe it's good to start with this, and then we think, is it possible to put the same, let's say, structure like in Chirata but offshore? And then from there we start our analysis, and with this property we basically want to iterate our calculation. Okay, we assume that we have barges, but we have barge structures. So you saw the blue square. That blue square is, yeah, it can be represented by a barge. It can be a representative of barge in reality. So this barge we assume having a length of 10 meters, width of 10 meters, and then the draft of 2 meters, etc., etc. Then of course we have the mass of the bus, also the solar panel we have to support. And then we have the connector, the spring that is connecting the barges. Yes, and then hydrostatic stiffness. But here we for now only calculate the motion in the horizontal direction. Yes. Okay. So how did we do that? To Before we go into this picture, so first of all, we need to derive the equation of motion. So depending on the configuration, you will have different equation of motion. Here we use the so-called Lagrangian approach. Yes, so we derive the potential energy, the kinetic energy, and then the work from the external system. And then we derive the equation of motion, and afterwards, with the technique of frequency response function that I explained before, we would be able to derive the frequency response function. So this is basically the picture of frequency response function. So yeah, so with the current setup, we see that we have peak around 5.6. Yes, somewhere, yeah, something like that, 0.7 radian per second. So we expect that we have peak response here when we excite the structures. And then you see three lines. You see three lines on the left is the frequency of waves that is typical in Tangguh, Natuna Sea, and Mahakam from the data that we have extracted on the internet. And you see that the peak response is quite further away from the loading from the wave frequency, which is good. But in practice, it still need to be adjusted or improved in a way that in practice normally we see that the structures with mooring line with mooring yeah, has a rather low frequency. So I would say this is not yet a realistic case. So with the data that we have, with the property that we have, we need still to iterate. Yeah. Yes. So afterwards, when we are able to find the property of the system, so that we do not close to the frequency of the excitation, then the next step is to check the strength of the mooring line. And then with the different location, you will have different depth. You also will need to calculate the strength of the mooring line. Yes. Yeah, so basically we have opportunity in Tangguh, Natuna, and Makassar. But yeah, so it's a rather short presentation, I would say. But here we have already concluded our presentation, and we would like to recommend some things for the next steps. Yes, we have conducted, we have modeled, we have analyzed the system of dynamic offshore structures for floating PV. There we found that our model still need to be adjusted, although in theory it's already quite good enough because it's not in the area of resonance compared to the wave frequency in the area. For the catenary mooring, we still need to work on whether the current setup uh, has a practical consequence, meaning that the material that is to be used is available in the in the market. And then, as I explained to you, we at the moment analyze the system for only the horizontal direction. So we need to study for the other degree of freedom. We have the if, we have the pitch, etc., etc. Yeah. Also the rope, and then of course we need to take into account the other environmental load data, the other environmental load that is, for example, tidal, because when we have different level, when we have a lot of range of tide, that means you have different loading tension in the mooring line. Also, with the effect of winds, you may have more forces that pushing you yeah, to move away from your stationary position. Also, the currents can also be limiting factor, but here we only take into account the waves. Yeah. Yes, that is basically it. Yes. So let's discuss.
Yeah, thank you very much for these interesting presentations. Well, I have to accept that yeah, this topic is quite new for me. But yeah, I learned some things from this talk. And thank you again, Mr. Abrar, for the discussions and also for the presentations. Yeah, we will move to the next segment, which is the questions and answer segments. Well, while we are waiting for some questions, I have some well, really small questions because yeah, like I said before, this is new knowledge for me. Like you may for this study, you highlight about some location in Indonesia, and before that, that you have studied in Netherlands. Is there any difference that you find when you uh, or the challenge for the location between in Indonesia or in the Netherlands for this type of study? Or did you have any comparison between the Netherlands or in Indonesia, or just only take the sample from the Indonesians?
Yeah. Thank you, Pak, for the question. Yes, one of the reason that we started the research is also because we've got inspired with the pilot project that is now going on in the Netherlands in the North Sea. Some weeks ago, we heard that we had a storm in the North Sea with a wave height of around 7 meters, if I remember it correctly, and the structure that is being the pilot project for the floating solar survived. So that was one of the uh, turning point, let's say, to to then think, ah, I think this is also possible in Indonesia. And then we have a huge amount of water, 75%, 75%. And according to one of uh, research from also our Indonesian fellows, that we have a rather calm sea compared to the North Sea. So if that structures in the North Sea survive, then yeah, that says something about the possibility in Indonesia. I hope I answer your question.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. I still encourage all the participants for another questions. And yeah, uh, how can I say? Because Indonesia and also the Netherlands, we have like really different regions, and like Indonesia is in the tropics areas, while in the Netherlands have in the subtropic, and also the Netherlands also have a really short curve, if I may say. So yeah, uh, maybe the basic idea for choosing those three locations in Indonesia, is there any like impact from the Netherlands studies, or it's just like some random locations? Like you mentioned about the Buro Gulf and then Natuna Sea,
Ya Pak.
because because we, like you said before that Indonesia mainly Indonesia area is the water, and then you choose some the three locations. So is there any background or behind based on the previous study or something like that?
Yeah. Yes. So we would like to focus more our study into supporting low carbon hydrogen productions, and we see that we have opportunity to push this with the fact that we have a lot of natural resources in those three areas. So in Tangguh we have natural gas, and if we are able to make, for example, methane pyrolysis, and then we supply the heat for the methane pyrolysis with the electricity coming from the floating solar PV. That will work. So those three locations is based on where we have natural gas.
Thank you so much. Yeah, now we have another question from Sasa Yogiswara through the YouTube channels. Yeah, she said that I'm so sorry I couldn't make the beginning part of your presentations. And the question is, why is offshore PV better than regular PV solar systems on the roof? So
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah, I would answer a bit with the same answer like before, because here we focus on the hydrogen production coming from methane pyrolysis. Yeah, so we would like to support what is possible with converting natural gas to hydrogen via methane pyrolysis. And if we are able to, and basically I think it's possible to supply the electricity for heating methane pyrolysis from the offshore floating solar PV.
yeah.
I hope
Thank you.
that answers the question.
Yeah, I hope. Thank you. I hope the questions can be answered for Sasha Yogiswara questions. And yeah, we are waiting for another question from the participants. Please don't be shy to ask some questions that might be can we have discussed here. Yeah. Uh, how can I? Yeah. And yeah, if I'm not wrong, you say that this is still the preliminary studies,
Yeah.
and uh, yeah. So actually, yeah. What is really actually what is the main challenge for yourself for this study? Besides that you already mentioned in the uh, conclusion and recommendations part, and yeah, maybe yeah, because this is not easy because you have to I don't know if it's you have to go to the locations, the offshore or not. Yeah, and kind of like a silly question, like what's the main challenge for you, especially for this study?
Uh, what is it? Yeah, we were trying to find the most economic way to do the analysis. So we used a trial software. We didn't use we didn't subscribe for a license software. So we basically built our own scripts, yeah, with our team. So yeah, apparently it took, yeah, it's challenging. And with the, yeah, with more body, you saw the square, the blue square. In general, you will have for one body 6 degree of freedom. Then you have more body, etc., etc. So the more body, you will have more equations to solve. That means you need good machine to run the scripts. That's I would say the main thing to build the model. And of course, we all we the second challenge was that uh, to to what extent we simplify the model. Yeah, because for example, I explained to you that we exclude the effect of diffraction and the effect of the radiation coming from the body itself when it's getting excited by the waves. It's not really correct. So yeah, but yeah, then we think, maybe it's good for the next step. That's the second thing. So about how simple we should model this structure. And then the third thing you mentioned about, are you going to the site? Uh, no, but we try as much as possible to collect all the data from the internet. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you so much for the answers. And yeah, now we have another question from Sasa Yukiswara. Yeah, to the presenters, do you think that the Indonesia have the infrastructure for the hydrogen's energy usage? As yeah, the main idea for this hydrogen energy usage.
Yes, the hydrogen is mainly at the moment being used for fertilizer. So yeah, I believe we have a lot of fertilizer plant, and those plants are using hydrogen every now and then. Yeah. And then methanol, and also oil refinery, but mainly fertilizer. And it's still excluding the possibility to use it for direct fuel. But yeah, I think it's already sufficient to say that with fertilizer, yeah, we are using hydrogen. Does that answer your question, Sasha? Or do you mean hydrogen energy as a direct fuel?
Yeah, maybe we can like have the further discussion for that. And yeah, is there any other questions from the participants? Please, yeah, raise the hands or also type the questions on the chat box or the YouTube's comments. Yeah, maybe yeah, if there is another questions, we will we will collect and then we will address to you for the next questions. So we will end for these sessions. Once again, thank you for the great talks. I personally believe that we had really interesting discussions. And before this, yeah, I would like once again to invite you for the presenters to for another closing remarks for the voters. And yeah, please go ahead.
About the voters, I'm not sure how to do with that, but I will say some words, last words. Say yes, once again, thank you very much uh, for giving us the opportunity to be here to brainstorm together about the opportunity to to have low carbon hydrogen via offshore floating solar structures. And we believe we can do it. Then the second thing, secondly, thank you very much for my team. They are very busy, but we were able to make progress. And then the third thing is that let's make Indonesia the champion of what is it? Yeah, the champion to make the world more sustainable. Okay, that's it, Pak Vian. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the closing remarks. And before we continue the next sessions, I would like to encourage all participants to fill the attendance forms, issuing the e-certificates, because the attendance form or link will be different for each session. And besides that, don't forget to vote your favorites in our virtual academic dialogues. And yeah, the categories, once again, I will mention it, the most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and most community-centric. And yeah, you can find the links on the chat box. And thank you again for the time and for this fruitful discussion. Thank you, the presenters, and have a great day. And before we continue to the next sessions, we will have a break for 14 minutes. And yeah, and before that, please stay tuned in this times. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions of the Indonesian Sustainability Forum's virtual academic dialogue, a key part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum ISF 2024. And these sessions will still be hosted by me, Fan Sarian. Now we enter the second sessions for this afternoon sessions. Before continuing to the presentation segment, I would like to remind you all the participants for participating on virtual academic dialogue vote, as well as filling the attendance form, as the link will be different for each session. Now let us welcome our next presenter, Mr. Siki Rana Manggala from Ghent University, Belgium, with the topic to be discussed, ecoregion development in Indonesia. Another reminding to all participants, any questions are welcome through the chat box or YouTube comments that we will address after the presentation segments. Without further ado, for 40 minutes presentation to Mr. Siki Rana Manggala, the time is yours.
Well, hello. Good day in Indonesia. It's also good morning here in Belgium. I'm
morning.
Dr. Sidi Rana Manggala. I have a doctorate degree in bioscience engineering from Ghent University. So today my topic will be about ecoregion development and planning. It's a project that I'm currently doing with School of Environmental Science, University of Indonesia, and also the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry from Indonesia. So it's actually an ongoing project. Well, I thought it's quite interesting, and that's the topic that I want to share with you today. So it's actually a new project that I've been doing with those two organizations or bodies in Indonesia as a part of my interest in developing Indonesia as a whole country as its own. So without further ado, I'd like to share my presentation to you all. Please enjoy. Can you see the screen right now? Yes.
Yes.
So this is me. This is me. So I graduated actually my doctorate 2 years ago. I'm doing currently also still in Ghent University as a postdoc, postdoc, postdoc. But I'm still doing some work with in Ghent University. I'm assisting and also supporting three doctoral students from all around the world that is currently doing active in agriculture and forestry. So basically, people know me as a spice guy. So I started my research in spices. My state-of-the-art, I delivers an Indonesian standard of production system in cinnamon. And currently, I'm also doing actively in eco-region, which is this topic is going to be. So I've invited in quite a lot of sessions since this is the last year, I think, and several topics of eco-region, deforestation, ocean, um, anything related to Indonesia, actually. So my heart and my soul is for Indonesia, still is, and still until today. And I'm actually heading there in a week or doing some exploration research all around Indonesia. Actually, 7 spots, more in the eastern part of Indonesia. I've also been in a couple of Indonesian, also international media about my work and my research about spices and so on and so on. And I'm also very proud of myself as a childhood dream to become a writer of my expeditions in Indonesia, which is already published 3 articles about cinnamon, about seaweed, and the last one is about salt, sea salt in Bali. And the next trip that I'm doing in September, I will also write about the story in Flores. It's about the whole system of agriculture, traditional agriculture system based in Flores and how they do it. So beside that, I'm also a Lyon officer, interconnected of the Belgium, the country, and also Indonesia. I make collaboration with both institute that are here and also there to strengthen the interest in whole West and South partnership in regards of agriculture and forestry. So let me share with you in brief what is Ghent University. Ghent University is now ranked 100 university in the world. We have a lot of students, master, bachelor's, PhD, postdoc, and so on and so on. But it's also not located in Belgium, but also is in South Korea. There's an international campus in Korea. And it is the interest of Ghent University in a global partnership through Asian and South Asia platform. So as you can see on the right side of your screen, there's a lot of university that we already did sign MOU on and projects going on currently and still actively. And the latest project is about the International Spice Conference that's going on next year in Bali, and also the eco region that I'm currently busy on right now. So actually, what is ecoregion? So ecoregion is actually an area. Yeah, it's an area with similar ecological characteristic, soil, climate, vegetation, and wildlife. So it's a new concept, actually. Yeah, it's not new, maybe to us in our, in our know-how, but it's actually in very old since 1970. It's already been introduced. Before that, it's actually to understand the differences in district, but based on similarities. So as we all know, the Earth is a terrestrial biodiversity and has many different kinds of biographic. It's called terrestrial ecoregions of the world. Also in Indonesia and so on, it also means that ecoregion represent the original distribution of distinct assemblages of species and communities. So what we need to know about ecoregion itself. So it's based on geographic scope. So it can span countries, continents, even entire ocean. It's what Loveland and Merchant said. It's also defining the biological diversity, what Omernik said. So it contains a diverse area of flora and fauna. And the last part is the ecosystem services that actually can be done in the area, what Mason said in 2011. So as we know, Indonesia is divided in 2 areas, actually, ecological regions. You have the western part of Indonesia and you have the eastern part of Indonesia. So things that grows in the western part, you don't find it in actually in the eastern part. Yeah, you have some plants, but most of the fauna that you will find in the eastern part of Indonesia, you have kangaroos and so on, so on. You don't find that in the western part of Indonesia. So it's a different characteristic, different river watershed, climate, and so on and so on. So what do I mean about two ecological regions? Have you ever heard of the Wallace line? So it defines us who we are. It's just a cut through Indonesia. You can see on the picture on the right. So it's like an invisible map, invisible line to cross the map. So it's defined. So here are some literacy framework of ecoregion planning. So this is my guideline actually from those guys. So the first one is to design with nature. Second is balancing the scales, guideline, and so on, and bioregional assessment, life place. And also the last one is ecoregion based design for sustainability as this topic is going on. So this is like an infinity. It's like infinitum. So the importance of ecoregion is we should focus on primarily on conservation, resource management, also climate change adaptation, because it's a thing that make and intertwine the Earth system itself. So ecoregions planning. So what is the meaning of planning? So ecoregion planning aims to achieve a balance between ecology, economy, society, and emphasizing the integration of local and human needs. And then from that point, do we create a process as regional planning itself, different kind of province, district, and so on. And the last part, we see the outcome of the design of the planning itself. So here are the different aspects of sectoral planning with an ecological perspective by Danos. So the first part is we need to plan for sustainable public health. It's a part of ecological perspective. The second part is planning for natural areas, preservation of scenic reserve areas, planning for wildlife habitats. And the third is the planning for active landscape, agricultural lands, forests, and minings. And the last part is planning for human-built environment, so where human can have a settlement and also planning for the things that they want to do. So this is an interconnectedness of ecosystem with an ecoregion. So the whole system is like ecosystem. You have like from the mountain all the way to the sea. It's an interconnected ecosystem. So it's different kind of areas, but it's still intertwined and interconnected based on their geomorphological elements and also based on their morphogenesis elements. So challenges actually in the ecoregion development planning is based on Indonesia. I've been working along with several ministries and also the university is the data gap. Yeah, we cannot say, but there's always a data gap in a research. Second is the complexity within the needs of different kind of area, which area has most like in Flores, they need of conservation between the wildlife and also the coffee and industry and so on. And the third is the transboundary issues, because many areas in Indonesia are stippled along each other. So it's also very tricky to do the planning itself. But I have this theory that I created. It's called theory of change. So we need to see based on the economic and the social and the ecological part. And which of this is the sustainable development? Actually, it's based on sustainability, the focus on the people itself and how the people can intertwine with the ecosystem. And from that on, it will create from people to ecosystem outlook. So how do we make it work for ecological development in Indonesia? So here are some steps that I've also designed and underway. So the first one, we need to focus on biodiversity and conservation based on protected areas and species conservation. The second is sustainable agriculture and forestry, on the good agriculture practices and so on. The third is marine and coastal management, how sustainable fisheries. And the fourth is about climate change adaptation and mitigation, carbon sequestration, climate smart agriculture. And the fifth is about community involvement and indigenous right. Yes, indigenous rights. They need to be included in the whole ecoregion planning. So we will create a community-based conservation and land rights. And the sixth is about policy and governance, how we, create regulations and integrated planning in the regulation itself. And the last one is about research and monitoring. So we need to have a system that create a monitoring on biodiversity and also ecological research. So that is the thing that I've been collaborating. That is, I think it's like 2 weeks ago. It's with the School of Environmental Science where I was the speaker. So we indulgence and also engage with the audience how we can create this archipelago eco-region development in Indonesia. And it was quite okay, but still there are some questions that need to be answered in the coming days. So how do we do it about ecoregion development planning as a case study in Papua? So Papua is very large, and there is a lot of potential in research and development in Papua. Me, myself, have been twice to Papua, and I'll be coming back again in October in the beginning. So it's actually how we can promote sustainability and conserving the biodiversity based on ecoregion approach, because they cannot do it alone. They can, but if we boost and support them to address the unique challenges and opportunity, well, we can have a more say in the future about diverse and ecological significancy improvement in the region itself. For me, scientifically speaking, Papua is still, for me, number one as eco-regional research and development for this reason: rich biodiversity, unique ecosystem, and the opportunity to do the sustainable development practices over there. So here are some areas that are grouped by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the ecoregion. So you have the Wasior, Nabire, Kaimana, Biak, Yapen, until Kastik Squaw. So there's a lot actually in Papua that we can do to develop ecoregion. So what we know about Papua itself, flora. Papua is home to more than 13,000 to 15,000 unique plants. When I went there, I even see plants that I even didn't know that was in the book of plants. And there's also unique plants that can cure you if you have disease and so on. It's still potential to find. And fauna, gosh, 200 species, different birds, reptiles, and marine life. And those are my pictures, from before, from Papua. So it's a lot of things that we can do in Papua, actually. So what we can do, the key factors that make Papua so attractive area for ecoregion research, for me, because I'm a bioscience engineer, of course, it's about biodiversity. Well, the other part is just a stepping stone towards the end that we can create a policy to conserve the ecological and ecoregional approach. So this is what I am in bioscience engineering. So there's a lot of plants and crops that are, we can see endemic, but it's not endemic 100%, but it's in Papua. You have the sagu, you have the breadfruit, you have the sweet potato, you have the pit, you have the yams, you have the banana, you have the mountain pandanus, you have the kangaroo apple, which are, most of them aren't available in modern supermarket, but it's there. And with this opportunity, we can adopt actually an ecoregion conservation plan. So this was actually a week ago. I did also with the school of with school. No, it's with University of Indonesia, with Cendrawasih University, also with the Ministry of Environment. So we spoke. We did an FGD, how we can do the sustainability aspect based on ecoregion. But first thing first, we need to become relevant with the topic. We need to understand what we need to do in the biodiversity concern in Papua itself. We need to emphasize sustainability. We need to understand what the things are happening and will happening in the coming years in Papua itself. So here are the engagement. We need to understand the indigenous knowledge itself. And second, we need to know who can support this cross-sector partnership. And the last part is the public participation, because if we have a project research project that aren't accepted by the local community. So it will be vague. So that is still going on. It's about the global initiative in which NGOs, universities, private sectors that are interested in support of contention of biological diversity, especially in Papua. And the second is about the national strategy, how the government actually is focusing on developing ecoregion itself, because they have national policy, they have also programs to do the ecoregion. The last part is about the regional itself in Papua. How in Papua, people and also the local government can accept this idea of transforming towards an eco-regional approach. So here are some programs that actually been going on in Indonesia about eco-region development. Is the Heart of Borneo. It's been doing on quite some time with WWF Panda Project. And the second is about Coral Triangle Initiative. And the last is RDDD+. So it's about deforestation. So the future outlook, what I hope to get through this academic forum is the opportunity of the global cooperation in which we can leverage and strengthen international collaboration to address transboundary eco-regional challenges, because we need to protect biodiversity, we need to promote sustainable practices, and we need to involve local communities and strengthen their local governance, because I truly believe that Indonesia can ensure the sustainable use of its rich natural resources. So to me, as a closing, ecoregion will continue to be a critical framework for sustainable development and environmental conservation in the years to come. As a conclusion, that is still going on, as I said. So this is the policy brief that we have created for Papua. We need to identify the potential and characteristic of economy based on the ecological perspective in Papua itself. Back then and now, we need to collaborate to create a holistic approach. And we need you, all scientists out there, no matter what your degree you have, come and join, because this is the future of developing Indonesia based on their ecological perspective. And thank you, and let's talk.
Yeah, thank you very much for this such an informative and comprehensive presentations. It is really interesting as these presentations really highlights some region of our eastern part, especially the Papua, and we see there have many hidden gems there. And yeah, I think you will have many challenges appear that might be appear for this study. Yeah, now we will enter for the question and answer part. And here we have one questions from the chat box from Shasha. What is your view of the fast growing tourism in Papua? How do you think tourism should be shaped or planned to protect Papua's biodiversity or any region in Indonesia? For example, Labuan Bajo.
I'm sorry, but Labuan Bajo isn't in Papua.
No. It's Papua or any region in Indonesia. For example, Labuan Bajo.
Okay. So basically, how we can tackle the over tourism in the eastern part of Indonesia, we need to look back at ourselves. You know, why do we, overthink, over shopping, over consumptive, over tourism, without respecting the nature that there is? And it's also important, back again, you need to look within you. And why do we do it? Is it just for fun? Is it for leisure? I mean, how do we see as a modern society handle with our trash? I mean, where do we, put away our trash? But it's not also the responsibility of ourselves, but also the policy that is really strict about controlling the tourism in the area. The involvement of the local community, they need to become a watchdog. They need to secure the land that they're living. So you need to have a penalty and punishment if those people, tourists, the bad tourists that are doing wrong in Indonesia. And I totally agree. The tourists are, they're responsible. You need to give them penalties if they're doing something wrong. But if I see Indonesia from my point of view, there are still the local goods, the local indulgency of, to give a slight of, teguran in Indonesia saying, but this is not correct. This is Indonesian. You need to take care of. That is one of the things that is very Indonesian and is really good because besides of the policy that most of the tourists overseas that are coming to Indonesia, they don't follow the rules actually. And that is why the watchdog of the local community need to be involved in the whole system of protecting the environment. Even though there are planks that please don't throw your trash here, it doesn't work for tourists because maybe in their country, they don't have it there. So it needs to be a very good educational approach based on economical perspective, how we can interact and engage with them. That's my point of view. Sasha.
Yeah, maybe related to the questions, like, is there any uh way like to change the perspective that you mentioned before? Because like like you mentioned before, we have kind of like a soft penalty to the tourisms.
Yes.
Then give the perspective of the tourists that we don't have any rules here. So how can we really change those perspective? I mean, like, should we really
Yeah. It's a
mention?
tricky question. It's a tricky question, Dr. Fian, because I'm a bioscience engineer, so I don't work
Yes.
with tourism. It's not my field of science, so I cannot have the answer to that. But as a bioscience engineer, I can say, well, everything that is in the earth, it's connected. If you throw trash here in Indonesia, I strongly agree that it will just float somewhere in the south of America someday. So it's interconnected. So whatever you do here, it will end up somewhere else as a bioscience engineer.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there any questions right now? Yeah, because yeah, you mentioned about the biodiversity. As we knew that China, they really keep their biodiversity. For example, the pandas, that they are not allowed to have pandas in another country uh, if there's no collaborations. Is there any possibility that we also can protect our biodiversity? For example, the Papua, because Papua is also really big that biodiversity for Indonesia. Is it possible that we copying the mechanism in China for the pandas?
Okay. So once again, this is an academic dialogue. So I will share my academic point of view. Even like we're talking right now in Merauke, they are building a size of the Netherlands for the sugarcane, tabu, the size of the Netherlands. They name it in the name of food estate. But what food estate? Which area the whole is like the size of the Netherlands in Merauke, even like we're now talking. So we need to come back. I need to come back to Indonesia. And all of the speakers here, they need to come back to Indonesia because through science, we can make a change. There is no wrong in science. We can speak freely because it's a scientific argument. It's peer-reviewed. It's become a consortium international in which Indonesia also needs help from scientists like me to make Indonesia better. We need the Indonesia government, especially. I'm not talking about it's Indonesia and government. There's two different kinds of aspects. I believe in Indonesia. My personal myself. I believe in Indonesia. And my fight is for Indonesia. And that is my role as a scientist, a world scientist. I need to come back and make Indonesia as the most green land not Greenland, a Greenland to live on.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's sometimes like it's a bit tricky or sensitive topics that we talk about these things. And yeah, now,
Well, I'm not
yeah,
afraid. I'm not afraid
yeah,
of
yeah.
it because
Well,
I'm a
well, even
scientist. I'm a
yes,
scientist.
yes,
I talk what I see it's right,
yes.
because I work with the government. I work with the Indonesian government with together.
Together,
So
yes, to the
everything that
collaborations.
it's all collaboration. So if I say if they don't accept my point of view and scientific point of view, it's
Yeah,
fine. So as I said, I work. So
yeah.
it's indulgence, it's a
Indeed, indeed.
perspective. It's a perspective how I see, and they also have a perspective how they see. But still, we need to focus on Indonesia.
Yeah, yeah, agree. Yeah, because we really rich with the biodiversity. If we can compare, like maybe we are the second or the third in the world.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. And we are so rich. I mean, if you go to green, if you have in your mind about green, where else in the world green? You go to Ubud. That's the number top of mind. If you want to have even people in Belgium, they want to refresh, rejuvenate. They go to Ubud because it's green there. And that is the mindset that we need to have about Indonesia. It's a point of direction. If we need to heal, we need to see biodiversity. We need to see orang-utans. We need to see tigers. Go to Indonesia. But when you're in Indonesia, do something with Indonesia. Educate the local community, engage with them. What can you do as an international traveler? Even though you work in a corporate, you work as a scientist, you work as a whatever, share your ideas, share your point of view, and engage with Indonesia, because Indonesians, we need help. We need aid, not aid in money. We need aid in the mindset, the intellectual. We need that. That's one thing that I see, because I truly believe if you are standing in a point of war to fight the climate change, you cannot do it alone. You need to have a platoon on your back to do it together. In which those principles we have in Indonesia called gotong royong. And those ideas are bulletproof. The idea that we are, as scientists, we are bulletproof. That's what I see, Dr. Fan.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, like maybe I would like to ask questions like why? Because yeah, might be the Papua has a big land. That's why maybe that's the you choose or decide to do some study for the Papua's biodiversity. Uh, like would you also like compare between the eastern part to the western part of Indonesia, or maybe like in the another biggest island in Kalimantan.
Um, the people, me, myself, Dr. Fan, I love the
Yes,
eastern part of Indonesia. Since 2 years ago, I've committed myself, I need to develop eastern part of Indonesia. No matter which association I am with, no matter in which organization I sit on today, but my tenacious focus is about eastern part of Indonesia. And
I
why
see.
not Borneo? Because I fell in love with East Indonesia. I fell in love. Even though
I
I've
see.
been many times to Borneo, I did a lot of scientific explorations to Borneo. I've met the local communities. Even I have in my back a tattoo made by the local diet because of a conflict situation that I need to resolve. But my heart today is focused on eastern part of
It's the part.
Indonesia.
Wow, that's really touch, very touchful. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see for the chat box or the YouTube comment if there is another questions for this session.
Feel
Yes.
free.
Yeah. Feel free to ask for questions to Mr. Sidirana Manggala about this biodiversity. That's and yeah, ecoregions topics. Uh, yeah, maybe they're a bit shy. Maybe they will ask you directly for some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm also promoting this eco-region with the Ministry of Higher Education. So we have Merdeka Belajar currently going on. Also, it's been going 3 years. This is the third year. And the programs of eco-region development is divided in two big programs in which hundreds of university students are also joining. It's called ISFRI, Indonesian Sustainable Social Forestry. And the second is Indonesia Sustainable Coral Reef. So it's two different kind of, you have the land and you have the ocean part. And currently there are already 400 registered in the program. So, well, it's a belief that I have, because eco-region will be the next sustainability aspect, because I believe in between today and 2030, we only have 6 years left, and eco-region will be the most impactful development can endure in Indonesia regarding biodiversity.
Yeah. Once again, thank you for this great talk. I personally believe that we had really interesting topics, and yeah, because there's no more questions before we reach the end of the second session this afternoon, I would like to thank you for the presenters for the great sharings. But before we close the sessions, I would like to, yeah, once again to invite you for some closing remarks for the virtual dialogue voters. So please go
So,
ahead.
Dr. Fayan, there's never been a closing remarks. It's always an opening remarks. It's always an open invitation for anything in Indonesia. We never should close something. We always need to open, because the invitation from me to you directly, let's do it. Let's focus on Indonesia. Make your science be worthy for Indonesia and come back. Wherever I mean, even though I live in Belgium, I always come back. This is my fourth trip to Indonesia this year. I always come back. And my heart, I hope your heart, will always be for Merah Putih. Thank you. I love you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the remarks, not closing. Yeah, before we continue to the next sessions, I would like to remind all participants to fill the attendance forms, issuing the certificates, because the attendance form ordering will be different for each sessions. And for the presenters, yeah, you may leave for the meeting sessions. Thank you and have a great day.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Now we will move. Yeah, don't forget to vote your favorite in our virtual academic dialogues. Don't forget the categories will be include the most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and most community centric. And we will start again in 30 minutes, so we will have another breaks. And yeah, stay tuned for in this channel. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the third session in this afternoon, the session of the Indonesian Sustainability Forum's virtual academic dialogues, a key part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum ISF 2024. And the sessions will be still hosted by me, Fian Sarian. Now we will enter the third session in this afternoon. And before continuing to the presentation segments, I still would like to remind all the participants for participating on virtual academic dialogue votes, as well as filling the attendance form, as the link will be different for each session. Now let us welcome our next presenter, Ms. Sasha Yogaswara from KU Leuven, Belgium. And this afternoon session, she will present about engineering, engineering bioethanol yeast for sustainable plasticizer productions. And yes, without further ado, we will start the presentation sessions. So please go ahead. Ms. Sasha Yugaswara.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me well? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me and you can also see my black screen right now.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. I have a pen here and a credit card, a student card actually. The card is quite flexible, while the pen is pretty rigid. They're both made from the same plastic, so what makes them different? The credit card, in addition to just plastic polymers, it also contains plasticizers. So this is a compound that we put together with plastic to give this flexibility, which means that it's literally everywhere in where we live. We make floors with plasticizers, roofs, wires, cables, tubings, different types of packagings, and also toys, and many other applications. And one of the main ingredients to make plasticizers is a compound called isoamyl alcohol. Currently, we produce isoamyl alcohol from petroleum industry. So this is unsustainable. And like what everyone is doing with petroleum-based commodity, we are trying to move away from it and towards more sustainable way of producing petroleum-based chemicals. So including isoamyl alcohol. And there's actually a very promising alternative that is plants. It's one of the most abundant carbon sources in the planet. And there is actually already a very successful biotechnological application of converting plants into a commodity that is bioethanol. So this is obviously mostly in the US, in Brazil, in Europe. Here in Europe, if you go to a gas station, you will find gasoline blended with 5 to 10% of ethanol, bioethanol. And before going back to isoamyl alcohol, I want to introduce a bit how we produce bioethanol, because it will make sense in a bit. So bioethanol is produced from, in Brazil, for example, from sugarcane. So you take sugarcane, you process it, and you put it into these huge tanks or fermenters, where you also find the microbe yeast. The species name is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It is a very good microbe to convert sugars into alcohols. So the yeast will convert sugars from the sugarcane into ethanol, into alcohol. And then you feed all of the alcohol that is produced by yeast into distillation tanks, where you can then separate ethanol out from other types of alcohol, such as propanol, isobutanol. And this is what we consider waste stream, because they are literally just burning it. Nobody wants this, nobody's buying it. So it's going to waste. It is only 1% of all the alcohol produced by yeast. It's a very efficient ethanol producer. But actually within this waste stream, you find 30% of it is isoamyl alcohol, which is the compound that we are looking for. And imagine annually, this is in reality, annually bioethanol is produced at 100 billion liters. So if you do a quick calculations, that is around 300 million liters of isoamyl alcohol that is just burned. But we actually want this product. So why are plasticizer companies not buying this waste stream from bioethanol producers? And the reason is because from this waste stream, they have to first purify isoamyl alcohol. So there's another distillation step that they need to do to purify it out from other types of alcohol, such as propanol and isobutanol. And this takes more energy, it takes more cost, and basically isoamyl alcohol becomes more expensive than the petroleum-based isoamyl alcohol. So that's not interesting at all. But what if we can somehow tweak the system such that this waste stream only contains isoamyl alcohol, pure isoamyl alcohol? That way, we don't need this extra distillation step, everything becomes cheaper, and we can move towards a more economically viable bioisoamyl alcohol production. And actually, the key solution to this is the yeast strain itself. So that is the project of my PhD here in KU Leuven in Belgium. I am trying to engineer yeast so that it produces more isoamyl alcohol. That is the building block to make plasticizers, while at the same time maintaining the same ethanol production so that the bioethanol producers can still have the same profitability. So what's our strategy? The first part, I have two parts here to achieve this goal. The first is searching for a robust strain. What do I mean by this? So within the species of the yeast Saccharomyces cerevisiae, there are a lot of different variants, mostly because of how we have domesticated this specific microbe. But depending on where you find or isolate Saccharomyces cerevisiae from the beer brewing industry or from wineries, from bread making, they have different phenotypes. For example, a strain that you isolate from a winery, for example, probably can tolerate higher concentrations of ethanol than a strain that you isolate from a bread making industry. So those are the differences that I'm looking for, because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to look for a strain that is good at growing on sugarcane mash. This is the feedstock to make bioethanol. And of course, a strain that can also produce a lot of ethanol. And so these are the two criteria. And the second part of the project is genetic engineering. How can I tweak the metabolism of the yeast such that it makes more isoamyl alcohol without compromising ethanol? So let's dive into the results. So the first part, looking for a robust strain. Here what you see in this graph, all of these different dots are different Saccharomyces cerevisiae strains that are isolated from different places. So in the x-axis, you see where they're isolated from, for example, from the very left side. I'm going to look for my pointer here. Ale, that's a type of beer that is quite popular in Belgium. There are a few bioethanol isolates. We find also some from bread. And then on the right side, you see wine, wild isolates. Those are the strains that we have collected from the forests. Sourdough, that's also bread, sake. And on the y-axis here, you see how well they grow in sugarcane mash. So you see already a huge variety here. Most of the strains actually cannot grow. You don't see it very much here, but these are all of so many different data points that are stuck together at zero. So many of them could not grow. But what I'm interested in actually are the green dots. Those are the ones that I have selected. Those are the ones superior in growing in this specific feedstock, and that I have tested in the next step how well they grow on ethanol. So the y-axis here shows you ethanol productivity, and all the different dots here are again the different strains. You see on the right side there's the orange dot. That's the commercial strain. That's the strain that almost all of the bioethanol producers in Brazil are using. And you see that there are actually 6 other strains that are producing ethanol better than the commercial strain. So I took the best one, there's on the very right, what I call strain X. And I took strain X and I do more genetic engineering so that it can make more isoamyl alcohol. Now, before I go into detail of this, I want to maybe first introduce how I did my genetic engineering, because I am using this novel tool, but has been booming in the biology field, that is CRISPR-Cas. It's a gene editing tool. And I think I'm taking this opportunity here to maybe share a bit with you what CRISPR-Cas is and why it's super useful for us today. So CRISPR is originally a bacterial immune system. It stands for clustered, regularly interspaced, short palindromic repeats. So within a bacteria cell, you find this cluster, DNA cluster, that contains different repeats, DNA repeats in black diamonds. And in between, you find the spacers, which are these squares of different colors. They're actually copies of DNA fragments from a virus that attacked the cell. So this is like a memory storage of the immune system of a bacteria. It remembers the viruses that attacked it and stored it in this DNA cluster. And if you remember your high school biology, if you have a DNA, then you can transcribe it to RNA. So this specific DNA cluster is transcribed to make this RNA element that has like this keyhole structure connected to that viral RNA as memory. It is then cut into small pieces like this. Then it works together with the Cas enzyme, that is these blue bubbles encoded by the Cas genes. It works together to recognize if whenever a virus attacks again, it recognizes the same DNA code. And if they do, the Cas9 enzyme, the Cas enzymes will cut this viral DNA such that the virus is dead and are no longer able to attack the bacterial cell. So we use this as a gene editing tool today because these colorful pieces of DNA, you can design it yourself. It can contain whatever code that you want it to be, such that the Cas enzymes can target and attack a specific gene target that you want. So for example, in yeast, you have this stretch of DNA. And what you can, and I want to cut it here. So what you do is you can design what I call here the synthetic viral RNA, which is a literal copy of this segment of the DNA. It will work together with the Cas9 enzyme, recognizing this specific DNA site and cutting it. And so what you have now is a DNA that is cut in the middle here, and it has to go through DNA repair, otherwise the yeast cell will die. And now we can take this opportunity to introduce different types of DNA repair mechanisms or types of DNA mutations that we want. So what we can do during this DNA repair is we can introduce mutations. So for example, here ATTCT originally, and you want to change a single nucleotide to ATTTC, or here on this side, AAGCT to become AAGTG. Single mutations is possible. You can also introduce deletions where a huge chunk of the DNA is completely gone. So this you can delete genes if you don't want that specific function to happen in the cell. You can also insert genes. So for example, within this cut site, you want to introduce some genetic codes. So it has, it's a very precise tool. It can only cut where they recognize the specific RNA sequence, the guide RNA. And it's also very efficient. If I have all of the tools with me and I do this process today in yeast, I can get my mutant tomorrow. It is that fast. And it has so many advantages in our lives, especially what I find most interesting is how we can cure genetic diseases with CRISPR-Cas9. For example, sickle cell diseases, cystic fibrosis. Sickle cell disease, for example, is a disease where the patient would have a different shaped hemoglobin. It is caused by a single mutation in their DNA, in their genome, in the hemoglobin gene, and it can be cured just by fixing that single mutation to the good version of the DNA. Of course, this is still CRISPR-Cas9 development for humans is still in very early stages. A human organism as an organism is much more complicated than just a yeast cell, but we are getting there and it's very, very promising. We have used CRISPR-Cas9, however, in plants and in microbes. So you can find now plants that are more resistant to diseases, or if you want plants that is taller or smaller, and you can do this different phenotypical changes by gene editing using CRISPR-Cas9. And of course, in microbes, that is mostly what I do in the lab. With microbes, bacteria, and yeast, you can make biofuels, cosmetic compounds, pharmaceuticals, and most of these achievements are using CRISPR-Cas9 as gene editing tool. The disadvantage is that this tool is patented by the inventor. So obviously, depending on the product, it may be feasible or not, depending on the extra cost that you need to license the patent. But it is free in the academic world. So for academic research, CRISPR-Cas9 is very much used in the community. But back to our isoamyl alcohol story. So I have found that robust strain, strain X, and now I genetically engineer it to make more isoamyl alcohol. So this is the yeast metabolism. It is very complicated. It involves so many different enzymatic reactions. I have tried many different gene targets for isoamyl alcohol production, but I'm going to show you just the best gene target that I have tested. And it actually, this gene occurs in the direct pathway to make isoamyl alcohol from glucose. So glucose is the sugar that you find from sugarcane. It involves like 20 or so enzymatic pathways to enzymatic reactions to get to isoamyl alcohol in the cell. I show you here in a simplified version of it. But what I'm interested in is this gene LU4. It is part of the leucine production pathway. Leucine is an amino acid that is required for cell growth. So even us as human beings, we also can produce leucine. We have the LU4 gene. And what's interesting with this gene is that it is inhibited by its own product. This is how our cell regulates how much amino acid it is making. So if there's enough leucine in the cell, the leucine will inhibit LU4 and the pathway is stopped so that it's never making too much of the amino acid. But in our case, we actually want this gene to be constantly active. We want it to constantly make isoamyl alcohol. And what has been reported in literature is that you can mutate LU4 gene, you introduce a few nucleotide changes, DNA nucleotide, that results to amino acid changes in the protein, which makes this inhibition gone, basically, and it becomes constantly active, constantly making isoamyl alcohol. And so I've tested this. I use CRISPR-Cas9 to do this gene editing. The example that I showed you before is actually the sequence of the LU4 gene. What I did was I introduced mutations such that there are 2 amino acid changes in the protein from serine to phenylalanine and from alanine to valine. And I tested this mutant for how well it can produce ethanol, how well it can produce isoamyl alcohol. And what I show you here, I want to compare to the commercial strain. So what you see here in this graph is the purple dot is ethanol production. The y-axis is on the right. And then here, the bar graph is the other alcohols that the yeast is making. The green one is isoamyl alcohol, and the gray bar is the other alcohols such as butanol, isobutanol, propanol. And so the commercial strain right now produces 33% isoamyl alcohol within the waste. So this y-axis on the left, there are 2 different axes here because it's quite different in abundance. The wild type strain X, so the strain without any mutation, produces 27% of isoamyl alcohol within this byproduct stream. It makes more ethanol, as we have seen before. But when we introduce this tiny mutation in LU4, isoamyl alcohol production goes up 5 times. And now we have a much purer isoamyl alcohol within this byproduct stream. We have now 62%. and even higher ethanol, because actually the strain grows so fast. It grows faster than the wild type, and it was able to make more ethanol within the same time frame. So if we go back, if we put this into perspective in our whole pipeline, before we were making this 1% byproduct waste that is now just burned, has 30% isoamine alcohol, and now we have 62%. It is obviously not the 100% purity that I wanted, but yeast metabolism is actually way more complicated than I thought, and it was very difficult to even further increase this. But 62% means already lower energy and lower cost to get the same amount of isoamine alcohol purified. And so we are going closer and closer into a more economically viable prices. There is obviously way more research that I have in line to further increase isoamine alcohol. But in general, the engineered strain X, in a more economical perspective. For bioethanol producers, it means that now they can sell the waste stream that they are making, that they are now just burning. And we also have higher ethanol production per hour, so more profitability. And for plasticizers producers they can now go green. They can make plasticizers from sustainable resources, and they can also save money from energy costs, because now with more pure isoamine alcohol coming in already, they need lower energy for distillation. But the strength of this project is actually how fast and easy the implementation can be. Because what you need is an existing bioethanol plant, and all you need to do is change the strain that makes more isoamine alcohol, and you can sell the waste stream to plasticizers producers. So the hope or the goal of this project is that hopefully this credit card in the near future can contain partly already sustainable plasticizers that is produced more sustainably from plants. But of course, this whole project is probably more relevant for countries like the US, Brazil, Europe, where we have more, we have bioethanol infrastructure that is larger, that is already implemented and existing. In Indonesia, it's a different story. We are still in our early stages towards making bioethanol. We have a few plants, I think, but not producing as much as obviously these huge countries making already, like the US and Brazil making bioethanol. Because there are a lot of challenges in Indonesia. One of the main challenges is that the feedstocks that we are using is mostly sugarcane and cassava, but of course that's also what we eat. So there's competition for food or for bioethanol. And so the challenge is, I guess, to diversify what other feedstocks, what other plant materials can be used to make bioethanol. The bioethanol production or journey in Indonesia is still quite long, I think, but I hope that the presentation today that I gave some insights on how we can increase profitability of a bioethanol plant, how we can valorize waste streams and use as much of the resources that we have. And I hope I can also convince you of how interesting or exciting this microbiology field, the genetic editing, and more about CRISPR-Cas9. I hope you have enjoyed this presentation. I am now open for questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for these interesting presentations. Yeah, maybe like I will put some more interest for this topic, because my previous work also work with the bioethanol and with the Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And yeah, maybe there's some related topic with this. And yeah, I would like to encourage to the participants, if there are any questions regarding to these topics from the chat box or the YouTube comments. So far, no. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I have a small question for this for you about isoamyl alcohol, like because you have the aim to be the to produce the plasticizers. And yeah, is there any yeah because I also work with the Saccharomyces cerevisiae and other yeasts to produce the bioethanol. Have you ever considered any other cost system for this production for the isoamyl alcohol or for the bioethanol, such Pichia pastoris? Because we, in my previous work, we really produce much volume for the bioethanols compared to the
Right.
Saccharomyces cerevisiae.
Yeah, I think the reason why the bioethanol industry is still working with Saccharomyces cerevisiae is that the ability to produce ethanol, I think no other yeast can surpass Saccharomyces cerevisiae in how good they are in making ethanol. So yeah, I think that is the main reason why nobody has ever changed. But I have seen some researchers even trying to make E. coli to produce ethanol, and I think that still cannot beat how well Saccharomyces cerevisiae is performing for ethanol production. Sorry, I just thought of something, but I guess it also depends on the feedstock. So today, I think most bioethanol plants are using first generation plants or feedstocks such as sugarcane, sugar beet, corn, that is very rich in sucrose. Newer research is trying to move towards lignocellulosic feedstocks, so second generation feedstocks, where you try to use more lignocellulosic plant material that contains C5 sugars instead of C6, like xylose, arabinose. And this Saccharomyces cerevisiae has troubles trying to consume C5 sugars. So I think this is where probably other types of yeast like Cloveromyces marxianus, Yarovia lipolytica, and even bacterial cells are better at consuming C5. So I think what people are trying to do now is doing co-fermentation where they use Saccharomyces cerevisiae together with another microbe that can utilize C5 sugars, so that you can convert as much of the lignocellulosic plant biomass into ethanol.
Yeah. That's I also found in Indonesia that now we try to use another type of the carbohydrates, like from the bagasse or from the straw, to be the for the medium.
Yeah.
And yeah, let me check first if there are any questions for yeah. Then yeah, maybe so the research that you already have is like you compare between the strain X with the commercial, also with the wild type, and you found that the isoamyl alcohol, like 62%, is almost 2 times higher than the wild type.
Yeah.
So will you try to increase again for the production, or maybe that's already the maximum that you will get with this engineered Saccharomyces cerevisiae?
This is not the max, actually. We are still trying more stuff, more gene targets. We have another one that I didn't show in the presentation today to keep it simple, but I don't know if it's actually a bit further upstream of the LU4 gene that I have targeted. It is the ILV6 gene that is feedback inhibited by valine, so the amino acid that it's producing. So if you mutate that, you can also get it feedback without feedback inhibition, making it constantly active. And that increased the isoamine alcohol even twice. The problem is then isobutanol, which is coming from valine, also increased twice. So then the purity remains the same. It's just higher in quantity, but same purity. And so what we are trying now is how can we tune or fine tune the expression of LU4 so that it is strong enough to pull all of the carbon from pyruvate into to isoamine alcohol. So we have a few things in mind to try, but there's definitely still room for improvement.
Yeah, great. Is that the engineer is yeah, you're using the CRISPR-Cas9s also for the because this is like really the updated methods for the gene editing. Have you ever tried to right now I don't remember any kind of the methods that maybe you try beside the CRISPR-Cas9s before using the CRISPR-Cas9 or using just only the conventional editing?
There are other ways, definitely. CRISPR-Cas9 is probably the fastest and the most precise, but we have tried to achieve the same phenotype or to achieve the same genotype. You can use UV mutagenesis, and we were able to achieve actually the same mutation in LU4 gene without CRISPR, just by having the right selection pressure after UV mutagenesis. So that's definitely one way to do it if you want to remain non-GMO. But as many other, I don't know if you are aware or familiar with this ploidy of Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Many industrial strains are diploid. That's why they're quite stable. They have 2 copies of the DNA. So if you use UV mutagenesis normally, you get just 1 copy that is mutated. And so the phenotype also is just half. So we find this mutation again, but isoamine alcohol production is half of when you have it in both copies. And it's quite impossible. Well, maybe not impossible, but it was very difficult for us to find one variant that has both copies in the copy in both copies of the DNA. So CRISPR-Cas9 is, I guess, more superior in this way, but of course it's GMO, and many industries are still not okay with using GMO.
Yeah, great. And here a question from Marble through the YouTube. He said like, I'm not an expert in bioscience, but what would you suggest if Indonesia can be part of the bioethanol industry in terms of resource availability, location, supply chain, and its ecosystem?
Yeah, okay. So this is a very nice question, a very good question. So Pak Fean has mentioned about resource availability. I've also mentioned a bit how we are competing with food resources. Right now we are using sugarcane and cassava, and it's probably a good idea to think of other feedstocks that are not for food, like baguettes, for example. So I think in Indonesia, we have the resource availability. We have all the different options. The question is, how well can the current bioethanol system fit with that specific feedstock? And that requires much more research, I think. It cannot just be Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And in terms of location, supply chain, and its ecosystem, this, unfortunately, I am probably not the best person to ask about. Yeah, I think all I can think about is the resource availability. That's definitely what we have as strength. The rest is probably just more, process development.
Maybe I try to put some additional information, maybe like to Marble, like as you mentioned before, that we really reach for the resources and especially for the substrate for the bioethanol production. That's true, and actually also Indonesia tried to use another substrate just like the biggest or straw, and maybe for the location bioethanol industry is a bit tricky here, and like because the advantages are also the use of the bioethanol industry is still limited. Maybe if we and also for the research itself, it's kind of like a bit how can I say, also limited regarding to the resources. So yeah, if we want to be part of the bioethanol industry, it is possible, but yeah, like you said before, we still need uh, some another research to uh, to get there.
And maybe just one point to add to that. Also, what I think is the main hurdle is the price of gasoline, because bioethanol is what we are trying to replace gasoline.
Replace this.
But if gasoline prices are low and bioethanol prices are higher, then that's always the reason why if nobody wants to buy bioethanol, nobody will ever do research on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true. Yeah, another question might be, let me check first. Where's my questions? Like, yeah, maybe my question is more like to the experimental steps compared to to the general
Sure.
questions. Uh, like here you mentioned about the substrate that you use is yeah using the sugar canes. But yeah, because in Brazil they use the sugar cane as the for the ethanol production. Uh, and you mentioned also you try to use to find the replacement for the sugarcane as the a substrate. Did you also try to do that? Try to find the most powerful strains, or maybe just focusing in using the sugar canes?
Yeah, for this development, currently we are only using sugarcane. But I understand that then this specific strain can only work in Brazil, for example, right?
Yes.
So actually, the test that we want to do next is try to grow this strain also in sugar beet, that is the main feedstock in Europe, and corn mash, that is the main feedstock in the US.
Yes.
And it could happen that this strain will not grow as well in corn mash. I don't know that yet, but I hope not, because then hopefully this strain can be quite universal. But
Yes.
this I will know, I guess, quite soon.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. If there's no longer any questions, maybe yeah. Thank you for this fruitful discussion, also the presentations. And yeah, before we close these sessions, I would like to remind to all participants to fill the attendance form, issuing for the e-certificates. And once again, thanks to Ms. Sasha Yukiswara for the great talk. Yeah, for me, yeah, personally, we had really interesting discussions that we have collapsed the topic. And yeah, finally, we reached the end of the third session in this afternoon. And yeah, before we close, I would like once again to the presenter to give some remarks for the participants' votings. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I just want to thank all of you for watching this presentation. I'm very happy I could share my research to you, and I hope I have convinced you this exciting world of microbiology, biotechnology, and how we can use gene editing or even just microbial as microbes as cell factory to make so many different compounds or chemicals that we are now making from petroleum. Yeah, I just hope I have convinced all of you on this. Thanks a lot and have a great rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you again to all the participants for joining this session until now. For the next sessions, will be hosted by another host, which is Mr. Hayu Lestari, MT, a lecturer at the IPP University and PhD candidate at ITP. And don't forget to vote for your favorites in presenter in our virtual academic dialogues. And the categories include the most engaging, most impactful, most visible, most collaborative, most visionary, and last but not least, the most community centric. And you can find the link in the chat box. And once again, thank you for all the interesting discussion until the sessions, and apologizing for any inconvenience that might be happen during the sessions. So we will have another host, and we will start at for the next session. We'll start at 4 p.m. Indonesia time. And yeah, see you again in the next sessions, and stay tuned in this channel. Thank you so much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all participants. I will be moderating this session. I'm hoping that we are all in a good health, and it is a pleasure for me to meet you all in this event, the Virtual Academic Dialogue Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2024. So first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Rahayu Lestari Sugihartini. I'm currently a lecturer in IPB University and previously completing my bachelor's degree in ITB and master's degree in Chemical Engineering University of Indonesia. I think in this session, I'll be moderating two speakers. So the first speaker here we have Miss Silvani Dewita. Yeah, nice to meet you, and I hope we can have an insightful and engaging discussion this afternoon. And maybe I'd like to remind you that we will have approximately 40 minutes for presentations, and then we will have approximately 20 minutes for our discussion sessions. So maybe Miss Silvani, how are you? Yeah, are you doing great?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, maybe we can start listen to the insightful sharing from Miss Silvani. Here, Miss Silvani Dewita is from University of Glasgow, and we will talk about determinant of waste recycling through West Bank in Indonesia, right? Yeah. All
Yes.
right. Okay. Maybe we can start listen to the insightful discussion. So, Miss Silvani, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Um, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Silvani Dewita, and I'm a master student from University of Glasgow. But actually, I just finished my study. So I just submit my dissertation about 2 weeks ago, and now I will present the research of my dissertation here at Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So my research entitled Determinant of Waste Recycling through Waste Bank in Indonesia. So this research is based on my dissertation report. So we will talk about, of course, the introduction of the research, and we also have some literature review, and of course the methodology, and then the result and discussion, and of course the conclusions. And for the introductions, of course, before conducting the research, I highlighted several problems in our country as developing countries. So we all know that we face population growth, and this growth in population also leads to growth in waste generations. And also we face problems in fee of waste management. So waste management is not free. We have to pay for our waste management. And we have problem in landfill because it's constraint of landfill availability, and also landfill can pollute environment through leachate and also generate greenhouse gas emissions such as methane that will lead to global warming, climate change. And since although we have problems, we still have hope. Of course, we have our target in Indonesia waste management. So Indonesia Ministry of Environment Forestry has declared the regulation number 97 of 2017 about policy and national action plan Jakstranas for waste for management of household waste and waste like household waste in 2017. So we have target in our waste management. And what is the function of waste bank in Indonesia waste management? So the general overview of our waste management is like the host is generated from the source here in household, then the waste is transported to temporary storage or TPS and then bring to the landfill. But we still have another options. If we segregate or separate our waste in our house into organic or inorganic waste. So in our house, we can do home composting for organic waste. And for the inorganic waste, we can bring our waste to the waste banks. And what is the function, how waste bank works? So to participate in waste bank, we have to register as members or customer in waste bank. We can register to waste bank that nearest to our house. And we after register as a members, we can bring our waste to the waste bank, or we can use pickup service by the waste bank in specific times. And in the waste bank, the waste is being stored and weighed, and the weight is recorded in customer saving books and waste bank administrative. Actually, it's not like direct transaction. We get money after put our waste in waste bank, but actually there is still economic benefits in the waste bank. Will let us know if our waste is recycled or has been sold to waste buyers or recycling industry. It's the function of the customer saving books. So our waste is notes or recorded in customer saving book, and then later we can get our money from bringing our waste to the waste bank. Waste bank itself is also regulated in our country. Indonesia Ministry of Environment and Forestry has regulated waste bank in its regulation number 14 of 2021. And in this regulation, there are two categories of waste bank. First is main waste bank, and the second one is unit waste bank. The difference between this waste bank, it's only about the coverage of their service, which is unit waste bank has a lower or smaller coverage of waste management from waste bank, but main waste bank has a bigger coverage of waste management. Overall, the roles of the waste banks is for waste collections, waste segregations, and of course waste recycling, and then waste selling waste to waste buyers or recycling industries. This is general overview about waste in waste bank, and the highest number is paper, and then plastics and metals and glass, and there are a very low number of hazardous waste or electronic waste. But we can conclude that this waste is generated from our daily activities. So from this introduction and backgrounds, we create two research questions. First, do household characteristics affect waste recycling through waste banks in national level in Indonesia? And the second one, do national and provincial policies affect waste recycling through waste bank at national level in Indonesia? And for the literature review, it's like a previous study that conduct a similar topic with this current study. So I highlighted several research. First, from other country, it's in Tunisia. They declared the founding that waste recycling in Tunisia is affected by factors such as fee of waste management, and also the availability of waste recycling facilities. And also previous study in developed countries, it highlighted that society waste awareness is contribute to waste recycling in the country. And in our country, in Indonesia, we have many studies about waste management. And I highlighted too about determinant of food waste generation in macro level in Indonesia. And also, this study found that income level of household and educations, and also legislation or regulation contribute to food waste management in Indonesia. And previous study about recycling in Indonesia has been conducted, although the coverage or the scope of the research is only in Java Island, and it is found that the challenge of waste recycling in Java Island is the recycling facilities the number of recycling facilities, and also it's hard to find market to sell the recycling products. And so based on the previous studies, we found some research gap to conduct this current research. First, about the location of the research. So we conducted research in Indonesia in national level, and also the year we used panel data, and we modified some independent variables based on the availability of the data in our country. And the methodology, we talk about measurement of variables, how we measure these variables or quantify the variables, and also the variable selections, and of course the data and model selection and robustness test to validate our result. For methodology, here we have 4 variables. Of course, waste recycling is our dependent variable. It is measured through total waste recycled and sold in waste bank, and then divided by provincial populations. And this value is transformed into logarithm. And for independent variables, we have income level. It is measured through GDP per capita at provincial level, and this value is transformed into logarithm. And for other independent variable, we have educational level. It is measured through school enrollment rate at age of 19 and till 24 years at provincial level. Also, our another independent variable is environmental policies. In environmental policies, we talk about JAXTRANAS or provincial national action plan on waste management, and we talk about the regional regulation or provincial regulation according to the JAXTRANAS. And in environmental policies, we do scoring and we input dummy variables in Stata software. So as I mentioned before, here we use panel data from 34 provinces in Indonesia from 2019 to 2023. It's secondary data from the IPSN website from Indonesia Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And also I collect the document of environmental regulation from the Audit Board of Indonesia website, and also data for GDP per capita and school enrollment rate from Indonesia Central Bureau and Statistic website. So about model selection, the regression is conducted in Stata, and we perform ordinary least square regression first to gain general overview about among the variables, and we perform specification tests to determine the best model for our equations, and we perform fixed effect model based on the specification test, when we also perform robustness test to validate our result. So this is the equation. We all know that in the left is dependent variable. It's waste recycling per capita, and on the right it is independent variable. Like I mentioned before, it is income level, school enrollment rate, and also environmental policies. So this the result or the overview about the correlation among the variables. From the regression of ordinary least square, we found that 3 variables, log GDP per capita and school enrollment rate and also environmental policies, have positive relationship with waste recycling. Although only one variables, it is GDP per capita, that have bigger significance since the p-value is lower than 0.05. So this Hausman test based on Stata, and we look for the prop chi-square value, and the value is lower than 0.05. So it is conclude that the best model for our equation is fixed effect model. So fixed effect model is actually being usually used in panel data. Specifically in panel data, use location like province with unique characteristics, since this fixed effect model can manage the bias from unobserved variables. So this is the result from the fixed effect model. From this regression, we found that GDP per capita has the highest coefficient, which is 7.2. So its significance is also high, since it is below 0.05. And other variables that also contribute positively and significantly to waste recycling is the environmental policies. So the coefficient is 2.05, and the significance is 0.03. It's lower than 0.05. However, school enrollment rate, it is contribute positively to waste recycling, but it's not significant since the p-value is greater than 0.05. So, as I mentioned before, our independent variable contribute to waste recycling. And we can mention that the income level of household will lead to waste awareness and also the ability of household to manage their waste better. And household education level, of course, is contribute to waste awareness, since education level will open access for household to being exposed to knowledge about waste awareness. And also the strict environmental policies that have specific target, regulations, and program can help society to increase this awareness and try to contribute and participate in waste recycling through Waste Bank. As I mentioned before, Waste Bank offer economic benefit for society who participate to bring or segregate their waste and bring their waste to the Waste Bank. To validate the result, there are some bias about heteroscedasticity and correlation in the model. But after regress, the model with the bias, it is found that log GDP per capita still have positive relationship with waste recycling. However, other two variable like school enrollment and environmental policies, it is found that these two factors do not contribute. No, it's school enrollment that do not contribute significantly and positively, but log GDP per capita and environmental policies still have positive and significant effect to waste recycling. So that's the conclusion. Like the income level has positive and significant effect on waste recycling, and education level has positive but not significant effect on waste recycling, and environmental policies have positive and also significant effect on waste recycling. Okay, I think that's all about my presentation.
All right, thank you very much for the insightful sharing, Miss Silvani. Yeah, how should I address you? Is it Miss Silvani or?
People usually call me Annie, but it's
Annie?
depending. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Miss Annie, for your insightful sharing. Maybe I'd like to. So now we have entered our discussion session. So we will have approximately 20 minutes in the Q&A sessions, and I will check if there is any questions from the floor. Okay, maybe before we start our engaging discussion, maybe I would like to know your opinion regarding the current conditions about Indonesia waste management. How do you think our current waste management in Indonesia, is it already effective or how? Okay.
I think it's getting better since many sectors try to get involved in our waste management. We see that many startup in green or in waste sector is growing. So we need to collaborate. It's not about the government responsibility or society responsibility, but all of us. And since we know that the concept about, yeah, I think we're familiar about circular economy on recycling. So people start to see there is opportunity there to create job vacancy or create business. So people start to contribute or open their business about waste service. And I see like we can even we if we cannot use service from our uh how do I say, like we know that the waste truck in our country is not segregated, so we can use another truck or another transport to bring our segregated waste. So I think it's getting better since there are many sectors that try to involve in this waste management.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Because several days ago, in the morning, I went jogging, and then I see the West officer took the trash out of each everyone houses, and then I'm thinking about the waste management in Indonesia. And maybe I'd like to know about your opinion regarding what are the biggest challenges in transforming waste management in Indonesia. Maybe in your flow chart, I see that the customers do the sorting to their waste on their own, but I think in reality, we haven't get used to that with practices. What do you think? What is the biggest challenge that we can do to get a better waste management in our household also?
Yeah, it's waste is complex because it's related to our behavior and it's hard, yeah, to change our behavior. But we need to we can do it if we do not alone. I mean, like now we have social media, so we can get exposed to waste awareness every day, every time, and we can get used to behavior to segregate our waste at home. So I think we can take benefit from social media campaigns to always increase or encourage or remind us that we have new responsibility to change our behavior and to responsible to our waste. And then we start to segregate our waste at home. And then if we cannot find free service to bring our collected waste, yeah, of course we can use the paid service to bring our segregated waste. Then we will feel rewarded because our waste can be transported to the proper waste management, not in mixed landfill. So it's answer the question.
Okay. So yeah, so I was thinking, is it related to education's level? But based on your study, it is income level that has more significant impact on waste recycling. Maybe can you elaborate more? I mean, what the relationship between income level and then the recycling waste?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Of course, education level will be correlated with waste awareness, but I also mentioned before that fee waste management is not free. We have to pay for the infrastructure. So I think household that have higher income level can manage to provide better waste facilities like waste bin, segregated waste bin, or they can also use paid service to bring their segregated waste. So I think it's not enough if we only rely on waste awareness because we need we need money to uh manage our waste. So education level or waste awareness is not enough. So we need the higher level of income in household to support the implementation of waste segregation at source.
Hey, yeah. I believe the same thing that we need more, what is it, complete system to support better waste management. Maybe
Yes.
I would like also to know what are your recommendations? Maybe based on your finding, maybe is there any policy recommendations that we can have to promote waste recycling to through waste banks at the national levels?
Yes, I recommend mixed policies about the increase of income level and also education level. And for based on the research, it's found that highest income level will have better waste management because they can afford the fee for waste infrastructure. So I think government can focus to give subsidy for lower income household. In other, they can afford proper waste infrastructure at their house. And so this subsidy also have to be along with education of waste awareness or how to manage their waste properly at home. So I think mixed policies about subsidy and also waste education is the best combination to create more sustainable waste management in our country.
Yeah. I see. I think that is also a good solutions to give subsidy regarding the waste management. Okay, so here we have another questions from YouTube Live. So here we have questions from Adit Sonanta. So the question is, what are the current executive orders on waste management? And what are common barriers to implementing waste diversion programs? Okay, you may answer.
Thank you for the question. Can I get I'm sorry, I still don't understand about waste diversion program. What is Mas Adit Sonanta mean? So I'll try to answer the question first. Okay, thank you for the question, Kak Adit Sonanta. What are the current executive order on waste management, and what are common barriers to implementing waste diversion program? So, our government, especially through Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, has declared several regulation. First, in waste management, we need to categorize the waste. So the waste is treated based on the categories. So that's our government work now already categorize the waste. And also our government already tried to involve all sector in waste management, include society, of course, the industry, and private sectors. Like I said before, there are many green business that have already grown that see the opportunity from recycling or the waste itself. And the common barriers, I think the common barriers is like competing priorities because our country is developing country. We face several problems and we have many priorities. And so with limited budget in our national level, but we have many priorities. I think it's like some challenges and barrier to implement waste diversion programs. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Maybe I would like to explain a bit about waste diversion programs. So, waste diversion program simply means to the initiatives designed to reduce the amount of waste sent to the landfills. So, maybe, yeah, what are the common barriers to implementing that?
Waste diversion programs. Yeah, I think it's like the infrastructure. Like I said before, the truck is not set to bring segregated waste. So it's make waste on the truck, our waste truck. And yeah, it's related to the budget. And I think it's about the money for our waste management. I think that's the very common barriers.
All right. Thank you for the answer, Miss Annie.
Thank
Do we
you,
have
Kak.
any questions from the floor?
I already opened for advice from Kak Rahayu or other participant here.
Sure. Yeah, maybe we can talk back about your research. I see that your research is you are doing research with the data from all of the provinces in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, I think it's only 34. We have more, like
Oh
more
yeah, yeah, yeah.
provinces. Yeah.
Currently, I think we have more provinces than 34. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so what are the challenges that you encounter in collecting and
Ah,
analyzing the data? Yeah, I mean,
actually, the data.
mm-hmm,
Uh,
mm-hmm.
it's okay. I try to answer the question.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Kak, for the questions. Actually, the data is very limited. So panel is good for panel data. It's usually for 10 years observations. But in my research, I only 5-year observations. And honestly, there are only like uh, not more than 5 or 10 provinces that complete data since 2019 to 2023. So I think the limitation from my research is also about the data. So it's not all provinces that complete their data. So there are several missing data in my research.
Okay, so is there any regional variations, I mean, in your research, and their impact on waste recycling based on the regional factors? Even though I see that your research has more emphasis in national scale, but maybe do you have any insight, maybe on the regional scale?
Uh, I actually do not examine the regional effect on this waste recycling, but I observe every province document for environmental policies, and I can conclude that mostly in Java Island, province that have complex and detailed and more advanced program in their waste management.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There must be variations between one place to another place. And then maybe can you tell me about what role the local government can play and maybe the communities in supporting the waste recycling initiatives?
The local government first has responsibilities to set regulations, of course, because from the research I also found that society uh, uh, can use regulation as their references to to take an actions in their waste management. And for waste management itself, since it's very related to society behavior, I think community, or like what I mentioned before about social media, will help our transition, our behavioral transitions, since we can get exposure or knowledge about and make interaction to transfer knowledge from us to each other, and influence others to also start to do better waste management at their house. So it's about, I think it's waste awareness, but it's not enough on about waste awareness. We need like the waste infrastructure, which it is needs money. So we need both of them, waste awareness and also waste infrastructure.
So yeah, we need to do the comprehensive moves and the collaborative moves, I think.
Yeah, collaboration. We
Mm-hmm,
can't do it
collaborations.
alone.
Mm-hmm. So maybe is there any other factors that might influence the waste recycling other than the ones that you discuss in your study?
I found from the previous research, it's still challenges to find market for recycling products. So I think it will contribute significantly to waste recycling in Indonesia, but honestly, I still cannot find solution for this challenge, the market for waste recycling.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
maybe
wait, the
okay,
market for recycling products. Sorry, I said
market
waste
for
recycling, but it's actually for recycling product.
so the product that is made from the recycling waste.
Materials. Yes.
Material. Okay, so I also wonder, what about what if we compare our waste management system or waste recycling in Indonesia and two other countries, maybe in Southeast Asia? Is it similar, or maybe is other country doing better than us?
Uh, I saw in other Southeast Asia country like Thailand, they also have like mechanism like Waste Bank, and I think they face I don't know which factors that can make them one step ahead compared to us. But I think the challenge is similar because we are developing countries and we have many priorities, but in limited national budget to overcome our priorities.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, maybe we are quite the same with each other, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we have 3 more minutes left. So maybe this is going to be my last questions, and I hope your answer can also conclude our sessions. So maybe uh, from your study, is there any limitations that maybe the other researchers could address in their future research to solve our waste problem and to have a better waste management system, maybe in Indonesia and also to in other countries?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Karahayu. Like I mentioned before, my research has limitations. I think further research is required to use longer observations, and also I think we can use like direct survey to measure waste awareness and what is the factors that directly uh influence an individual or household uh, to transform their behavior into more sustain or participate in sustainable waste management. I think that's a recommendation for further research.
Okay. Oh yeah, maybe I would like to know, do you know the Pandawara group movements?
It's actually my first time to hear Pandawara group. Can you tell me more?
Yeah. I think it is a non-governmental organizations, and they are working on what is it? Taking the trash out of the river. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. At first, I'd like to ask your opinion regarding that. Maybe. Yeah. Do you think? Yeah, maybe I mean maybe any what is it? Any advice to the young generations, maybe to support better waste management in Indonesia, maybe for us.
so from my research, and I also have some discussion with my supervisor. One thing that I aware that our waste management is not 100% into the landfill. What I mean here is our waste is going to the river. So it is even worse than going to the landfill. It's going to the river. Um for our future generations. So it's better for us to give them exposure about the importance of environmental protection, and because better environmental condition will also lead to better human health. So it's the strong why for young generation to take active actions to uh involve in waste management, and moreover to reduce waste generations.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the interesting research findings. And yeah, I hope we are all can collaborate together to support better waste management, and maybe we can do more on recycling the waste in Indonesia.
Yeah, I think we are already running out of time, Miss Annie. So yeah, thank you so much. And hopefully our discussion today can create a better waste management, particularly in Indonesia, and also maybe it can also be an initiative to further move. Okay, thank you so much. And maybe I would like also to remind you that we have an ongoing polling regarding our session here. Maybe you can also promote yourself to your friends to choose yourself. We have some categories, something like the most engaging and etc. So yeah. And I would also like to remind all the participants here to fill in the attendance form. Mm, because I think we will switch our sessions to the next sessions. So don't forget to fill in the form to claim your certificate. Okay, Miss Annie, thank you so much. See you again on another occasions. Yeah. Okay. So we will now move to our next speaker. Is our next speaker already here?
Yes, I think it would be me. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah.
So should I go ahead and get started?
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mansur Arif. How should I address you? Is it Mr. Mansur or Mr. Arif?
Yes, Mr. Mansur is fine.
Okay, Mr. Mansur. Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing great. Yeah, I
Awesome.
see. Maybe you are currently in the United States, right?
Actually, no, I'm attending the main event in person. So I'm also in Jakarta.
Oh, in Jakarta, because I thought your background is dark.
Yes, no. I'm,
O-
yes, I'm here.
Okay. So yeah, maybe first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rahayu Lestari Sugihartini, and I will be moderating our discussion sessions for this afternoon. Yeah. So I'm currently a lecturer at IPB University, and I'm really excited towards our discussions, which we will talk about artificial intelligence. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting. So yeah, before we begin our sessions, I would also like to remind you that we will have approximately 40 minutes on your presentations, and then we will also have 20 minutes for the discussion sessions. We will have here the timer on the screen to help us keep track of the time. Okay, before we begin our discussions with our speaker here we have Mr. Mansur Arif from Stanford University with the topic of developing AI for safe and efficient geothermal and mineral explorations. So yeah, I think the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. So give me a moment to start sharing my screen. All right. Like this. Give me 1 second. All right. So thank you very much, everyone. It's nice. I'm really honored to be part of this really nice academic dialogue. I've been here from the morning, and I've, I'm just optimistic about the various talents that we have. I'm looking forward to collaborate and network with many other researchers along with the participants. So please feel free to reach out to any of us if any of the topics that we present is interesting or it's something that you might want to follow up in the future. So in this session, my name is Mansur Maturidi Arif. I'm a postdoc at Stanford Intelligent Systems Lab and Mineral X. These are two different groups. And I will talk briefly about both because they are seemingly not connected at all. But what we do is really collaborative in nature. because in Stanford Intelligent Systems Lab, it is from the engineering and computer science field. So most of the PhDs and postdocs are working on developing AI algorithms, while people in Mineral X are basically trying to um, look at subsurface exploration, dig out the potential mineral deposits so that it can be useful for the mankind. So it sounds like they're not relevant, but what I found through my journey is many of the tasks between the two labs can be bridged. And I hope that this also symbolizes what we can do in the future. Just because what I do or what many of the previous speakers have presented are not obvious to your field at the moment. I still think that there are values in the future and ways to connect the dot for us to together achieve our mutual dream, which is the sustainable of Indonesia. So I'm now a second year postdoc in both groups, and in this presentation, I will mostly talk about a couple of our ongoing projects, as well as potential collaboration opportunities with many universities in Indonesia, including IPB, ITS, ITB, UI, and many other campuses. We are reaching out right now to build a stronger collaboration between multinational universities. I'm optimistic from the presentation that there are many things that we can work on together. In my session, I will focus mostly on how can we develop an AI algorithm to perform safe geothermal exploration and mineral exploration, and how does Indonesia plays a critical role in both. All right, so let me go toward the presentation. A bit about myself. I'm a postdoc in Stanford right now. I got my PhD from the mechanical engineering at Carnegie Mellon in 2023. I did my master's in Michigan, industrial and operations engineering. I've had the opportunity to work with many of the industry sponsors in the US and global companies. And I'm more than happy to share some of those experiences if you're interested. But I'm native Indonesia. I graduated from ITS 10 November in 2014, and my original field was industrial and systems engineering. All right, so the opening remarks that even we heard this morning at the plenary sessions at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum was that there are huge potentials from different fields that we can combine and implement in sustainability field, especially in Indonesia contexts, to build a robust sustainable energy systems in the future, not only for Indonesia, but also for many countries surrounding us, and even at the global level. One of those technologies are AIs. AIs are everywhere. They are essentially in autonomous vehicles. They're controlling cars. They're controlling robots. They're controlling also, believe it or not, the airplanes that we used almost on daily basis. So there are aircraft collision avoidance systems that we never interact with, and hopefully we don't have to. Even the pilot doesn't have to. But there are systems implemented within these complex systems that works continuously and prevent bad things from happening. And those are what AIs are good at. At least if you can design them in a safe way, then it can make our lives much more efficient and much safer, and we can gain many benefits of the real world, right? But also, it's also kind of scary if you think about it, because AIs, many of us are not even sufficient. We don't have any sufficient knowledge to even understand what these AIs are or know how these AIs make decisions. But the decisions they make is often safety critical in nature, right? I mentioned that how these AIs are preventing accidents. I mentioned how these AIs are working more collaboratively and more intensively with humans operator, right? And many of us also have been using AIs in our daily lives, not to mention the recent generative AI, like large language models, ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever other products that you're using. But we have been using recommender systems. We have been using face recognition software and many other tools that are using AIs within its systems. The so it makes more critical decisions. In the sustainability field, these tools are also used at a very high level and even strategic level. It is used to find, for example, hydrogen storage potential from at the country level. It's used to optimize many of the geothermal systems out there. This is an example of a closed loop geothermal system that is very complex to design. It's not open loop in the sense that the water goes in, it gets heated, and then that same water goes to the closed loop pipeline and then just circulate. And it's super challenging to design these systems. And AIs have been used to design to assist designing these really complex systems. It's also been used to manage many complex projects in many huge companies. Even some of them even are the state-owned enterprise in our beloved country. And these systems are used to optimize things like where should we invest CO2 storage, where should we invest geothermal and all of that. And this is mainly powered by tech companies, for example, NVIDIA, which is now the highest valued company on earth. So we see the many potentials and hope we can gain some benefits out of these technologies as well in order to design a safe geothermal and exploration systems, which is some of the main huge potential from Indonesia. And I'm going to talk a little bit on how can we achieve that. So these are some recent news from a couple months ago, where one of the algorithms that we designed in Mineral X Group, we called it the Intelligent Prospector. It's an AI algorithm. If you look at what AI being implemented, it's essentially an optimal sequential decision-making algorithms. I'm skipping many details at this point, but I will talk more a little bit later. But that algorithm is used by these startup companies called Cobalt Metals to optimize how countries like Zambia can sample areas to collect measurements and determine where is the most promising, for example, copper deposits in the country. And 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 it and one of the main motivation, of course, as we know it, that as we want to transition to clean energy, we need a lot of minerals, right? We need copper because we need to design a grid systems. We need to design a storage system, and the trend of demands for copper, lithium, nickel, and many other minerals are exponential in the coming years. So we need to find more sources. Zambia even have produced like a couple 100,000 tons of copper in 2021, and it needs to increase it in 30 times, 50 times more by the next decade, just because the demand is increasing. And of course, here is an example from Zambia. We can also think of the same thing with Indonesia, where we are now probably the top producer for nickels, and the demand for nickels will also keep increasing alongside with these other critical minerals to support energy transition. So how can we increase production? One way is to better sample where can we mine across large geographic region, and use that information to optimize our production planning in the future. And using this algorithm, as I will show later, the Cobalt Metals work with Zambia, and they found the third largest copper deposit in the world. So this is the first huge achievement for AI in subsurface exploration. So it shows that AI is not only buzzwords, but if you can design it and implement it in a more cohesive way, then it can lead to good things. Of course, you don't want to blindly trust them. You still need to work with your geoscientists. And in fact, I will show later how AI works side by side with many of the geoscientists um, and geomechanics people in order to model the subsurface world and optimize the sequential actions that leads to these amazing discovery. And hopefully we can also do that in Indonesia. All right, so that's the kind of algorithms that we develop through the collaboration between the two groups. The CISL lab, which implements and develop many of these AI algorithm and planner, and the Mineral X, who take those algorithms and consult with the CISL folks and implement them for real world applications in a safe and cognizant way. All right, so that's the one part of the stories that I hope I can depart from this presentation. But let's delve deep. How does this work? So the main idea that how the algorithm works, so that we can think of how can we implement that for Indonesia, is that it essentially in traditional setting, the way we sample locations to collect measurements is we do grid search like this, where we can have some coarser grid if we are still not quite sure about the quality of the deposit over those regions, but we are collecting a denser grid where we need more information in order to make our decisions. And as you will see later, these small dots are examples of how traditional sampling work. And you will see later when I play the animation, hopefully it works, that you will see how the AI optimizes the sample and update its belief. So you look at the histogram here, it shows how it shows the histogram of how the geoscientists or geomechanics think the economic potential of this region. So right now it basically says the red line means if most of the masses are on the left side of the red lines, it means that this is not economically feasible just because it's really expensive and we won't extract as much mineral as we expect to. But if more of the masses are on the right side of these red light, it means great because the estimate of the volume reserve is much more than the economic cutoff, right? So we will see. So the goal of the sampling of the measurement here is to determine this exactly. So is this project, if I build mine around this area, will this be economically profitable? At least that's what the mining companies would need to do, right? So by using these AI algorithms, it will not do grid sampling like this, but it will be more optimally distribute where to collect measurements in order to test out these hypotheses, whether the masses will tend to concentrate on the right side or on the left side. So it is tailored toward the prediction and the target when making the samples. So that's the main idea that we try to embed into these AI algorithms. And because we have these clear objectives, it's also becomes easier for us to tell the AI or to train a model that can achieve this goal. And I will delve more how can we achieve that, what kind of modeling and what informations we need in order to be able to model such operations. But let's see how this work in practice. If I play the animation here, so you will see how, for example, it samples along different lines, and you can say it's not uniform grid at all, and it updates its belief until at certain point it is certain that, well, this location is probably not economically feasible, right? And it only takes 22 measurement. So let me replay one more time. So this is the same miniature region that you can see after 22 samples. It looks random to us, but at least it optimizes on determining on falsifying or testing out these hypotheses of whether most of the masses are on the right side or on the left side of this red line, if that makes sense. All right, so there is this algorithm, again, that's called intelligent prospector. How it works, it basically simulates millions of billions alternative futures and take the most optimal actions among these millions of potential realizations. So think of this, if you're playing chess, then it's almost impossible to go through all the possible future that your opponent can have. But because we use AI, it will consider much more than we can do. And in fact, this is the same algorithms is what we use in self-driving vehicles, in the robot exploration example, and the collision avoidance systems that I showed previously. So it's the same algorithms implemented in these modern applications that we also try to bring into the sustainability applications. I'm skipping many details here, but I'm more than happy to share many of the papers that we've published in this area. So what does this result for us? Well, this published in the New York Times. You can probably Google this title. So with the algorithms that I mentioned previously, it finds like the one of the largest copper deposit in Zambia, and it makes billions for the company that cobalt metals, which is now backed by Microsoft and many larger tech companies, because they see the benefits of implementing this in a robust way, right? Okay. So this is one great examples, but maybe this is just luck. How can we scale it up? And how, more importantly, how can we apply this to Indonesia context? And that's what we are going to discuss in the coming sections. And again, just to reiterate, AI is growing really fast. These are a couple famous professor in robotics. Marco Pavone is a professor here at Stanford University. Conrad Tucker is a professor at Carnegie Mellon, and they use AI for even uh, even wilder things, I would say. So Marco Pavone's team, for example, here uses LLM, the chat GPT, or you name what LLMs that you're using, and they use that as a scene generator to test whether these robots are encountering new cases that demands operators to take a look at it. So they use the complex real world model from this LLM to determine whether it's a safe or maybe it's a dangerous and really ambiguous scenarios that needs human attention. On different levels, for example, Conrad's group uses generative AI to design power grid systems and how to make it robust against attacker, or even robust against outages. And they are using many of these complex AIs in order to design these complex applications. And the trend just keeps going. So if you search in Google, the use of generative AI in design is increasing much more rapidly, other compared to people who focus more on safety aspect of the development, right? So while what I'm trying to say here is, while AI has potential, as I mentioned previously, we also need to be slightly careful, right, when we implement this, especially for safety critical applications, because we don't want to let everything be handled by this black box AI that we don't know whether the quality of the output is good or not. We want to be able to have some notion of understanding of how it would perform. Otherwise, things might go bad and we cannot do anything about it, right? So my vision, our vision for both groups is, how can we bring airplane level safety to AI sustainability? So now, maybe 50 years ago, people are still afraid to take airplanes. Now airplanes, through the rigor of engineering principles and safety validation and verification techniques, it's pretty safe. It's even the safest transportation modalities compared to others. We don't even need to think about 5 times right now, to take airplanes to travel from one location to the other. But if I give you a self-driving example, self-driving car, you might still be afraid to ride the car with your kids or with your parents, because you're not sure how it would perform. Similarly, people are still afraid to implement many of these amazing AI technology in sustainability applications, because these technologies are still not at the trustworthy level that we can trust it 100%. So our group is trying to make sure that how can we design AI, make sure it's safe, just like airplanes, and implement that in order to support various sustainability applications. And here are just a couple examples where one of Indonesian PhD student in the lab, Fadil, is actually exploring how can we work with companies in the US, and many researchers to design a robot that can explore, let's say, extreme and large areas. So if you want to explore mining a complex, for example, or if you have a geothermal wells that needs exploration, can we not ask human and can we just ask robot to do it? And we can do that if these technologies are safe already, and if we can make sure that they are bringing us the informations that we want. So that's one example of research toward this direction. So how can we achieve this into the AI sustainability industries? Well, there are a couple of things. One is I think that even the previous speaker also mentioned that there are still limited data from Indonesia, right? Well, in order to have a good AI model, we need a lot of data, right? So we would need to collaborate on collecting many data so that we can train models that can do monitoring and rigorous validation. The second thing is we need to make sure that we are working side by side, and we are in order to keep improving the AI. So we should not just use the AI at its stage when these AIs are actually trained using different data from what we have in Indonesia. Many of the data centers are not in Indonesia, and the data used to train this AI are not from Indonesia. So imagine if you implement them for safety critical tasks in Indonesia, it will not be performing as well as we expected it to. So we need to have data collection. We need to work together to keep improving. People call it fine tuning or continuous training or active learning, whatever you call it in the field. We need to work side by side, making sure that the context of Indonesia is within this AI model, so that when we deploy them in Indonesia's context for geothermal and mineral exploration, it works. Right. And lastly, we need to plan when we deploy this solution in the field. We need to have some mechanisms in order to monitor its performance. We also need to have a way to shut down the operation in a safe way if things go bad. We should not just implement them blindly and let the AIs run amok if things go wrong, right? So we still need to have some safeguard mechanisms, and that's something that we can think of together. What works, for example, in the US or in different countries, like as many previous presenters have mentioned, may not work in Indonesia. And it is with Indonesian people, like Indonesian universities, IPB, ITB, UI, ITS, and many top universities in Indonesia, can we work side by side and create this AI sustainability risk cognizant planning. All right. So the next thing that I want to highlight is a couple projects that we have alongside that might be really relevant to Indonesia's context. So we know that Indonesia has a lot of geothermal potential, and we use the same AI and the modeling framework that we call POMDB in order to capture many aspects and work side by side with the geomechanics I mentioned previously, right? So we still work with geomechanics and geoscientists to come up with a 3D model of the subsurface, right? So this is not generated by AI. This is still built by many of the talented geoscientists from measurements, from their valued experience. We build the model, and then we define what measurements we can collect. For in geothermal example here, we probably can collect temperature in wells, pressure, and some other measurements, and we can use this measurement to update our uncertainty. You see previously how the histogram changes over time, right? So as we collect measurements, we can update our uncertainty, which models among the models that have been given to us from our geoscientists are more likely to be true given the observations that we have. And incorporating that uncertainty, we can then make decisions and determine where should we place geothermal well alongside the location, what is the injection rate so that it is maximizing our profit, but not causing induced seismicity. And then we can use many simulators in order to be able to have some more realistic um, um, how to say model of the real world. So we still need to work also with the geoscientists to develop the simulator. This is just one example that's developed by Schlumberger Intersect that we can use to simulate the reservoir mechanics when we inject a certain water rate into the field and extract the energy, and we can play around with how to optimize these locations in alongside whatever regions that we have in order to maximize our benefits. So you can see here it integrates many aspects of the field. It integrates earth and energy sciences. There are some AI and data science involved, risk and safety, economics, and business. So this involves many interdisciplinary team, and this opens up huge opportunities for collaboration. So that's for geothermal exploration. Our group is now working really closely with Pertamina, both the Pertamina Renewable Energy and Pertamina Geothermal, to bring this technology to Indonesia. And we will see how far we can go. And we want to work with many of the universities in Indonesia to support these long-term collaborations moving forward. So that's for geothermal. Now let me shift gear and talk about critical mineral exploration around us. So a quick background here, because this might not be obvious. Critical mineral businesses, especially from the US perspective, is really a geopolitical issues. So this is a lithium example. So one of the critical minerals are lithium, right? So lithium mostly is produced by China. Almost 1/3 of the lithium deposit and lithium production are concentrated in China. But given the geopolitical region, the US, for example, wants to be self-sufficient. So they don't want to have supply chain vulnerability by sourcing their critical minerals from some non-friendly countries geopolitically, right? So what the US think, for example, they might want to partner with countries like Australia, like Chile, and maybe Indonesia in the future to source their lithium minerals. Now, with this setting, the question that we can ask is, if the US is sourcing their lithium primarily from Australia, it may be more stable geopolitically, but you can see the transportation distances that needs to be covered, moving minerals from Australia to processing plant in the US and into the manufacturing facilities alongside the US. So it's a long way, and there are many potential disruptions, right? So there can be, Indonesia is somewhere there in the middle, and we have a huge potential to disrupt and be a huge part in this global supply chain for critical mineral. So this is an example only for lithium, but of course it also applies for different types of critical minerals, including nickels, because we're already the main producer, and other copper and different minerals that would be needed for supporting energy transition efforts. But let's focus on lithium for now. As I mentioned, China produces a quarter, Australia a third, and but in terms of refinery, China dominates almost 70%, and the demand is projected to increase quite exponentially. And there is just no way that the countries like US, for example, can fulfill its demand, right? There are some mining sites, potential mining sites in the US, but it's really hard to open a new mine in the US. People are protesting. People don't want to have mines in their backyards. They are concerned about emissions, about how it affects environments, and so on and so forth. So it's really a tedious task. How do we balance between domestic sourcing and importing, like the cases that I mentioned previously? So We talk about supply chains, how materials move from one continent to the other. It even encompasses global level where everything is interconnected. And in terms of critical mineral, it is essential for economic and national security of the U.S. as we transition into renewable energy sources, right? So you can take a look at the news. This is a huge concern from the U.S. and many developed countries. How can they secure critical minerals for supporting their sustainability growth in the future? So they want to have a clean energy technologies. EVs are increasing. The volume of domestic lithium is uncertain, and it's really hard to open new mines domestically, right? I mentioned that previously. So one of the research question we try to answer here is how can countries like US optimize its lithium supply chain or other critical minerals to be self-sufficient while balancing different goals, economic, environmental, and security. So what we do is we apply similar algorithms that you see previously, and we can optimize across different objectives. And this is one examples of the policies that you can have. I will talk more about the results in the coming slides. But a couple potential domestic mining locations in the U.S. There is Thacker Pass and Silver Peak in Nevada. The Thacker Pass is already open, but it's really uncertain on how much lithium left there is, and people are just not sure whether it can support the national growth of the countries like the U.S. Australia have lots of deposit, but it's really long way and it's really hard to transport things together. So what we do in our lab is we rely on this AI and we formulate this as a sequential decision-making problems. Again, similar modeling tools that you see in the previous example in geothermal, in mineral exploration, and many other applications. That's the same algorithm implemented in various disciplines. So we define the states, we define the observations, how much lithium deposit that it contains. We update the belief and the uncertainty that we want to incorporate as part of our modeling. We define the kinds of actions we want to take, the rewards that we want to optimize over, and the next state. So I'm skipping many details here, but you can take a look at how the POMDP formulations consider some level of realisticity, and even at that scale, it's still much coarse and probably not covering as many goals as we want in sustainability field. And when we apply this to Indonesia, of course, we also need to update the kind of objectives we care about, right? The kinds of measurements that we can do.
Okay,
These are a
Mr.
couple.
Mansur.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd like to remind you that we have 2 minutes left.
Yes, great.
Okay.
So these are a couple results that we can get. You can see, for example, here in one examples is you can mine domestically. You can delay mining domestically while still achieving the goals that I've shown previously. And this is the AI optimized policy. You can also do greedy optimization, but it may not satisfy the demands that I mentioned previously. So AI works also in this case. So I will skip the details, but these are a couple performance that you can compare. We can compare the cash flow, emission, the volumes that we can harvest, and so on and so forth. So we compare different policies, and among these that we haven't discussed how Indonesia's role can disrupt this critical mineral supply chain. We have a geographic strategic geographic locations, and we are producing nickels and many other minerals. So we have huge potentials to play a bigger part in this energy transition. With that, I will conclude with this slide. So last year, I was interviewed by people at GRIST, and they want to have a young people's opinion on how can we make mining sexy again as a field. Many people are avoiding mining because it's not clean, it's pollution, it's whatever, right? But in order for us to have a good energy transition, we have to optimize mining. Otherwise, there is no minerals to support energy transition. So I would encourage many of us to start thinking what role can we play in revolutionizing mining and make Indonesia's role becoming more critical at the global scale. I think that would be all for my presentations. And thank you very much for listening. I'm looking forward to collaborate with many of you. And this is my email. Feel free to reach out if you have any thoughts moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mansur Arif, for a really insightful and interesting research findings, I think. Okay, so yeah, maybe my first question is, have you done it before, riding on a self-driving car, maybe?
Oh yes, I've done.
Yeah.
If you maybe if you Mbak Rahayu comes to the West Coast, we can go to San Francisco and we can order Waymo self-driving cars. It is uncanny when you first enter the vehicle. There is no one inside. It's kind of scary, right? So
Yeah.
yes, it is really interesting experience. I've done it. But my wife will not allow me to ride it with my baby.
Okay. So your wife may not have experienced that also.
Yes, she hasn't experienced it yet. She is one of the pessimistic people about AI, and that is my
All right.
I'm a safety researcher. I have to be able to convince her, and this is part of our larger task as a community.
Okay, so you trust the AI, I think,
To some extent.
to some extent.
Yes, for San Francisco, yes. For different parts, maybe not in Jakarta. Even I don't trust myself drive in Jakarta, Mbak Rahayu.
Okay, because the traffic is really high here.
Yes, it's really
Yeah.
different, right? So if you train your model differently and deploy in different places, it will not work.
Yeah, because AI is based on data. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Mansur. So we are now in our discussion sessions, and we will have approximately 20 minutes for our discussions. Let me check first if there any questions from the floor. Okay. Okay, so maybe to start our discussions, I would like to know if you may, maybe you can elaborate more on the specific AI techniques that you use on your research in the decisions making frameworks. Okay.
Okay, yes. So there are a few components of the AI. AI is a really large umbrella term. For us, AI simply means anything that you code, you embed some intelligence, be it rule-based, be it machine learning-based or whatever, it's already artificial intelligence. It has some level of intelligence. In a couple of the projects that I've shown, the main component is that modeling framework called POMDP, POMDP. So it stands for partially observable Markov decision processes. So the idea is, if I'm as a human if I have an objective and I can take sequence of action, let's say I have 10 periods to achieve my objectives, I need to optimize my actions right now. And based on that, I need to optimize my next action and my next action and so on and so forth. So that's what we call sequential decision making, right? The power of POMDP is it can include uncertainty. So even though I don't know the true state of the world, like in subsurface, we don't know how much deposit we have, right? Beforehand. So we have to collect measurements, but we can incorporate what we call belief in my presentation, which represents how much certain or uncertainty we have with regard to the state of the world. And when we take action, and the action can be just collect samples, right? Or it can be build mine, for example. When we do certain actions, we get new measurements, and we use that new measurements to update our belief, right? And we do it sequentially. So the power of POMDP is when we take actions, we already considering our uncertainty, and we are considering the future value of observations. And that's, I think, is a key components that we need to have when we do planning. Uncertainty, unfortunately, is inherent in many of even sustainability problems, and therefore we need to make it as part of our model. Don't never ignore uncertainty for in sustainability. We talk about long-term future goals. A lot of things can change. A lot of things can disrupt the course of our future, and therefore we wanna take into account those notion of uncertainty. So we pick POMDP because of that specific nature of the modeling that we can incorporate into our solution. So we use POMDP, and it's also natural. It's also easy for us because our lab at Stanford, we have developed some solvers for POMDP. So once we have developed the model, we write the model as a POMDP in a Julia programming language. We now have access to the state-of-the-art solvers. So our task is only to model the problem as realistic as we can, and we let the solvers run however long we can let it run and give us the best solution it can. So that's why we are heavily invested. That's why I also like work with many people in the field, because I get to talk with them and help them formulate the POMDP. And so once we have the POMDP, we get to just run the solvers. We can, and then it will give us some results. So that's one of the core AI modeling framework that we use. That the buzz terminologies that are really closely associated with that is reinforcement learning. So it works similarly with the reinforcement learning. It's just that we specifically have some ways to incorporate the model, and we don't use any regression or neural nets that are too black box for many applications, because we want to work with geoscientists, for example. And using POMDP, we can talk with them because we can model the belief using the lesson learned that we gain from working with the geoscientists, because oftentimes they have some understanding of the uncertainty. We just need to ask the right questions and incorporate that into the model. I hope that gives some high-level understanding of the problem and modeling framework we use, Mbak Rahayu.
Yeah, interesting enough, because this modeling things is kind of new to me. But maybe I'd like to ask your opinion regarding AI intervention, because maybe you have heard some opinions that AI intervention is somehow scary because we are afraid that we can be replaced with machine or with AI. So maybe do you have any opinion on that? Do we compete with AI or
Yeah. So before I answer that, in fact, Mbak Rahayu, I'm working with a couple researchers from IPB, from Brain Group. I don't know if you're familiar with them. So I'm working with Prof. Yandra, with Busari at Brain. We use the same framework to optimize mango distribution using POMDP. So if you're interested, we will be in IPB next week, and we can arrange a couple of chat, and I'm open to any other collaborations. But okay, let me try to answer the question here. So the view that we have is automation and new technologies are always scary, and it is a valid concern that it may replace us in the future. But if you listen also to my talk, we always emphasize that even the AI needs human, to have a working solutions minimally. We work with geoscientists. In fact, I learned a lot of mineral jargons, mineral terminologies, geothermal definitions, measurements, and all of that from geomechanics and geoscientists. I have no prior experience in this space, and nor does the AI, right? So we work with them. We don't replace geoscientists. We still value their opinion. We just represent what they know into a representation that the AI can use, and the AI can give some outputs that can then inform the geomechanics decision. So in some sense, the way we view the collaboration between AI and human is not how do you say, is not complementary from one another, but rather it's more collaborative in nature. So we call it human AI teaming in many of our collaborations, because everyone needs everyone, right? AI is, if you give AI bad data or bad belief, it will give bad results. And similarly for us, if we use bad tools, we cannot make good decisions. If you give me a broken calculator, I cannot compute the feasibility
Yeah.
of a 30-year project, right? I need a correct tools. And AI is exactly that. It's just a tool as long as you know how to use them. The problem is if you don't know how to use them, we just use it blindly, then that's where the danger comes in. Many people are now using ChatGPT, for example, for answering really detailed and specific questions without giving any proper context. And that can be dangerous because it will mislead you, I guarantee you. So that's why here we want to work with people, bring together various disciplines and design an AI use cases that is collaborative in nature. So it's just scaling up what we can do as a human. And we cannot solve it with what we already have. Sustainability is too complex for us to even consider. And we have shown that by working with AI, we can gain the potential of finding maybe the next largest nickel deposit or lithium around us. And maybe we can find strategy for Indonesia to disrupt this critical mineral supply chain and be a part of global players. So I think that would be my main takeaway, Mbak Rahayu.
Okay, so to conclude that AI cannot replace us as human, right? But AI is a tool that make our work easier, maybe.
Yes, we just need to use it correctly.
Yeah, we need a correct prompt, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you mentioned nickel earlier, so that sounds interesting to me.
Yep.
Because in your explanation, you also said that we need to explore critical minerals, something like lithium and then minerals. But from what I know, mineral extractions is also an energy-intensive activity, and yeah, maybe can you share some opinion regarding that? Maybe can AI also help us to uh, keep the activity and the sustainability in line?
Yes.
Mhm.
Really, really fantastic observation. So let me share my slide really quickly just to illustrate the case that I am trying to make here. So one of the outputs, one of the objectives that we have is exactly that, Mbak Rahayu. So we try to incorporate the nature of mineral deposits across different places, and we codify them into CO2 emission. So when we say CO2 emission, it takes into account, for example, in the US, this is a lithium example. So in the US, it may be a different mineral deposit, right? It may be clay, it may be lithium brine. It can be different types of mineral with different grades. In Australia, it's also different. What I heard is in Australia, for example, it might be easier to extract. So it emit less CO2 emission rather than in the US. But it needs to be transported far away, right? So if we combine everything, it becomes much more complex issues because there are more combinations that we have to consider. And what AI does is it's already taking into account some of these factors already. So it already tries to optimize also the CO2 emission because it's already part of its objectives. But of course, many of these objectives are conflicting in nature, right? So, for example, maybe if you want to minimize your CO2 emission, maybe you will most likely just do domestic mining. But if you do domestic mining, then you cannot meet all the demands, for example. So there are a couple conflicting objectives. And what we do here is we let the AI to optimize and find the right balance that we think is optimal. And then when I said the right balance, it still come back to the stakeholder. What are the weights of of these different objectives. Here, we say this is a really preliminary case study. So we say may all of these objectives have the same weight. But of course, that's not true. For example, for Indonesia, maybe cash flow has like 80% because we need cash in order to make the project runs. For Australia or for US, maybe they care more about CO2 emission and things like that. So you can adjust this priority level and let the AI resolve the problem, and it will give you a particular policy that aligns with your preferences. I hope that answers your questions, Mbak Rahayu.
Okay, so yeah, from your answers, I can see that AI can help us also to keep track on sustainability with at the same time optimizing the critical explorations and extractions, right?
Yes, exactly. But it is still open to us to provide what options available to Indonesia. I don't know if there is new technologies that is being developed at IPB, for example, that can extract lithium or nickels more efficiently or more environmentally friendly, right? And we need to let the AI know. And that's why I mentioned previously, we as an AI developer, we need to work really closely with many stakeholders and make sure that every options are in the table. AI won't know that. We as a designer, as the user, needs to incorporate that as part of the planning process. They will not replace us, at least the way that we use it currently. But of course, if you use it blindly, then different story might materialize, right?
Okay, thank you. So maybe here is my other questions. What are the potential policy implications of using AI for subsurface explorations in Indonesia? And maybe how can the government and the industry leverage this technology to accelerate the country's energy transitions?
That's a really fantastic question. So I will take the time to also tell a story from our side, trying to work with many companies in Indonesia, Mbak Rahayu. So our group is working really closely with the ISF, with Pak Rahmat Kaimudin's team at Kemenkomarves, with Pertamina Geothermal, Pertamina Renewable Energy, Bakri groups, in order to bring this technology to Indonesia. There are two main challenges, though, that we have. So number one is, and it's understandably so, number one is having foreign research universities like Stanford coming to Indonesia is still prohibitively super challenging. So there are no mechanisms that we can build collaborations right away with many of the state-owned enterprise. Pertamina cannot sign a contract that assigns some research funding to Stanford, for example, right? Just because we need to work, there are long processes associated with that for good reasons. And that's why it's important for people like us, like diaspora, to work with many universities to make this happen. So that's number one. So we hope and we really want to work with many campuses in Indonesia. Number two, it's data and privacy. So when we take the data from Indonesia, critical minerals, geothermal, it's a matter of national security. You don't want to let other people to mess with your data, all right? So we need to develop a strategy on how can we still maintain privacy and control of the data while still making sure that we can harvest the policy, the optimal results from this collaboration and inform policy moving forward. So those are the two main challenges that we have right now. Number one, it's really hard to initiate collaborations just because laws prevent us to do so. Number two, data and privacy issue is something that we need to care about. There is a quick question. Should I go ahead and try to answer this in 1 minute?
Yeah, sure. I see there is also another questions from Reksa Kridawa Sesa.
Yep.
Yeah, you can answer if you have it.
All right, so I'll try it. So the question is how to bridge the lack of data so we can utilize AI power. And in many cases, this is biased, this is imbalanced data set. This is fantastic questions. And the only thing I can think of is for us to collaborate and try to collect more like better quality data. We need to incorporate many players. Of course, there are automatic ways to augment data set. We can generate realistic data set, but still, we still need to work together to define what is a good data set that we need for the specific applications. So AI is based on data, and we need to work side by side to determine what data works for us that doesn't contain or amplify any biases in Indonesia. So we don't want to focus most of, for example, the development in certain part of the country while neglecting the others, right? So we need to have a really thorough discussions on addressing what constitute good data, and it requires many of us in the audience, in the policymaker, even in the researchers and the committee of the Indonesia Sustainability Forum to sit together and think about this more carefully.
All right, thank you so much for the answer, Mr. Mansur. And I hope that answers the questions from Mr. Reksa Kridawasesa. Okay, so yeah, I think we are already running out of time, Mr. Mansur. Thank you so much for your really insightful and engaging discussions. Right here we have, yeah. So hopefully our discussions today regarding the AI can be an initiative to our further collaborations together to support the sustainable transformations in Indonesia. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mansur. I hope that we can catch up sometime later in the future.
All right, thank you very much, Mbak Rahayu. You're a fantastic moderator, and good luck in the event. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mansur. Yeah, and I would also like to remind you that we have an ongoing polling. You may ask your friend to fill in the polling because we have some nominations here that are the most engaging, the most impactful, the most visible, the most collaborative, the most visionary, and the most community-centric. So don't forget to invite your friends to fill in the poll. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And then to our participants in these sessions, I would also like to remind you to fill in the attendance form because you will only get the certificate if you fill in the registrations and also the attendance form. All right, so I think that is all for now for our sessions, and we will be on a break, and we will have later sessions on 7 p.m. I think with Miss Feliana Citra Dewi. So yeah, thank you so much for all the attention, and see you on the next occasions. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Supercharging talents to drive success, empowerment, and growth for limitless possibilities. Towards green business transitions, we are Expert Hub, Knowledge Hub, Talent Hub in Energy Sector, and Sustainability Concern. Focusing on 4 pillars. Bringing together the expertise and resources, empowering growth and supercharging talent employability, connecting innovation and market, enhancing capacity and building partnerships and networks to address communities' needs and aspiration. We support and empower partner in maximizing positive impacts, in unlocking potential to grow towards a sustainable future. Indonesia holds the potential to lead global climate efforts, playing a pivotal role in carbon sequestration and sustainable development. In response to these global challenges, we are organizing a virtual academic dialogue, part of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. The event will take place on September 5th to 6th and will be streamed live on the Kemenkomarves YouTube channel. With our moderators, an online discussion where 27 selected applicants will share their research findings. Together, we strive to advance the global effort towards sustainable growth.
to all. Welcome back to the Sustainability Forum Virtual Academic Dialogue. I'm Felina Chitra Dewi. I'm a serial entrepreneur, CEO of Livered, and Ekadin partner. I'm greatly honored today to be your host and for this session, of course. So, when the proverb of Indonesians say that when we don't know, we don't care. So let me present myself. Let me show you a little bit of my background. So, can you see my background now? Okay,
Yes.
Here's me. I'm born in Indonesia and graduated from top French school. I have 4 master degree, including from ENA, École Nationale d'Administration, where I'm the first Indonesian woman who entered this school. This is the school that is not very well known in Indonesia, but this is where the French president come from, such as Macron, François Hollande, Jacques Chirac as well. And I also have a master degree from social and political sciences from Sciences Po, and also public communication from Sorbonne, also a master of international law. I have several certifications as well, including introduction of philosophy from MIT, USA, from online course, and also negotiation in HEC from France, introduction in AI from Omnes, and also English from Oxford, business creation engineering from Venture Labs Swiss. So I'm an entrepreneur, public speaker, network builder, innovator, and also lecturer. So if you need anything to have a speaker, also networker, or else that I can help you with, please do reach out to me with this. This is my contact. So with that, let's go to our session today. We have 3 amazing researcher, 3 talented students that would present their subject here. So first of all, we will have real-time control storage in constructed wetland for sustainability agricultural wetland farming in Indonesia by Maria Way, University Adelaide. Then followed by the implementation of time of use for electricity customer from residential to industrial sector in Indonesia by Rahman Setiawan from University of California, Berkeley. And also, we will have cost-benefit analysis on electrifying Indonesia, implementation of induction stoves in Nusantara, Indonesia by Gia Mois, Columbia University. So before we start the session, I would like to encourage you to fill the attendance form to get e-certification at the end that will be delivered after the event. So with that, please, I will let the floor to Maria Hardina Wea from University of Adelaide that will presenting her subject, real-time control storage in constructed wetland for sustainability agricultural wetland farming in Indonesia. So Maria, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time given to us. Can I share the screen? I'd like to introduce our team. I'm Maria Hardinawea, a master's student in civil and environmental engineering at the University of Adelaide. Part of our team are John Peter Salan, a PhD student in architectural and building science at University College London, and Claudia Anastasia Deda, a master's student in environmental science at Wageningen University and Research. We are excited to share our presentation throughout this dialogue. Tonight, Claudia and I will be presenting the result of our research on real-time control storage in constructed wetlands for sustainable wetland farming in Indonesia. Okay, as we know, based on the latest data from the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, Indonesia has been the 3rd largest rice producer in the world since 1961. Research by Suhaib shows that 80% of Indonesian population consumes rice as their staple food, which strongly correlates with water availability. According to research by Samekto and Winata, 80% of Indonesia's water is used for agriculture. This is crucial as a water availability significantly affects the supply of rice as a staple food. However, this situation is becoming critical as Bappenas has predicted that a water crisis in Indonesia by 2045. Immediate steps must be taken to address this issue. The national water crisis and rice availability problems are the accumulation of problems occurring across Indonesia. Therefore, our team conducted research at a local level, ranging from our place in Nagikeo Regency, East Nusa Tenggara. Nagikeo produced 13,718 tons of rice in 2023, using 72% irrigation water across 3,525 hectares. However, BPS data shows an 8% decrease in rice productivity from 2002 to 2023. This decline is evidence that a water crisis will decline the rice productivity. Thus, our team proposed an engineering sustainability solution through the concept of constructed wetlands. Constructed wetlands are proven to be an effective, cost-efficient, and low-maintenance solution for wastewater treatment. Sewage utilize natural processes involving wetland vegetation, soil, and microbial communities to improve water quality. Beyond improving water quality, detention basin in sewage can serve as an alternative water sources during the dry season and store rainwater to enhance water supplies. Constructed wetlands are categorized into free-water surface and subsurface flow system, with surface flow further divided into vertical and horizontal flows, depending on the water movement. Recent studies show that the free-water surface and horizontal surface flow wetlands are the most commonly used for wastewater treatment, while free-water surface systems provide better habitats for plants and animals, and horizontal surface flow wetlands are more effective at removing nitrates and pathogens through denitrification. To enhance water retention and reuse, real-time control technology can be used to monitor and manage water levels in wetlands, offering a sustainable solution for irrigation and contributes to Indonesians' food security. In this research, we use descriptive qualitative methods, which start from problem identification, then data collection, data reduction, system application, and development. This process takes 46 days.
The next, I will explain about the context of this research. Actually, the context of this research is in the Danga rice field area in Nagikeo district in East Nusa Tenggara. We use two main factors for choosing this location. The primary factor is that this area is the most pressing contamination water and soil in Nagikeo, and also has the highest rice productivity in Nagikeo for the last 10 years. And it's also the only rice field area that has complete hydrological and agricultural productivity data. The primary factor is actually related to individuals who are members of this farmer group, and this area is not a private area, but it's a communal land. So it really helps us to minimizing the potential for land conflict. This is actually the current situation in the irrigation system in Danga. Actually, water for all the paddy fields only relies on the Aisesa River and flow into the dam. After that, the water goes directly into the secondary network to irrigate the rice field. The remaining dirty water from the rice field flow back into the irrigation and merge with the clean water channels. Next. From this situation, we're trying to identify the problems by interviewing 7 farmers who are members of the Danga farmer groups and whose profiles are listed in the table. There are several problems we found, starting from water management, water and soil contamination, even social problems due to this current irrigation system. From the many problems that we already found, we conducted a problem assessment using the LVF method to map the prioritized problems and select the irrigation model design that farmers really needs and they expect. From the many problems we found, we conducted a problem assessment, and here is the selected concept. We came up with 12 irrigation model that expected by the farmers. Next, here is the 12 irrigation expectation from the farmers. After that, we're trying to screen it again, the ideal irrigation model expected by the farmers. We use several criteria, starting from the effectiveness, the performance of the system, the potential sustainability, affordable price, the difficult level when using the system, and the manufactured system or the built system that easy to develop by the farmers. Next. Here is the screening result matrix that we got. From this matrix, we found out 4 ideal irrigation concept expected by farmer, which are the concept number A, C, E, and L. In general, farmer expect an irrigation system that is efficient, easy to use and build, able to distribute water, reduce flood, and environmentally friendly, and affordable.
In proposed implementation system, application of Concession Wetlands Detention Basin and RTC in Danga. To maximize water potential and maintain its quality and quantity of reuse by farmers, engineering solutions are needed to treat wastewater from rice field using concession wetland. Therefore, farmers need to implement a domestic scale treatment process on their land. Concession wetland at domestic scale can use horizontal system to optimize the reduction of nitrate content due to fertilize depending on evaporation rate in each area. Both surface flows and subsurface flows system can be used. In lowland areas of Negikyo, where the evaporation rate is high, a subsurface system can be used to reduce evaporation, since treat water flows below the soil surface. In applying the sewage system with detention basin and RTC in Danga, landowners must create 2 separate channel systems. The flow scheme of the 2 channels are: water comes from the dam. The first channel carries clean water from the secondary channels to the landowner's rice field. The water used in the rice field processing then drained through a drainage channel that is separate from the secondary channel. This wastewater is then treated in a detention basin using a natural process with the help of various plants such as vetiver grass to reduce chemical content resulting from the use of fertilizers and pesticides. The plants used in the detention basin are selected based on local species. After the water is treated in the detention basin, it can be directed towards secondary channels or redirected back to the farmer's field through the farmer's clean water channels. The detention basin can serve as a reservoir for water storage. To enhance the effectiveness of the detention basin, a technology-based control system known as real-time control can be installed at outlet gate of the detention basin. The detention basin with RTC that can be applied in Danga, this system can effectively reduce peak flow rates to prevent flooding that has the potential to reduce peak flows by up to 48% during significant runoff events, such as in 1 in 100-year rainfall event lasting 24 hours. RTC can also be set so that it doesn't actively operate during the inflow phase to ensure that the reservoir is fully filled before releasing water to the outlet. Based on design from gravity irrigation in the US, it is designed to optimize water management in agricultural setting by optimizing the control of water flow through gates in detention basin. This system utilizes sensors to monitor water levels in real time and adjust the outflow accordingly, which helps maintain optimal water levels for irrigation and water reuse purposes. The RTC system operates by using water level sensors strategically placed in the detention basin, and this sensor continuously measure the water surface elevation. When the water level reach a predefined maximum threshold, the sensor signal the gate control mechanism to raise the gate, allowing excess water to flow out and preventing overflow. This automated response helps in managing water during periods of excess, such as during a heavy rainfall, and preventing water from surpassing the desired levels, which could otherwise lead to flooding or damage the agricultural infrastructure. Conversely, when the water level drops and approaches the minimum desired threshold, the sensor again triggers a response, but this time, the sensor to push the gate back to its closed position. This action helps in retaining water within the basin, ensuring is enough water stored for future use, particularly during dry season. By maintaining water levels within an optimal range, the RTC system supports sustainable water management and efficient use for water resources. The installation of the RTC system involves attaching the control device to the gate structure, which is then reinforced with a layer of some kind of cement to make it reinforcement ensure the stability and security of the device, protecting air from potential damage. And the RTC system can be integrated with digital technology. We try to build Android application, enabling farmers to monitor and control the system remotely via their smartphones. And this integration provides real-time data and alerts, allowing farmers to adjust settings and respond to changing conditions without being physical on the site or to see the water levels in their irrigation land. In designing the detention basin, the size is determined based on the water requirements. The design flow rates uses the maximum flow rate during land preparation. Typically, initial land preparation requires 308 cubic meters per hectare, with an assumption that 50% of the water is released from the paddy area. Therefore, for designing the flow rate with a capacity 194 cubic meters per hectare with a depth of 2 meters, the basin would need to be 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width. This is estimation suggests that a single paddy area from farmer could potentially be used to implement a constructive wetland system.
For the detention basin itself, we actually choose plants as a natural filters and that are naturally found and ground in Danga area. And this also, in terms of science, proven to be able to treat the water from nitrate and phosphor. The first plants we choose is awu in the local language, or in Latin is Lamna minor, and the second one is Keriangi in local language, or Vetiveria zizaniodis in Latin language, and the last one is Leku and Tokomogo, or in Latin language we know it as Pragmites australis and Cyperus papyrus. These four plants naturally grown in Danga, and people not yet use this as a natural treatment. That's why we decide to choose these plants, because from the scientific aspect and social aspect, it's really qualified for our detention basin. Next. Based on this research, we found out several benefits and challenges of the system application. For the benefits, the environmental benefits are ensure sustainability, water availability, preserves soil fertility, and maintains biodiversity. The system also helps to maintain water availability for the rice field. And from social aspect, it's also help to reduce water conflict between farmers and embracing the social culture between farmers across generation. Because in the last 1 or 2 years, the problem about water conflict really tense in Danga area among the farmers. And we think that we need a system that we can manage the water to each farmers based on their needs. And economically, this system helps to reduce the cost of water treatment in rice field. Because based on one of our interviews result, we found out that several farmers spend around 50,000 rupees to 1 million rupees per 5 rice fields to buy ecoenzyme in order for water treatment. So if we use the natural plant, hopefully we can help from the economic aspect.
And when implementing the system, we face that it's have several challenges must be carefully addressed to ensure their effectiveness and sustainability. One significant concern is the accumulation of sediment and sludge in the detention basin. We necessitate regular maintenance and cleaning to prevent clogging and loss of functionality. Another important consideration is the impact of using recycled water on agricultural productivity. It is essential to evaluate whether the quality of recycled water affects crop growth, soil health, or yield outcomes. This system might impact the risk of contamination that settle at the bottom of detention basin and potentially leaching into the surrounding groundwater, posing a threat to water quality. And maintaining the system on a smaller scale also presents a challenge, and that's because the detention basin requires optimizing space without compromising the area available for cultivating the rice. And addressing this challenge throughout further research and innovative solution is vital for enhancing the efficiency and long-term viability of wetland system in agriculture and water management application.
Here is the three main conclusions from our research. The first one is the system has the potential to be applied in Dangarisfield Nagekeo as a pilot project, which, if successful, maybe we can be replicated in several other regions in Indonesia. Secondly, we believe that this idea is expected to provide sustainable social and environmental benefits for farmers. And lastly, we believe that we need more advanced quantitative research for the application of the system. Next. Here is some reference list that we use for this. And thank you so much. This is the end of our presentation. Hopefully we can work together to promote sustainability farming practice and ensure a healthier planet for the future generation.
Thank you so much for Maria Hardina Wea and the team with the presentation about real-time contour storage and construction wetland for sustainability agriculture wetland farming in Indonesia. It was very inspiring. So can we jump to probably several questions here? So I invite everyone in the Zoom and also in YouTube. If you got any question, please send to the chat so that we can also ask your question to all of the researcher, and for this session to Maria Hardina and the team. And let me maybe first ask my question because I have just here two questions maybe before we get the question from the audience. So first of all, thank you for the presentation. What's very inspiring, and this is the field that I don't really master, of course, agriculture and stuff. So I'm very curious. You guys say that the system will help the water base on their need. Actually, it will be like every farmer has their own portion, right, of water, if I get it right. So my question is how you can actually calculate the need. Who will calculate it, and how will be the process? So yeah, this is my first question. If it is clear.
Okay, thank you for the question. It's a good question. Yeah, actually, in this research, it's like it's like a pilot project in this area, and for calculate the, it means like calculate the water. It will be depends on the farmers' requirements. Like for example, if the farmers, because I already mentioned that this is the area, it will be we calculate per hectare. If the owner have 1 hectare, so they will may need 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, and the depth is the height of the detention basin is um, 2 meters. This is because we calculate depends the based on the water consumption. But if the like the landowner, they just only have half of hectares, yeah, it will be readjust again. But because this is a pilot project, and then we are the like we are come from this that area, and then for how to calculate, how to make the process, we will going throughout this process, and we will like doing some chain from them to yeah, like it's the first time we will do the train for them, and then after that, yeah, maybe they can calculate by themselves, like because they already get knowledge from us. Okay, maybe my friend Claudia will adding some.
Yeah, and actually, for the calculation itself, maybe for the detailed system or everything, we still need more advanced research, which also be one of our challenge. And but in general, it's not only per individuals, but we can also work with several farmer groups, because in this area they have a farmer group, and one farmer group they have specific land area, so we can use per groups or per individuals. Maybe that's one.
Okay, I see. So finally, who will decide it? Actually, the amount will be the farmer group or local authority or both, or how you guys think that it will work?
Okay, for the amount of this system, we try to get approached by the group, because in this and in that area they already set their group, we called kelompok P3A, and then we try to adjust by their groups. Then after that, because if we make in our the group, it will be maybe more challenging because they have a lot of participants that have to control that process or etc. But maybe after they already settle in their group, maybe they can use the system for their individual purpose.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Is there already some question here from the group? Let me check. So maybe people still like after lunch, after dinner, I guess in Indonesia. So still digesting. I have also a second question, if I may. Actually, I believe that this project is very interesting also in terms of sustainability, but also I think in terms of economy. I believe this is very efficient. So maybe have you both already calculate like how much money, maybe economy that we can gain from this project?
Okay, actually, for this project, we not yet doing the economical benefit because yeah, at the beginning, because we start from sustainability, because yeah, from yeah, if we think that climate change is a problem, and then we have to make some sustainability action, and if we still consider about the economic benefits, yeah, the climate change, it cannot be done, because to tackle the issue of climate change, we have to think about environmental of sustainability, not only for the economic, but it's social and environmental. But this is yeah, we will do further research to calculate in detail the cost that taking from the farmers. But from this point, that we already get some knowledge from the farmers, because they have their own land, so it not cost much money for them, and then they maybe the benefit that they can keep the water, like it will be cost money, but they will get benefits after they build this system in their own farm. Maybe my friends Claudia will edit some answer.
Yeah, actually, in our presentation, we already have basis calculation.
Okay.
Yeah, we already have basis calculation, and the basis calculation is for 10 hectares of paddy fields. The money that we need to install this is below 2 million rupiahs. And then we already have the farmers when we interview them, and then we're trying to propose this, include the economic aspect, and they say that so far they think it's still affordable. But I
Okay.
think, yeah, but I think we need extra research for this one.
Okay, I see. Well, thank you very much for the answer. I think that I also agree that sustainability is a major topic. So we cannot always like think, of course, about the all the aspects when we focus about one subject. Moreover, like you guys, researchers, so there is some focus that you need to prioritize. But I just think that when the system is more efficient, for sure we can gain also at the end in the same time economically, right? So I believe that this project also has the economical potential that can make finally the whole group saving money. So maybe it could be like study more, and I believe that it will goes to the sustainability in all this aspect, environment, and also economical and as well as social. So thank you so much for the presentation. So let me encourage again all of the participants to ask the question if you guys have some question about this presentation. Please put on the Zoom or on YouTube. I also would like to um, remind everybody to fill the attendance form to get the e-certificate that will be delivered at the end of the event. So please do not forget to fill the attendance form. So if there is no other question from the participant, maybe I will let the floor to Maria and also Claudia to maybe have the final statement. You guys have 11 minutes. If you have maybe the last, let's say, information, knowledge that you would like to share with us, encouragement, message, or maybe a message to partner, investor. Well, this is an international forum. I believe that this will be an opportunity for you guys to give your statement. You have around 11 minutes. So, yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. For us, we think that based on our research, we have three takeaways or three lesson learned. The first one is we believe that in Eastern Indonesia, there's a lot of problems related to paddy fields and related to water. And the problem is not only we don't have water as the main research, but we already have no water, but we don't know how to manage the water. For example, water for agriculture, like our idea. And the second one is we think that international forum like this is a good opportunity for us to collaborate and then open up opportunity, ideas, and everything. So we really appreciated that forum. And the last one is in terms of application of this process, it's actually we not only focus in environmental aspect. I mean, not only in the idea or the system or the technology, but we must concern the farmers itself and the local culture in this location. For example, for our idea, we really concern that the system is modern maybe and it's good, but if the farmer cannot use it, they cannot install it, and it's not affordable for them, it's nothing. So the most important thing is the social aspect and the environment aspect must be in the same line. I think that's all from me. Maybe from Maria, you want to add?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, honestly, I'm really proud of ISF team because this opportunity given to us, like young generation, we just not only study but given us opportunities to develop or to doing something for our place. Yeah, because if we want to build something or we want to improve Indonesian, we have to running from our place. We have to running from our situation, our reality. That because Indonesian problems cannot finish if we not take into the root of the case. That's why I say that for all of people or young generation, let's do something for our place. Yeah, it start from our place, our neighbor. Because if we doing better for our place, it will be help Indonesian for the next generation. Yeah, maybe that's for from us, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the message. We really, I think, learned a lot from this, and also, moreover, both female researcher. I'm very inspired from this project, and I wish you both all the great success. And to all the participant or the future partner, maybe investor or local authority, like whoever would like to join this project to support this project, so please connect. I believe that maybe both of you can share, I don't know where we can contact you, connect with you, LinkedIn or WhatsApp, or like just reach out and maybe talk about this project more.
Yeah. Actually, we have our own program. You guys can follow us in Instagram. The name is Water for East Nusa Tenggara or Water for NTT. So that's our Instagram. You guys can reach us through the Instagram, or after this, we will put our WhatsApp number in the WhatsApp group. So yeah, just open
Great.
to collaborate and make this come true.
Amazing. Thank you very much. So please follow them. Thank you for all both your presentation. Wish you the great of luck, and hope to discuss with all of you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So before we jump to the next session, let's have around a 5-minute break to wait for the second presentation. Mr. Rahman Setiawan from University of California, Berkeley. So let's have 5-minute break. We'll come back with the second presentation. Stay tuned.